My name is Rob Lee. I am the CEO and co-founder over at Dragos. I am also a SANS instructor and course author at SANS. I am the course author for the ICS 515 class, so ICS Active Defense and Incident Response, as well as the Forensics 578 Cyber Threat Intelligence course. So a lot of you are familiar to me and a lot of my previous students in here, so thank you again for greatly joining us. Tim?
My name is Tim Conway. I work for SANS as the curriculum lead of industrial control systems. If you think about kind of SANS as just like a college, university with a bunch of different curriculums, whether it's College of Business, College of Law, or College of Engineering, we have a series of curriculums, forensics, penetration testing, cyber defense. We have an industrial control system specific curriculum. That is what I'm the curriculum lead of. Also an author of contributing author for a number of ICS courses at SANS and an instructor for our newest ICS 612 course, as well as the ICS 456 course, which is focused on NERC and SIP. Prior to coming to SANS, I was with a combo utility combination electric transmission generation distribution, as well as natural gas pipeline distribution and storage for about 15 years. Came to SANS about 7 years ago when we started this journey.
Yep, awesome. All right, well, why don't you, like I said, let's assume no familiarity. Why don't you run us through, Tim, 2 quick slides on who SANS is and kind of what to expect.
Sure thing. So for those not familiar, SANS has a lot of different parts and pieces in this, what I'm calling the SANS universe here, and not so much to dive into every part of these. I wanted to talk about this more, again, as Rob had indicated, not assuming any level of expectation from anybody, but SANS has a number of different curriculum areas, whether it's forensics, whether it's cyber defense, or kind of cyber secure programming, our new cloud security, and SANS penetration testing, where there are a number of courses in each one of those curriculums that focus on those areas for people working in those job roles with those direct responsibilities. The left side of this, this slide is a lot of the other things that SANS does. So with training courses, we also have certification and credentialing program under the GIAC umbrella. We have a master's degree program under the SANS Technology Institute. We have a cyber talent tool where people can go through and organizations can use that tool and that capability to assess different people's skill sets and hiring decisions or job placement decisions, or in general qualifications for job duties. We have the larger security awareness program that many organizations use for general security awareness for all the users of their systems, and the Internet Storm Center with kind of the open, free analysis that daily handlers are seeing. This part of the SANS universe is what, when I worked for the utilities and worked within critical infrastructure for about 15 years, this is how I knew SANS. And all along those lines, it was a general question for our people who worked in transmission or in operational technology, not the traditional IT information technology, kind of data at rest, something sitting in a storage or in a file system, data in motion across a network, or data in use within an application, moving more into the operational technology, so data that does something, has a physical kinetic effect. It's either bringing data in from a element, or it's taking action to a specific piece of equipment. The area that I worked was within the OT area. And as we knew who SANS was and leveraged a lot of their training, we took a general different approach where we would send people to courses, or we would host a course within our utility. And when the course ended, every day we would meet with our internal teams to talk about things that you just learned and how they apply differently within industrial control system environments. And over the years, having those same conversations with individuals like Mike Asante and Alan Paller, the discussion started to move towards, why should we be spending our time untraining things that we just learned because they don't apply within an industrial control system space? Instead, why don't we move forward with creation of industrial control system specific courses and certifications? So if you can go to the next slide. That is generally when we started this journey of creating industrial control system specific courses, and each one of these has an associated credential and certification tied to it. with exception to ICS 612, which is a course that we just released. So the certification is in development for that course. About 7 years ago, we started the process of saying, starting from nothing and growing this industrial control system curriculum, what is the #1 course that is necessary? And working with industry leaders and kind of the voice of customer, individuals like Tyler Williams from Shell and a lot of other multinational oil and electric utilities and nuclear, as well as influence from different DoD elements. A lot of discussion around the need for bridging the gap between IT and OT. As 7 years ago, when we were moving into a kind of converged environment where people were working from, not converged from a technology perspective, the technology convergence happened long, long ago, but merging from the workforce perspective of getting IT individuals knowledgeable and capable within a OT environment, and taking traditional OT individuals that using cyber digital elements to perform tasks that were previously analog or electromechanical, to understand the security vulnerabilities and potential impacts and misuse cases of those cyber digital elements now, and kind of building that bridge between those two different parts of the organization who are now working together on common solutions. Moving from there, we went into our 515 course with Mr. Rob M. Lee. So as we started reaching out and having an impact with 410 across multiple industries, the most common question that was coming to us after that was, we are now getting deployments into OT environments, and we are now seeing data sets. We need a better way of understanding what those data sets are. We need a better way of understanding the protocols, and we need a better way of defending those environments when we see bad things occurring. And Rob stepped up to the plate and took over this course development and authored 515, which was our second course in this space, and really met that kind of customer demand. So as I'm walking through these, we're sort of trying to meet the customers where they are with each course that we build. 456 was generated because of the large movement from NERC-CIP into version 5, which was kind of a complete paradigm shift from people who were used to dealing with those standards for a decade. Now it was moving into a completely different paradigm and a different approach. And last, our latest course was really, really the hunger from our customers as they've moved through ICS 410, 515, and 456, as well as some additional SANS courses. They wanted more and more real-world hands-on experience, and that generated ICS 612. Our movements forward are going in towards ICS-specific penetration testing courses, as well as ICS-specific forensic courses, and potentially some malware analysis courses, working with Dragos and their team. With that, I think those are the two main elements behind SANS that I want to discuss: the general SANS cybersecurity training, credentialing, and research side, and specifically the industrial control system curriculum side, which is pertinent for this conference.
So for those of you that have never heard of us before, Dragos is an ICS cybersecurity specific firm. So that's all we focus on is industrial control system security. We have 190 plus employees, and we've got our headquarters in Hanover, Maryland. We've got our office, another office in Houston, as well as Riyadh. And as soon as the COVID stuff is done, we'll finally be able to open up our Melbourne, Australia office. We've got employees there already doing some awesome stuff. The thing that kind of was my journey into this is I started out in the U.S. Air Force side of the house, went over to the National Security Agency, and ended up getting to be involved in building out the U.S. government's first mission, looking at first of its kind mission, looking at states breaking into industrial sites around the world. And there was very much this gap I felt on visibility, not just in visibility and asset identification and things like that, but visibility into the threat landscape. There's a lot of, well, I'm not a good target, or, well, the threats aren't really happening. And then you ask people like, are you even looking for them in your environments? And like, well, no. I'm like, well, then how would you know, man? And as it turns out, there's plenty of threats that are specifically targeting industrial environments, and they're doing it in different ways. And because our mission is different, it requires a different approach to security. So that's what drove me to SANS originally. And actually, a lot of Dragos was formed not only out of my experience on the government side, but it was just teaching 515 to my students and seeing the gaps they were struggling with and saying, look, we know how to do this now. We've got the processes defined. We don't have the right technology to actually go and do the things that you're talking about. And so that's when Dragos was born. Again, just a quick one of like, what do we do? So we are a technology company. And so our technology is an ICS, asset identification and threat detection and response tool. So think of a network appliance that you're deploying into these OT and ICS networks that then passively identifies the assets and then helps you detect threats and respond to them. But in my view, the best way to build technology is to have the best people. So we spent a ton of time on recruiting and finding and training and building the best talent on ICS security that we could. And as a byproduct of that, we also have now this amazing services team that goes out and works with folks on things like incident response, penetration testing, architecture assessments, tabletop exercises, all sorts of fun stuff. And then our intel team, which is just, there's a lot of good people in the world, and so I don't want to be braggadocious, but they are second to none on the topic. And they're out tracking the adversaries daily. And the idea is to take the knowledge that we have from our services team and the knowledge that we have from our intel team and constantly drive that to our technology. So that's who Dragos is. And let's go ahead and get off that and let's talk about the conference, and let's get into kind of a lay in the land of the threat landscape and kick it off with Jason. So Tim, back to you.
Just a couple of things as I was considering kind of where we are and how we want to talk about this conference. So there's a couple of topics. About 7 weeks ago, Rob and I were in Orlando enjoying Disney World and having a similar conference to this. So SANS runs industrial control system security kind of summits, and we have for 15 years. Rob and I are the co-chairs of those events, and we were just together kind of when in the US we were talking about, hey, don't give people hugs at the conference and don't shake hands, kind of bump elbows. And that was the level of concern that we had currently. We ran through that conference, we ran all of our training, we all went home. And after returning home, it was one day after the next. And by the end of that week, we were approaching closing borders, trying to get all of our SANS instructors from everywhere in the world home safely as fast as humanly possible. And then moving all of our events over the next couple of months into live online training where we weren't flying around the world. As Rob and I were kind of looking at 2020 and all the different opportunities and plans we had within the industrial control system space, and kind of looking at that mission of working with all of you on this call and all of critical infrastructure and key resource, kind of looking towards the next 3 summits that we were doing in 2020, the DISC conferences that Dragos runs, the training opportunities, a number of different kind of how can we help the community initiatives. And within a week, maybe 10 days, we were on the phone talking about how do we do something like this? Something like a virtual conference that we have not done before, to help the industry, help people continue to learn and engage when they can't do it via traditional means. So Dragos had pivoted their kind of approach with customers. We've pivoted our approach with customers from a training and an offering, and we're all operating in this new world. Rob and I really wanted to do the same thing from the perspective of the conferences and the summits that we would have normally held, to bring together speakers on topics that we think are going to be value to all of you, and bring together this community in a way where we can continue to move forward. So we had a plan, and that plan kind of went in a different direction. And now we are here, and it's just really, really humbling and amazing to see kind of a 7,000 person registration for an event like this. Looking at the agenda, the number of people that are speaking and the topics that they're presenting on, this is really kind of first of its kind. As I've said, out of SANS, we've done a summit for 15 years. We've never done anything like this. It's really exciting. So if you can go to next slide.
Oops. And I think that's actually a quick point too, because the word DISC is there, and I don't think I ever explained that to anybody. So DISC is the Dragos Industrial Security Conference. We run it every year, November 5th every year at our headquarters in Maryland, where SANS has these amazing events that are open to the entire community. What we wanted to do at Dragos was have just an asset owner event. So if you were a contractor, if you were a vendor, if you were a security researcher, academic, whatever, you weren't invited, which is not to dismiss anybody's contribution. It does take an entire community, but it was really just to get to the asset owners and operators and have a very private conference where you could get into more sensitive topics around here's the latest threat and what you need to know about it and what the latest issues are. And here's some actual case studies of incident response and similar. But we only run that we basically run it twice a year. We run the big one, which is the Asset one in Hanover, Maryland on November 5th every year. We'll probably do it this year, maybe just end up being a virtual event. But we also run with our some of our customers will run events that are regional to them, like Salt River Project, which is an amazing utility. We'll do it with them, as like a disc in the desert. And so Tim and I said, well, why don't we just have a disc with SANS? So the expectation for all of you is that that we will probably do this every year now, and we will likely do the CTF every year as well. So regardless of post COVID scenario, you should have a free conference and free CTF with really, really cool content around ICS every year for the community.
Awesome. On the why this conference matters, kind of just the opportunity, the same with summits and the same with the DISC conference, is really the focus on kind of meeting you where you are in your training need or in your leadership role in making decisions. This conference will kind of move through talks that'll help focus some very specific technology or some very specific capability for the practitioners who are on the line. And again, we're kind of looking at this from a wide casting of the net that every talk today may be of interest and information to you. Some talks may be more important than others. And again, you kind of have the opportunity to choose your own adventure and pick which ones you want to pay attention to and when you want to bounce back over to work and do other things. From the leaders' perspectives that are on the call, definitely we will be talking about some trends. We'll be talking about some things that will help you influence some of your decision-making around upcoming capital projects, around operating and maintenance budgets that you have and where to spend them, how to prioritize and kind of bucket the different things that you're faced with in decision-making, and definitely understanding that with the current global situation, there's a number of projects just like us where we had plans for 2020. There's a number of projects that probably immediately went to the highest level and highest priority that weren't previously there, meaning very, very rapidly you're pursuing some cloud-based solutions, some managed service solutions, some remote access. And as you're rushing towards those solutions, there's a number of speed bumps that we're going to try to put in the road to make you think about the cybersecurity impacts of that and the operating impacts of kind of implementing those tools and moving in that direction.
Perfect. And just in the interest of time, I'll speed us through this, Tim. So on the engagement piece, there is not a Slack channel. There isn't ability for everyone to chat with over 8,000 people. There was no way for us to moderate it. So you can ask Q&A. You can ask it through the Q&A button on Zoom. Also, the hashtag #DiscSANS is available to use on social media, and please do be social and talk and chat throughout the conference. On the feedback, you will note after each session today, there will be a link on the slide. Please take those down and pass feedback back to us. It's just a quick eval of each of the speakers. It's very, very intimidating for a lot of folks to stand in front and speak to 8,000 people. So any feedback that you can provide them is always useful, and there'll be an event one at the end of the day as well. So kicking into the material for like my 5-minute kind of where are we in the ICS community before I kick it over to Jason. First and foremost, there are a bunch of reports that we write every year. They're free to the community. You can just go download them. That are called our year in review reports. And what happened is there hasn't been really captured and documented insights in the ICS community, especially from a threat landscape and vulnerability and incident response perspective. It was really inspired actually through a lot of like the Mandiant M-Trends and Verizon DBIR and the kind of wonderful work that has gone into those over the years. So a couple years ago, we started doing this at Dragos and hopefully providing kind of a baseline of here's what we're seeing year on year and kind of seeing those trends. Be sure to go download the ones that we just launched here in February, the year in review reports for 2019. You'll see some of these stats referenced throughout today, but they talk about a true deep dive on what really is happening with ICS vulnerabilities, what's really happening with the threats, and what's really happening out with engagements and incident response and assessment. Like, what are the lessons learned around the community? I usually get that question a ton in class from folks is, okay, you just told us what we should be doing, but what are my peers also doing? Or what are others doing that they're finding successes or failures in, and let's learn from each other. So let's cover a couple of those real quick. When I think about what you need to prepare for, I usually think about the incident response first. a lot of folks go and say, well, let me have visibility, or let me get a firewall up and running, or let me deploy a technology. But realistically, you should be thinking about, what do I want to be able to deal with? What are the type of scenarios that I want to be able to protect my company from? And that's going to require protective, detective, and responsive functions. So start with the end goal in mind of what would that response look like, and work backwards. As we went and did incident response cases across 2019, there's a couple key lessons that popped out over and over again that we can share with folks. The first of which is, every single incident we did, the adversary ended up accessing the industrial control system directly from the internet. That doesn't mean they got in directly from the internet, but on their way out, or in setting up command and control, or at some point, they were able to have direct internet communications down to the ICS. The second one that was really frustrating, and we understand, and we're not trying to put anybody down, but it was frustrating, is in 51% of the cases we did, of the incident response cases, the information presented to us on day one of the incident of, here's our diagrams and information and how our network looks and how the ICS is configured and all that, was wrong. And so 51% of the time, we would have been better off not having listened to the asset owner or operator at all and just figured it out from the beginning. And you don't want to be in that situation. You want to have the prep work done, because you want incident response to be about the incident, not about all of the assessments that you should have done before the incident started. And then lastly, which was just something for us all to take as a kind of a banner and think about working throughout the next year, is the fact that we definitely have poor visibility. We've been talking a lot about asset identification and visibility in the ICS community, but we're definitely the beginning steps of those journeys. And what we found is 0%, none of our incident response engagements were at all facilitated with any level of network monitoring or aggregated logging or any robust visibility at all in those ICS environments. So it's just an area for us to work on. From a threat landscape side, we currently track 11 different activity groups. So think of these as 11 different clusters of intrusions, 11 different teams, 11 different threats that are specifically targeting industrial control system environments. And in this past year, we ended up identifying 3 new ones to add to it to make the roster of 11. And no surprise, but those 3 were specifically around things like third-party and supply chain access. You'll find that you might think you have an inability to get into your ICS from your enterprise environment, and maybe that's correct. I would challenge that, but let's just take that for face value. What's very common is, once you're in the ICS, there's all sorts of remote connections out to vendors and integrators and maintenance personnel and similar. And it's not just your IT environment that gets compromised, it's other people's IT environments that get compromised that now have access to your ICS environment. And so we saw that pretty regularly with these threats going after VPNs or remote access into these environments, and making sure that they are targeting industries that they could go and pre-position and do follow-on actions. We haven't seen anything rise to the level of what we've seen in 2015 Ukraine, 2016 Ukraine, or 2017 Saudi Arabia with the Trisis attack, but those threats are still active. Good example is, even though we're not highlighting the new ones here, we're only highlighting the new ones. You know, Xenotime, the threat group that was responsible for the attack on the Saudi petrochemical facility, where they try to kill people through that malware, and the attack, that group has still been active, and it's going and targeting other locations. And so we still want people to be aware of this, but how? And so the expectation can't just be that you rely on a vendor. And while we love our relationship with our customers, we want to make sure that there's an answer for everybody regardless. So this past year, we ended up working really closely with the MITRE folks and help them develop their attack for ICS. So they've been working on this for a while. We were able to contribute what we were seeing from Intel and what we're seeing from what we were doing in our work. And if you're familiar with the MITRE attack for enterprise, it ended up being a really, really foundational framework for folks to be able to communicate about what they were trying to detect, regardless of who did it. So without trying to say like, it's China and Russia, US and whatever, no, just what do I actually need to be able to detect and respond to? And let's think about the preventative, detective, and responsive controls. And so MITRE attack for enterprise was very, very successful. MITRE attack for ICS, as it was getting developed, there's not like I said, there wasn't a lot of case studies to be able to pull from, because a lot of stuff happens in ICS, and there's a lot of incidents, and there's a lot of things that go on, and we are very good as a community of going, that doesn't need to be in the New York Times. Let's handle that internally. And so the community's still sharing. It's just not as public as in other industries. And so like I said, we contributed a lot to this framework to say, hey, here's what we're seeing that we can anonymize and make valuable to the community. And MITRE took it and ran with it and did an amazing job. And they created this framework to focus you on tactics and techniques. I usually hear a lot of stuff in the community about like anomaly detection and like, oh, we want to detect anomalies. But I'm not saying anomaly detection is bad and you shouldn't have a way to detect anomalous events in your environment. But I want you to be able to detect known tradecraft and techniques as well. And no security operations person has ever said, I'd like 10,000 contextless anomalies today. Like, that's not a use case of triaging and threat detection. That's stuff you can use for hunting and similar. So for us, we want to focus people on the tactics and techniques of the adversaries and being able to go and look for those in their environment, regardless of that adversary, because tactics and techniques aren't specific to one adversary group. So getting a couple of these that you can do can give you wide coverage against a lot of threats. And so this is a public framework out now for everybody to go drill into, be able to ask and see a lot of things going on with it and how to use it. The idea is to be able to take activity groups like Electrum, which was responsible for the Ukraine 2016 attack, and be able to map out their kill chain of events across MITRE attack. And now you've got a blueprint for this is what an Electrum styled attack looks like, regardless of who orchestrates it. And this should be able to be something used for pen testing, for red teaming, for thinking about prevention strategy, for thinking about ICS security roadmap, for thinking about your detection and response strategy. It's an exceptionally important tool. So what we did in our year in review reports as well is just highlighted some of the top tactics and techniques that you should be thinking about. So as you go forward this next year, you should be focused on these and feel free to do more, of course. I hope you do. But if nothing else, here are the top interesting ones that we've seen from each activity group to give you a place to focus on understanding, okay, well, how would I detect and respond to a safety engineering workstation being compromised? Do I have the ability to actually understand what's going on in the ICS protocol itself? Because a lot of the attacks we're seeing aren't about malware and vulnerabilities. A lot of the attacks we're seeing are about native functionality. If you can turn off the lights at the circuit breaker, you can turn it off. If I can load safety logic into the safety system, I can unload it. How can I work in the native functionality of this environment? And that's what we're seeing the adversaries doing. We'll call it living on the land, but it's not the same type of living on the land things that you would see in the enterprise. And that's pretty much it for me. I want to get it over to Jason. Tim asked me to do a talk at this conference, but I just think there's already so much material and like really, really good material that I didn't want to take everyone's time and have another talk. So what I did instead is I scheduled what my talk would have been for this conference as a follow-on webinar. And for anybody that's interested, what I'm going to be doing is Ramsey and I are going to be going through things from an ICS security roadmap perspective. Tons of organizations hit me up all the time from either board or CSO level of saying, how do we build out our program? We've done enterprise security, we're pretty good with it, but we recognize that you can't just take the same framework, the same GRC, the same standards, and just copy and paste it in IT or ICS. It's not going to work. Can't take IT standards and just copy and paste it over. So what should we be building in terms of roadmaps? And I've seen a ton of wrong roadmaps. And so over the past 3 years, I've helped build these roadmaps with a number of companies, just as a thing I've done for basically friends of these companies, and had a lot of successes. And so on that webinar on May 20th, Ramsey and I'll go through what those lessons learned will be and give you some actual actionable things. Instead of saying, you should have a roadmap that has people, process, and technology or some highfalutin thing, actually say, nope, here's the frameworks to use. Here's how you do it. Here's how you dissect the threat use cases against it. Here's how you build a collection management framework, et cetera, et cetera. And hopefully that'll put all of you that are asset owners and operators in a really good position to be thinking about your security in a much larger view than just quote unquote, cyber hygiene or the simple things. And yeah, simple things can matter and they can definitely help you, but you've got to be prepared for what's coming and work backwards if you're ever going to have a successful strategy.
It's great to be able to see the community get together for an event like this. And I'm going to kick it off, as Rob said. This time I'm going to sort of lead into something that is a passion of mine to be able to talk about building ICS security programs. Very similar to what Rob said is that road mapping capability. Well, how do we even frame this discussion around what is an ICS security program? Why would I need one? What would be the different elements that would be really important to be able to get one off the ground? So I've dubbed it the ICS crucible. Before any of my Foundry friends come after me for this, no, a lot of the slide pictures are going to be of ladles. but the ICS security ladle didn't have the right ring to me. So it is the crucible that we'll be talking about today. Rob, why don't we go to the next slide? And I'll just quickly give everybody an overview of me, sort of the stage on the stage moment. I've had a really lucky career. I've started off as an asset owner, where I dubiously asked the very first question at my utility about, well, who takes care of cybersecurity? And not being really happy with those answers or even my own knowledge base, went back to school to be able to learn more about that. Found myself actually helping create the cybersecurity standards that we know and love today. So many of the documents that you see there on the bottom, I've had a hand in. I've also been able to be the joyous instructor for ICS 456, which is based off the NERC standards that I've helped with as a regulator. I've also just sort of been around the block with researching, really trying to figure out what are the ways that we can measure security. I really want to be able to help us with that conversation that we know we need with lining this up with business objectives, understanding sort of that high, medium, and low, and what do we really talk about when we mean, well, we're secure or we need to do more work. We'll go on to the next slide, and I'll kick it off with really a conversation about the framing of this discussion. I really want to ask everybody to start off with the intellectual query of why is ICS security so difficult? Why do we always refer to this as a difficult problem for us to be able to solve? On the next slide, I'll talk about really what frames this, because it shouldn't be that difficult, right? Objectively, when we think about ICS security, we have some of the most technology constrained environments out there, and we face some of the largest threats that Rob already sort of teed off with the most severe impacts, right? I mean, not to belittle all the other things that happen in IT security. An IT security event, though, is orders of magnitude less than when we think about an ICS security event that would impact property damage, that could have sort of impacts to health and human safety, where the zeros and ones are impacting the physical world and not that data at rest conversation. So what's really the problem here? Rob, give me a click and I'll highlight a couple of those things. And one of the first is that we rarely talk in terms of the business, right? Our programs don't do ROI, the return on investment conversation that executives want to be able to have with us. It's just not possible for us to get there with the way that we're constrained. We also fight across silos pretty regularly. We hear a lot about the culture divide, IT versus OT. How do we have those different pieces together where IT security wants to get into OT security? And if you talk to the other side of the equation, they'll say, oh, well, I don't want IT in my business, and IT doesn't want to know all the things that are happening in the OT side. So how do we merge those two things together will be part of the things that we'll talk about as well. And then lastly, it's really hard to measure that progress, right? So we're using the wrong tools. That's what I see when I hear those problems get lined up. When I hear about the fact that we can't have those conversations, it doesn't tell me this is an insolvable problem. It tells me that we need better tools. So click to the next slide. We'll enter the ICS security crucible. Again, it's a ladle. I know that. I don't need like hate tweets all of a sudden being like, oh, you don't got a crucible up there. The ICS security crucible is going to be merging all these things together as you would in a crucible. On the next slide, why don't we talk about what is a crucible and how we're going to define it for us. A crucible is a ceramic or metal container which metals and other substances may be melted or subjected to very high temperatures. We're mixing a lot of things together when we're talking about OT and ICS security. It's also the definitional term that will be very relevant to what we're talking about. It's a situation of severe trial or which different elements interact, leading to the creation of something new. So we are going to subject your programs to very high temperatures. They are going to have a mixing element to it. And at the end of the day, when we talk about this, I want us to rally against a battle cry. Where the prevention is ideal, detection is a must, but detection without response is of little value. That battle cry will help us sort of figure out what sort of weapons we're going to create as part of our ICS crucible. On the next slide, we will talk about the different elements that will go into our forge, into our foundry. We'll start off with the different metals. So I'm going to talk about bronze, iron, and steel. We're going to move those metals accordingly. So I want to start off with bronze, where we may have weapons that are brittle, but they're doable, right? The pointy end of the sword still hurts. And then we'll move on to iron, where things will be a little bit more robust, to eventually getting to steel, which will be the ideal metal that we'll want to use for a lot of these weapons. The weapons I'll break down to in each individual sector. So why don't we go into the next one? The first weapon that we'll talk through will be about a mace, but I guess I'll spend more time talking about the metals. So the first metal will be bronze. Again, the idea here is that you're going to have sort of initial defenses being constrained by resources, people, processes, all the highfalutin things that Rob was talking about. But you'll also likely not have any documentation when you're in that bronze metal. And they'll have the potential of loss of lotto winners in your organization. And what do I mean by lotto winners? I don't like the analogy of people getting hit by buses. So when everyone's like, oh, if you got hit by a bus and you wouldn't show up to work tomorrow, that's a really dark way of talking about it. How about instead they win the lottery? And despite really loving their job, they just want to take some time off. If that lotto winner is no longer part of your ICS security program, what will you be able to do? Does that cripple your program? Do you not have a way to be able to run different detection mechanisms? Do you not have an ability to respond to events if you had them? If you're suffering from the idea that I could lose that person due to the lottery, and I won't have an ICS security program because of it, you are likely in the bronze metal stage. The next metal will be iron. So moving beyond the oral history, this is how we used to do things, to having written down procedures to really help you with that loss of the lotto winner conversation. And you'll also partner with multiple stakeholders, right? We know that, again, OT ICS security is not just one thing. It is going to stretch across your entire organization. You're putting a wrapper around the critical operations you do as an industrial firm. And your resources will likely be less scarce. I'm not going to say that you're going to have adequate resources or you're going to feel really happy about your resources, but you're not in the bronze stage. You've moved on to iron. The cool thing about iron is that it strengthens as you work with it more. I used to do a lot of metal work, and that's what we're going to be doing in that iron stage, is really figuring out how to best temper that metal. And the last metal that we'll talk about is steel. So you're going to refine that even further. Your people are trained, exercised, they're ready to tackle any challenge that you may throw at them. And executives now are an active part of your ICS security program. And your capabilities, I'm also going to ask to see whether or not they're double checked. I'm not going to use the scary word of compliance yet or audits yet, but whether or not you're double checking that you say what you're doing is what you're actually doing. Those procedures that you've wrote down to make sure that your lotto winners, if they were to win the lottery and leave, you're actually following those, will be part of that steel stage. So let's introduce our weapons of choice. The very first weapon is going to be a mace, a very blunt object. It is the very first step. It is identifying what matters. So maces, I like this quote here from the Tools of War, History of Weapons in Medieval Time. A mace being simple to make, cheap, and straightforward in application, or quite common weapons. Straightforward in application. We are literally whacking people in the face with this. We want you to assess criticality. Do you have a way to talk about your systems that make sense to the organization? So linking your ICS security program to critical processes, to systems, to assets themselves, so you can start ranking them in some way, shape, or form. A bronze mace is going to be very simple. You're going to be scrappy with it. You are going to find any and existing tools that you have out there. That may be from process hazard analysis. That may be from big impact analysis, from other parts of the business, from business continuity, disaster recovery. Take what you can. Don't worry about reinventing the wheel at the bronze stage. I never want you to waste your energy on that. And always be linking things back to health and human safety, right? It's one thing to talk about us putting a protective wrapper around the critical business, the operations, the thing that makes either our firm money or provide a service to the community. It's also another thing to be able to talk about it in terms of safety. If we can't trust those systems to actually stay reliable and stay safe, then we're going to have a really bad day. An iron mace will structure a repeatable process around this for risk. Meaning, if I were to say that that is going to be a medium impact system or a medium impact asset, can I routinely talk about that the same way every single time? You're going to get better with this. Again, you're going to go from the ad hoc lotto winners. If they leave, I'm really going to have a bad day, to building a routine process around it. And then lastly, steel. A steel mace is going to have that engagement from executives. Those stakeholders will understand cyber risk, business continuity, IT, and OT. The reason that we start talking about ranking these things is because you're not going to necessarily jump straight to steel, right? It's going to be organic build that you're going to have. And I'll describe that organic process momentarily. But let's go on to our next weapon. The next weapon is going to be protecting what is vital. So now that we've actually analyzed the things, now that we've actually said this is what's critical, how do we build a shield around that? And so in this case here, we're defining shields being used to intercept specific attacks by means of active blocks, as well as provide passive protection. That is actually a definition of a shield. That's not the definition of like an ICS security tool. They're just going to talk about this in terms of making segments and zones. And so the overall classification of protecting that vital piece, bronze, you're just going to start off with blocking unauthorized communications across critical systems that you've already identified. So you start with your mace, you move on to having that shield. Your iron step, you're going to make sure that your operators and the OT security team are working together to secure those assets. You want to make sure that you understand the protocols and systems that are being used, because that helps you better refine those protections, better harden the systems even better within those devices and assets themselves. Are you locking down ports and services? Are you able to make sure that it's doing just the deterministic task that that control system is meant to do? And then lastly, steel, hardening becoming a routine and funded task. Not ad hoc. It's not something that, oh, well, we just got a landslide of a budget this year. You're now being planful with this. You may even have a roadmap that we can talk about momentarily. But before we get there, the next weapon. Detection being a must. So monitoring your perimeters, your systems, and assets for potential cyber threats to prevent incidents. In this case, we're using a bow. So yes, I know we're not talking about a steel bow, but like a steel arrowhead would probably be the best way to think about it. You're hunting for evil. You're looking for the bad things. Log and monitoring across both your IT and OT environments. So bronze, you're just going to log across the assets and perimeters. It may be ad hoc. You may be manually pulling things. It's not going to be beautiful. But as you get to iron, maybe you're actually having a way to aggregate those. You're doing a periodic review of those logs. And steel, you're actually going to talk about defining what a threat hunting program could look like. So actively going out there and trying to find out, has your system been compromised? Assuming that it has, what would you do? How would you look for those type of things? Building into that detection program, again, if you think about the battle cry that we said before, where prevention is going to be ideal, but detection is a must. This is that sort of key piece here. And we're using the bow and arrow to really describe you going out and actively hunting. And then finally, we'll go through our last weapon here, which will be our swords, which will be responding and recovering from any emergency. Because now we've identified with our mace what is critical, we've protected them as best we can with our shield, and we're actively looking out for threats with our bow and arrow, but how do we prepare for a really bad day? So looking at those incident response, and this is a quote from a Twitter account, Sun Tzu Cyber. So if you're familiar with the art of war cyber style, your enemy cares not that the maintainer of an internet connected server left 10 years ago. How would you actually respond and recover from these type of really bad events that we know that we can manage and build scenarios around? So building and training your incident response team, bronze is just really simply who would you call, right? You may not have an incident response capability, but maybe you're able to get either an external resource or an internal resource. If it's the OT department, just calling somebody at enterprise and saying, I want to train, but I don't know how. I need somebody to talk to. Who is that? Being able to work those things out initially, and then getting into iron. So having a cross-disciplinary team, where if you really look at incident response, it's a combination of HR and legal and a whole bunch of other folks getting together and talking about that really bad day and exercising through those. And that would be steel, is really going through and having executives engaged in that too. How does an executive respond to a cybersecurity incident? Being able to build that into it. If you've done everything else as steel, this is one of the easier ones to do as well, is just being able to say, what does a really bad day look like? They don't want to think about that maybe in all the cases, but being able to build that out is really important. So what would be the right metal for your program? We're gonna have 3 clicks here, Rob. The first one, you're gonna build out organically. Do you have a champion? Can you scale a team? The tools that you have, are you even effectively using them? Again, don't necessarily look at trying to buy new technology if you don't have the processes or training about that to really build into it. It's one of the things I love about both SANS and Dragos, building those things as part of a holistic team and strategy. Then assessing where you are and be brutally honest. I have worked with so many organizations that will do one of 2 things. First, they will totally inflate like where they are. Like, oh no, we totally have an incident response program. And they may not. They don't have adequate resources possibly for those. Or the other one is totally undercut themselves. Say, oh, we don't do any detection whatsoever. Well, you do have logs. You're just maybe not manually getting those over and aggregating them and looking for trends, but you're doing something. be brutally honest about where you are within each and every single one of building those different weapons. And include your discussions when you're doing that about what would we do if we had somebody win the lottery. If that person did not show up for work the next day, despite really loving their job, but that lottery money, you really just want to take some time with it. Despite not being able to do that, could you reproduce what they do? And also knowing what executive engagement looks like. And then lastly, figuring out that roadmap of where you're headed. Definitely want to recommend being able to check out what Rob's going to say about it on May 20th, because building those roadmaps are super important. We're here, we want to get over here. What does that look like? How do I do that? And how do I build that in a way that makes sense to the business? Because again, we're trying to put that wrapper around the processes that our businesses are doing. And so that's going to be really important. So you want to be able to identify those gaps and then build budgets because you now have a roadmap. So if we're looking at in overall the theme of what it is that we're doing, we're going to have our metals that we've built out. So bronze, iron, and steel. And then we're going to look at it from every single weapon that we've just highlighted. And so originally we'll have a score. And Rob, if you click once, I'll show you the sort of starting score. You are going to have different strengths in different areas. You may not be that great at detection, but maybe you've got something cobbled together for incident response. Maybe you know that you've got a couple of segments there, but you're not really familiar with all the things you have to do for ICS security hardening. So this would be like sort of your initial stage, my snapshot of where I am. And if we click one more time, we can show what it looks like to grow and build a roadmap to be able to say, I really need to get risk management and incident response high up there. You're not going to be perfect on all the things. Nobody ever is. So your roadmap should be not idealistic, but actually realistic in what it is that you can achieve in a certain time period. And if any of this looks very familiar to you, asking you what is the right metal, if you click one more time, Rob, what I'm also asking you is what is the right standard for your program? For those of you who are keeping score at home and thought that this kind of looked and felt a little bit familiar, identify, protect, detect, respond, recover are the 5 different functions of the NIST cybersecurity framework. So yeah, you just got NISTed. When Rob originally came to me and asked me to do a talk about ICS security programs, I've done this talk many different ways. And every time I say, well, we're going to talk about the NIST cybersecurity framework, I'll have people say, oh, that doesn't work for me. Or we're going to talk about using ISA 62443. For those of you who aren't familiar, while that just sounded like a lot of numbers, it's an ICS security standard that you can build a program around. Every single standard that I've ever talked about, folks will have their own baggage with it. And what I really want to be able to leave a mark on as we get towards the end of this talk is picking up any of these things, because the concepts aren't going to be unfamiliar for you, and the concepts aren't going to be bad for your program. There may be little nits, there may be sort of an 80-20 rule of it doesn't agree with me on how I approach things on my lower level devices, my actuators and my sensors, or I don't really understand how I can do this in a plant environment. And maybe that's the 20%, but the rest of the 80% is there. And how do you sort of square peg round hole those things without throwing out everything? And so in identifying this, noting that all these standards have a lot of similar DNA, and being able to talk about it in terms of a standard allows you to gain more maturity in how you discuss things with the business. On the next slide, you'll also realize that the other tool that we just used was a maturity model. Those metals were a way that we would describe maturing a process in any way that you create an ICS security program. Because seeing a standard by itself, I have this requirement to do, is not necessarily how things are done in the real world. Maturity models are a crawl, walk, run approach where we organically build those things over time. So as you get through it, you're not going to start off with, I've achieved this requirement. I am steel across the board. That never happens. It'll be based off of who are your champions, who are your heroes. Maybe your heroes are doing some cool things in ICS security because it's part of their job and they're really proud of it. Not because there's a documented procedure or a documented standard or policy that says you have to do this thing. And so being able to reward those folks is a big part of what goes into a maturity model. So what are these things? I want you to forge your ICS security program using all available tools. And that is going to be inclusive of maturity models and standards and frameworks. We do a lot of work with that, both at SANS and Dragos, being able to talk about things in terms of maturity, being able to talk about things in terms of the national and international standards that are out there. And so describing that crawl, walk, run progression is really important. Bronze, iron, steel. but also being able to talk in terms of common ideas and concepts that are in these standards. It puts you into a peer group of other people who talk in that same language, which means if you're talking in that same language, you can start sharing ideas a lot better. And both of these need champions if you're going to put these into your ICS security program. Next slide, please. So if we're really talking about the crucible, and this would be like the corny phrase of like the crucible was inside you the whole time. The ICS security crucible is really about applying those standards and maturity models across your entire organization. It's a really difficult crucible because there's a lot of energy that's required to mix these elements together and get something that works for your organization. So how do we get there? And if we go on the next slide, I'll be able to demonstrate a couple of those concepts that I want you to have there. The very first one that I want to talk through, and this is why I didn't lead with this slide, right? Because GRC are 3 bad letters for people who deal with security. Governance is often overlooked in ICS security programs, and I understand why. I've been a regulator. I totally get why. There are difficulties with complying with certain things. It's difficult talking about risk, especially when risk doesn't equal risk, right? Like what's safety risk and financial risk compared to cyber risk? Well, if there's a cyber incident, all those other risks get involved. How do we have that mature conversation? It's really critical to get there though, because this is the term that your executives and CISOs and boards are talking about. So we want to be able to start off with a conversation on governance. Being able to identify those standards, frameworks, whatever it is that you're going to use. I'll talk a little bit about what ones you may want to pick up in a moment, but you want to be able to arm your executives with policies based off of those things. Because again, you're entering a peer group. You're entering other folks who have done this awesome work, who've had the exact same problems that you have, and they're using the same language, but again, maybe 80-20 rule, and maybe not all the requirements or all the language works for you. And then risk. What is the impact of a cyber event at your organization? Have you ever calculated that? Have you ever seen what it could be? One of the things that I love to be able to do is actually put dollar values to those. And we know what dollar values would look like. It's not that hard. We can actually give you an hourly rate for what it looks like to have incident response team show up on site, for what a lawyer would cost, for what it would look like to actually have property damage. You've actually calculated those as part of what you do for property insurance, for casualty insurance. So your organization already has those values. Being able to put that together and come up with, this is our crown jewels, and this is what an incident would cost us, has a lot of momentum with boards and executives. And then lastly, the heartbeat there for compliance is really talking about how do we get those things together as a third line of defense. The first line of defense is governance, right? What am I doing? Why? Then the actual implementation would be your second line of defense. And that third line of defense are those auditors, internal or otherwise, the double checker. I don't care what you call it. You don't have to call it an audit if you don't want to, but being able to assess, do you actually do what you say you do? If ICS security is as critical as we all say it is, then we need to be able to embrace that idea that somebody's checking up on our work, because compliance is using other parts of the organization to check on their work too that are important. If finances have to go through any conversation on compliance because finances are important, then absolutely ICS security should embrace it too. It should be part of how we do business because that's what a mature sector of a business does. All right, Rob. You can literally start with any standard. So the NIST cybersecurity framework is what we talked about here. I also talked a little bit about maturity models. There's a cybersecurity capability maturity model there from DOE, but you may want to pick up SP 882 from NIST. That's a free document that goes through a lot of ICS security controls that maps back to, if you're more familiar with the 853 IT controls, it's a flavor, it's an overlay on top of that. I have the very large diagram off to the right there of what it looks like to apply ISA 99 or ISA 62443, multiple documents for asset owners and vendors and integrators to be able to discuss ICS security. Maybe in the electric sector, you talk about things in terms of NERC-CIP, or you talk about things in terms of NEI 0809 for nuclear. There are a lot of standards here, and I really want you to pick up almost any of them. I shouldn't say, I mean, I'm not biased in the fact that you could pick up any of them. I am biased in the fact that I've helped write a couple of these, and everybody in our community has their own biases to what standards work and what they think doesn't. But really, if you pick up almost any of them, the DNA is going to be the same. And I want you to pick up something that will sort of speak the language of what you're doing internally. So if, for example, your IT department's really big on ISO 27000 series, figure out, can we apply those using different requirements from these other ICS specific things? Because you shouldn't reinvent the wheel and miss them on the language that they're using. Next slide, please. So we talk about a lot of this also within ICS 456, where we're focusing primarily on NERC SIP. And some of the things that we'll talk about as you get more mature is, you can see here, automating the madness. Because if you're doing this in maturity model fashion, the number one tool everyone's going to start with is going to be a spreadsheet. And spreadsheets are awesome, and spreadsheets simultaneously suck. So spreadsheets will be the way that you start with your ICS security program, because you're gonna start tracking things sort of in an ad hoc manner. You're gonna get that documentation down, going from bronze all the way to iron and then steel. Once you're at steel though, you're gonna wanna start looking at automation. And we talk about that in terms of NERC SIP, about how do we get to the point where we're automating the tasks that we've assigned to folks and assessing where we are to be able to do that gap analysis and get to a better day, utilizing the requirements that we already have in place. Another topic that we talk about on the next slide is the fact that these things like GRC aren't just going to be policy things. It's not just writing down paper. There's actual technical things that you have to do. As somebody who's embracing governance, risk, and compliance, you're going to educate your organization over time with very technical things. And in this case here, well, we've got a lot of technical labs that we do for NERC SIP to be able to demonstrate proof that we do these things, that when we say that we are actually complying with a standard, what it is that we need to be able to show to folks to be able to say, yes, we do that. The idea, again, of proving that negative, we can do that. It's just writing those processes down and getting that into the language of the business that makes sense. All right, Rob, I'll soon close it out. I promise you won't have to click that many more times. Because we know that we could actually use the right tools. When we framed the question earlier of why this is so difficult, it's because a lot of the times we're using the wrong tools for our organization. The right tools are building out the things that make the most sense for us. And if you don't want to use an ICS security standard, any of the ones that I've listed, you could use the ICS crucible that I created, right? It's the same conversation. It's just in more simplistic terms that we can then adapt to our environments. And last slides here. When we redefined that crucible, it really is a plan to create and sustain an ICS security program with governance and executive support based on industry accepted standards. Your very first step, your key takeaway of what you're going to do next is find or be that champion. If you're asking yourself, how do I create an ICS security program, it starts with the champion. And that could be somebody else in the organization who's got political clout and all those other good things that can help you line up budgetary items or help you train out what a management technique would look like. Or it could be you. You could be building this from the ground up, and that's totally fine. Understanding that you're also going to be able to do that across all the different business units, from IT to OT. There are folks that I've seen build this program based off of concerns from their lawyers and concerns out of their human resources department, and then been able to get an OT security program built out of it. Your champion may not be the traditional champion you're thinking of. It may not be an executive to start off with. Also figuring out that roadmap, right? Where are you going? How are you going to get there? I am at bronze now. I want to get to steel. What is that step in between to get there that helps you understand a multi-year vision that can help you line up budgets, get resources? Road mapping is critically important. So again, just to plug Rob's thing on May 20th, I think it's going to be super awesome to be able to have more discussions about how you build those things out. And then lastly, don't avoid GRC language. It makes us more mature as an industry, as a sector, to be able to talk in terms of the business and really get the resources that we need to protect our critical control systems.
So for the next about half hour, we'll talk about ICS ranges and whether they're for your corporate office or for your home. We'll go over some points that I've learned and some things there. So Rob, next slide, please. So what is a range? I get that question quite often. Those of us that have been in the military or even played golf, we have bombing ranges, we have shooting ranges, we have, your golf club has a range. It's just a place to practice on. And, when we're talking about OT environments, it's best to practice, in a safe environment. Why do you need to use one? Well, it's really not a great thing to use a live production network for, you're testing out. Are ranges expensive and complicated to set up and maintain? They can be, and we will go through that here shortly. And what goes into these environments? I got a slide on that also. Next slide, Rob. So what is a range? Well, they're test environments. They're learning environments. They're proof of concept and technology environments to test on, they are always changing. You got a couple of pictures here of some ranges that were built. They come in all different shapes, sizes, colors, cost, and everything. We have one down in the lower left from the ICS Village. Those of you that have seen us at various conferences, such as RSA and DEF CON, and list goes on and on, places we go throughout the year, well, at least last year anyway. These ranges are built for a couple of different purposes. These are more fancy, we'll say. One, they draw people in with the lights and the stainless steel and the moving water and all that stuff. So people come up and say, hey, what is this? What am I looking at? So we had the learning aspect there. The Lego City one up top there. I have to go back and look at how many Legos it took, but I believe it was like 60,000 Legos, which is pretty darn cool if you've ever seen that. If you've been to the Dragos office there in Hanover, we have that on display. I believe there's a YouTube video out on it also that we made. And then down below we have a pipeline range also. Now, the cool thing about all these, yes, they are flashy. They show well, but it's the control systems behind it that really make the difference. These are all built with real ICS hardware, whether it be distributed control systems or PLCs and HMIs and all kinds of things that are configured in a way that you would find them on a plant floor. But they're also configured and architected in a way that you can add and subtract things very easily for testing. For example, your proof of concept. So if your company is evaluating two different firewall technologies or SIMs or something like that, you really don't want to put them on your operating network. Put them in these test environments. Run some. Maybe you want to run some attacks against them, where run data that you would find out on your plant floor. Capture PCAP on the plant floor, run it through, or generate it with the hardware that you have. See what happens. Put malicious traffic through it, because, well, you can on your test range, because it's all going to be in a safe environment, not connected to anything else. Should be all backed up and snapshots for the virtual nodes, so you can reset everything. These environments are also always changing. If you're not learning something, and if they're not changing, I think you're doing something wrong. There's always things to learn. There's always things to try. Next slide, Rob. What is in the range? Well, your production environment, your process control network, your cloud environments. These ranges are meant to do nefarious stuff against. You want to test things out. You want to see what happens if bad stuff gets on your network, whether maybe it's ransomware, or maybe you're a Dragos Intel customer, Worldview customer. Some TTPs out like were indicated. That's the stuff that you're going to do on your range. What isn't it? It's not a critical environment though. So they're made to crash. They're made to test everything out. Never do the stuff on a running live production network, or even a network that will, create a loss of revenue or loss of life or anything. So isolated networks, and then make sure everything's backed up. Make sure it's an environment you're not afraid to do stuff with. You get an email attachment that it's probably phishing. It's probably somebody sending you something bad, or asking for iTunes gift cards or something like that. Open that attachment up over in your test range. See what happens, because that test range is not connected to anything corporate wise or to cloud or anything like that. Next slide. Are ranges expensive to build and maintain? Well, it's kind of a loaded question. The the assets that are in the range, I define an asset as any physical or device that will have an IP or some sort of address. For a DOI system, you might have everything at your house to set up. You might have an old desktop, or maybe you do have a high-powered laptop or some other kind of computer around that you can run a bunch of VMs in. So maybe the out-of-pocket cost is very low for a DOI setup. However, the ones that I showed on the second screen there, they are more complex. They can run well into the hundreds of thousands of dollars to build them. The manpower to put these together, it's not a small project by any means. I know I probably built at least a dozen in the last couple of years. The ones that I've been building, I try to cookie cutter them, but when they go into customization, there is hundreds of hours of work that needs to be done into them, whether it's configurations and seeing what protocols these devices talk to. If you have an RTU that talks one protocol, do you have anything to receive that? Just because it'll talk say DMP3, well, anything on the other end of that. If not, there's really no point in having an RTU on there. Talks DMP3. So not a small project at all. The maintenance of them, if everything is going right, the maintenance should be pretty low. But the one thing to stress most is take snapshots, take backups, all of that, because when you do open up that malicious email or that ransomware, or you want to launch some other sort of a crazy attack on your network, and things go things go bad, and you lock up your machines, you don't want to rebuild them from scratch. So have that snapshot to reverse everything that you've done. Keep some spare parts on hand. Fuses. When we start monkeying around with different IO and forcing things, and we can let the magic smoke out of the devices. So keep fuses on hand. Keep some spare parts on hand. For a DIY system, if you are using actual OT devices that you find on eBay or other kind of auctions, or maybe you're fortunate enough to buy some new stuff, quickly learn that, hey, this stuff's expensive. So it is hard to keep those spare parts on hand, but others are fairly easy to do. And generally, you want to build something that has the same type of assets found in your environment. So if you are a water plant, or if you work at a water plant, there's probably no need to have stuff that you find in mining, or stuff that you find in power generation or distribution. Yes, you might have some power stuff at your water plant, but focus on what your on your core assets and what you're trying to achieve by it. There's a lot of talk around your PLCs and stuff like that on your network. The other thing to keep in mind is your virtualization. So are you gonna run everything in the cloud? Are you gonna run everything on the ESXi server, open box? So keep that keep the hardware in mind, and the network switches, network infrastructure. So what goes in the range? A lot of different things here. This is only touching the surface here. From switches to firewalls, and both of those devices you're going to find internally to your network, and also externally, because your infrastructure, your ESXi server and things like that, you need a way to communicate with that for a management purpose. You need a way to remote into that. When we talk about remoting into a range, do you want to have a console connection? If so, you're going to go to management console, say ESXi if you're using that, or do you want to RDP into a jump box? So now there are two different ways you're going to interact with your network, two different ways different traffic collection will happen and things of that nature. So keep that in mind. For example, the console connection with them, you're out of band, you're going into, say, an HMI. You're never really touching the network. Everything is done through that ESXi console. So what's going to happen is you're not going to show up on that network. So if you're collecting that traffic for say a proof of concept, or you running into some kind of SIM for testing purposes, your traffic will never show up in that. However, if you RDP that network, all that you're on that physical network or that virtual network, and that traffic will show up. Sensors, motors, controllers, field devices. I can't stress that enough, that you build you're taking all the time to build out your test environment, your range, for whatever reason, whether it's learning, whether it's a proof of concept, whether it's engineering reasons, to test code out, things like that. You really need the end devices. You need to see that motor turn, or that, in the case of the ICS Village ones that I built there, the level in the tanks go up and down. Having that cyber physical connection really makes a difference when you are showing people, or even watching it yourself. Very, very important thing to have there. It's also probably the hardest part for a lot of people, if you're not used to working with temperature transmitters and 4 to 20 signals, or heart signals, or motors, 3-phase motors, and things like that. Where do you start? It's hard enough to getting all of the we'll say IT stuff right. Your HMIs, your switches, your ESXi servers. But now we're going to go into the real OT stuff, which is your field devices. Ask people. ICS Village, we have a lot of these things. Drop us an email. Gladly help you out on selecting that stuff, or I'd say come to one of our events. But unfortunately, we're doing everything virtual now. Linux, Windows. We don't see a whole lot of Linux in OT. We do see some, and I shouldn't say Linux, I should say non-Windows. We do see some. So in your range, put in a Ubuntu box, because it's pretty straightforward and easy to set up. Or if you know things about Linux, install more of them. But we're definitely Windows heavy. Windows 7, Windows 10. I personally don't go anything lower than the 7. Yes, we still find it in OT environments. If you have them, that's great. But everything that I deploy is either Windows 7 or Windows 10, or comparable operating or server operating systems. Safety systems. The SIS systems, they do play a critical role in a lot of industries. I'd have to say that they are probably one of the more complicated things to find, to set up. And it's not that they are more complicated programming wise or anything like that. It's just that there's fewer of them. We have PLCs that a plant could have dozens and dozens of PLCs through there, but they may only have one safety controller. So just by the numbers, they're less common. However, they are very important. We've seen some activity groups go against them, or do nefarious actions against them. So if you have a safety system, if you get a hold of one, absolutely recommend putting it in. IO devices, IEDs, HMIs, things like that, remote IO. The more IP devices you can find to put on your network, I find it makes for a better environment. So use remote IO when you can. Not only the onboard IO from your PLC, but install some remote IO blocks in there, and generate more traffic. Next slide. So for home learning, another question that I get emailed a lot is, hey, I only have $500. I really want to learn this stuff. What do I what do I need to do? You can absolutely build something, for, a couple $100, or if, like I said before, if you have some stuff laying around, maybe you don't have to spend any kind of money. However, one of the things I want to stress is if you're building it on low to no budget at home, keep in mind that, the fundamentals that you will learn will be applicable over to an OT network. For example, Modbus and Ethernet IP and DNP3 and things like that. You will certainly see them in a live OT network, but they're not going to be the same when you're going to run them on a Raspberry Pi or in a virtual environment in your house. So the fundamentals are the same, but how everything's actually implemented and how they run everything may not be 100%, but you're still going to learn a lot of things from this. Again, in manpower, I personally think you probably have more manpower setting up a DIY system with no budget using stuff, open source stuff, than you would if you bought a PLC off of eBay or even from Gray Bars or another supplier. Only because now the stuff that you're gonna download, you have to fully configure where that PLC that you get. Yeah, you're gonna configure it, but there's already a lot done to it. So just be prepared for a lot of nights and weekends programming and figuring stuff out and hacking through things. For maintenance wise of them, it's the same thing as your other ranges there. Backups and snapshots, and keeping spare parts on hand. I see more open. You'd be using more open source stuff, and we're going to go through here the next slide or two some of the open source stuff I recommend. Certainly doable. Like I said before, though, just keep in mind you're going to find differences between your home setup and what you find on an OT network. Next slide. So for home, there are so many different things out on the internet. Google is your friend. These are a few things that I have used in the past, or I've seen used in the past. So we can just go through a couple of these things here. So you're going to need a controller. You have soft PLCs. You have open PLC. Open PLC. If you just go ahead and Google that later, and you can download that. You can use that as a fully functional PLC, but it's open, and we're seeing more of that product being implemented in other in commercial products. Soft PLCs. There's certainly soft PLCs out on the market. I recently did a project where we deployed I think it's 25 of soft PLCs running on a Windows 10 box, and they look and feel programming wise everything as a physical PLC. You would never know it's a soft one though. You hit it with Nmap, but you're going to get Windows ports open where that respond. But beside that, you program them the same way as you would a physical PLC. They have Modbus, they have Profinet, they have all your common protocols, and you really can't tell that they are not a hardware PLC. Protocols, I put 3 up here that are probably most common. They add OPC to that. There are hundreds of OT protocols out there. These 3 here are you can get them open source, you get them free. Again, if you Google them, bring them up, you go to the GitHub repository, you go to other places to download them, run them on your Raspberry Pi, run them in your VM, and they work just like a Modbus command from a PLC. Keep in mind though, it's not coming from a PLC. Your HMI is you need a way to have a visualization into the controllers that you're installing, whether it's a soft PLC or whether you put it on a Raspberry Pi, or maybe you're lucky enough to buy a couple PLCs from eBay or from your distributor. You need a visualization. I put VT SCADA Lite up there. You know, that is a free version of a commercial product. We use that in the ICS Village and some other smaller projects that we've done. It's just limited by tag count. There's probably other HMI vendors out there that do the same. I just find VT SCADA Lite's pretty easy, straightforward to use. SCADA BR is a open source HMI. Supports, you know, Modbus protocol and OPC. For firewalls, pfSense. You know, again, you download that for free. The full featured firewall. You know, it's not going to have your threat based blocking, like, you know, like a newer next gen firewall, but it certainly does the job. You can put them in your network, and maybe you want to go and set up your network, you know, like the followed Purdue model, and you need Modbus to pass between level 1 and 2. You really don't need a next gen firewall for that. You know, you're just going to open up port 502 inbound or outbound, and depending on how you're looking at it. You can get the fundamentals using a product like pfSense. For an IDS, Security Onion. A lot of people have probably already used Security Onion in the past, or is at least aware of it. Security Onion is getting easier to use. However, it does take some learning to get it up and running and getting it tuned the way you want to. But you're going to learn a lot of stuff about IDSs. Your hypervisor. We need a way to run these VMs. ESXi is free. You can go to VMware, you know, download that. You won't have the connection into it with vCenter, but you can use a browser, or you can use a Fusion connection, or VMware Fusion, or VM Workstation or Player. All of them will connect into ESXi. VirtualBox, you know, it's just an open source hypervisor like ESXi, where ESXi is free for the basic, but it's paid for if you get in certain configurations. Network emulators. Those have not seen the Navy Research Lab project called Core. Highly recommend looking at that. It's a pretty cool project using SDN that will go and emulate very large networks very quickly. Next slide. And that's it.
We're going to talk about analyzing OT radio implementations, and we're going to be talking about the attack infrastructure, or excuse me, the attack surface of those and how they apply to your processes. Go ahead and next slide, sir. First of all, a little bit about me. I am a SANS instructor, so I teach the ICS 410, which is the ICS SCADA Security Essentials class. And I also teach the hosted class that's titled Assessing and Exploiting Control Systems. And both classes talk about the basics of the OT environment, the ICS environments, helping people understand what's going on within these from an information security perspective, bringing the teams together, the OT and the IT security teams together, so that they're operating off of the same concepts, the same technologies, terminologies, and so forth. And I really enjoy that. And thanks, Rob. So part of what I wanted to do in this talk would not have been possible if it hadn't been for the ICS 410 class and some of the things that I'm able to do with them. You know, we're progressing that to the ICS 612, and certainly considering some penetration testing courses to extend that as well. This program, the ICS program at SANS, is really helping me expand some of that research and so forth. But definitely, this wouldn't have been possible without the ICS Village and the support from them providing me with some equipment and some considerations around that. So I wanted to say thank you to them. Next slide, Rob. But because of that, because I do have some equipment, because I am going to be pointing to some specifics, leveraging information from certain products, so you might recognize some of the products, some people might not. I just want to make it very, very clear that nothing in this presentation is going to be talking about vulnerabilities in those implementations. Okay, so the vendor products, typically when you get these products from vendors that are implementing this out in your control systems, out in your control networks, they provide very specific instructions on how to do this securely. You just need to read the documents. And so I highly recommend you do that before, so that you have your requirements before your implementation. And we're going to talk about some of the reasons why you want to do that. But there's no vulnerabilities in any of the technologies that I'm pointing to right now. At least I'm not going to point any out within this presentation. All right, so why are we here? Well, we have processes out there that have wireless within them. And we're not just talking about Wi-Fi, and certainly Wi-Fi is a consideration. But I wanted to talk about radio, because Wi-Fi, you can do it poorly, and you do need to do security assessments on that. But the radio gateways, the radio endpoints are actually the closest things to some of our processes. And we have those endpoints, we're deploying those endpoints out there to first provide us a vision into that, but then also to provide some control as well. And it really depends on the implementation, how the process needs it, how the vendors and the integrators have deployed it within our environments. And we need to understand how to do it securely, because those radios will receive anything that is transmitted near or around it. And that's a part of the problem that we need to understand and then address with some of our requirements. Next slide. Within the ICS 410 class, we teach that there are 3 internal truths about wireless security. The first one is that denial of service can't be stopped. It's easy to do. If somebody wants to do a denial of service, there are multiple ways to approach it, whether it's physical, or whether it's through jamming, whether it's through disassociation. And it's almost impossible to defend against that, because you don't know when they're going to transmit. The radios are going to accept the transmission. So that has to be a consideration in your head. Network capture as well. This is a public network. You are transmitting to across a medium that is accessible to everybody. And so regardless of the implementation and how it's implemented, people are going to be able to capture it. It might need special equipment, but you can purchase that, whether it's from vendors, whether it's off eBay. You can get the equipment that can communicate, that can capture that traffic, and it can get relatively cheap. And we'll talk about that a little bit later, cost a little bit later. And then finally, all of these radios accept communications from anywhere, and that provides the attackers the capabilities to communicate with these endpoints and potentially have a negative impact on them. Okay, so that was our biggest concern. And this, I say +1 in the title of this slide, and that's because when I was getting a peer review for this, I try to get it peer reviewed by the people that are supporting the SANS class. As you can see, Tim Conway wanted me to point out one thing very specifically here. It's like, of course, these things are the eternal truths. These things are the things that we need to consider within our process. But anybody implementing wireless needs to also consider this one, which is, if you're implementing wireless within your process, you need to ensure that you have determined whether or not that process can run without the communications that those radios are providing. And I think that was, I couldn't pick a better slide to put this in, because that, in my mind, is another eternal truth. We need to make sure that our processes are resilient when these communications are not available. So thank you, Tim. All right, I started down this path when I first got into it. I started working with Matt Carpenter and Andrew Ryder, and we started looking at the radio systems that were being implemented within the utility industry, specifically within the smart meter arena. And a lot of the vendors that were implementing these technologies were leveraging frequency hopping for the exchange of information. And a lot of them considered frequency hopping to be a secure and almost impossible method of exchange of information to attack, okay? And that's when we kind of took on the challenge to start looking at it, all right? As you can see in the image right here, we have, this gives you an example of what frequency hopping is, and that's transmissions on different channels at different times. It helps with certain things. It prevents transmission collisions. It also prevents interference and jamming. And you can see that if I'm on a different channel at different times, then it's going to be hard to stop that information. It's going to be hard to jam that information. And a lot of vendors consider this actually, and they told us to our faces that they consider this a form of encryption. But if you look really, really hard at that image right there, you can see that there's a pattern. You can see that there are windows, time slots, that those sequences repeat. And so people like myself, people that are or I'm not an attacker, I'm a security researcher. So when I'm trying to understand this, I look at that. But attackers are looking at the same things. They're taking that in consideration. Not only can I predict the pattern there, but why? I can just eavesdrop on any single one of those channels and I can get the information. And actually, I can inject information on any one of those channels. I can just find out what the center frequency for any one of those specific hops are and transmit anything I want. And I know very specifically that there have been cases of vulnerabilities that have been found in security research through source code analysis that have been successfully injected to have a negative impact on the endpoint device and bring that, that device down. So it's possible that no matter what your frequency hopping pattern is, no matter what you're doing, how you're implementing your frequency hopping, it's subject to eavesdropping, it's subject to injection. And unfortunately, what frequency hopping does in a lot of cases, that when people don't understand these things, is it leads to a false sense of security, okay? Rob, next slide, sir. So in the ICS 410 class, these are the 4 things that we teach as the attack surface for our wireless networks. We've talked about eavesdropping already, which is the capturing of data. We've talked a little bit about masquerading as well. And what masquerading is when you're pretending to be one of the endpoints on that wireless network, whether it's the gateway, the master radio. You can consider that as an access point, and in Wi-Fi, you would call it an actual access point. Then you have your endpoint devices, which might be the endpoints on your process. Okay, masquerading would be mimicking any one of those and transmitting information as that endpoint to the other endpoints. Okay, denial of service. Denial of service is just blocking the traffic, and we've talked about just jamming, which is just straight up putting signal out there so that there's too much interference on a specific bandwidth of radio frequency, whether it's a large bandwidth or whether it's very specific to hops. But there's also disassociation attacks where we understand how the endpoints are communicating and we leverage the specifics of that protocol to cause those endpoints to shut down or not talk to other endpoints. And so that's another type of denial of service. And then finally, we have rogue access points. We have rogue devices that are within our networks. This is more common for our Wi-Fi networks when we're talking about rogue access or rogue wireless access points. It can be a consideration for radio networks, but it's not as typical outside of the Wi-Fi arena. Rob? So taking that attack surface, now we can start building an attack tree. What are the ways that people are going to try to leverage those things against our devices? And there on the left, we can see the gateway and the field devices. The next block over, we see denial of service, masquerade, and rogue devices. So those are going to be our attack surface. As you can see in this, I have rogue device X'd out. And that's because, you know, while I'm more concerned about that in a Wi-Fi arena, I'm not necessarily concerned about that in a wireless arena. So I'm going to focus on, and we're going to be talking about denial of service and masquerading. So when we're thinking about denial of service, we can break those attacks down to jamming, which is just straight up just transmitting on a frequency and ensuring that things can't communicate within that frequency. And then disassociation, as I mentioned, leveraging the protocol against itself to keep things from communicating within that network. Now, when we're thinking about masquerading, we have to think about two forms of attack. We have injection and replay. Injection is just going to be, well, let's start with replay. Replay is probably a little bit easier. Replay means that I'm capturing some traffic, I'm capturing a transmission, and I don't even need to understand what's in that transmission, okay? I just resend it. Does the endpoint accept it, okay? When we're thinking about replay attacks, we do, or we should be, if we want to consider what's going on with that, we should consider whether or not the packets are encrypted or unencrypted. If they're encrypted, I'm just going to try to resend those, okay, and see if the other endpoint accepts it and either redoes that action or takes some action associated with that packet. It's going to at least process it. My expectation would be that it would reject it, but certainly that's the testing that needs to be done. For unencrypted packets, if I can tell that they're unencrypted, for the replay, I might just send, but I might need to make some modifications depending on the protocol. I might need to increment some fields. And so I would use that I would make those updates, but still consider that a replay attack. For our injection, I also want to consider the same things, unencrypted packets and encrypted packets. For the encrypted packets, I might need to see whether or not I can re-encrypt a packet myself. If I know how the radio or the processor is encrypting that information, if I can pull the certificates or the keys that are used to encrypt packets, then I'm going to want to do that to any packets that I want to send. I want to encrypt those. And so that's a little bit more of a complex attack, but it's certainly doable because there are vendors out there that implement things in a way that are not resilient to the extraction of that information. And if I can extract that information, then I can leverage that to re-encrypt to encrypt my own packets, and then hopefully send that on the network so that the endpoints process that information. And then, of course, we're really concerned about unencrypted packets. If I understand that the network is unencrypted, then I can start building my own packets. I can start injecting my own information into the devices, and hopefully, if whatever my goal is, try to accomplish my goal. Rob? So most of the wireless solutions, the radio solutions that we're talking about, most of the vendors that I've seen, at least some of the larger vendors that are implementing this, they have taken into consideration the fact that frequency hopping does not protect the packets. Myself, Matt, and Andrew, we gave a talk at ShmooCon back in 2011, I believe. It was called Hop Hacking Hetty. And basically what it was just demonstrating that there are techniques to go after the frequency hopping, there are techniques to inject and so forth. And that's when we started seeing the vendors, because we put that research out there, because we made it public and we started talking about it, and the customers started raising concerns. The vendors started implementing and recognizing that these attacks are possible, and started implementing encryption within their technologies. And that's a great thing. And that's what we wanted the whole time. Unfortunately, the vendors cannot predict how their customers are going to implement these networks. As you saw on the first slide where I talked about the radios, there's all kinds of different methods for implementing. There's mesh networking, there's star topology, there's point-to-point. They don't know how you're going to implement things. And doing encryption within each one of those methods takes some special configuration. So it is up to the implementers, it is up to the customers to turn on that encryption. And as you can see, encryption is turned off by default for most of the vendors. All right, so that's why I'm here. That's why I wanted to talk about this and let you know that those requirements, you need to consider this when you're thinking about the requirements around implementing wireless within your environment. Next slide, sir. So what are the costs of doing some of these attacks? Well, right in the middle there, we see a lot of different technologies. We see radios, we see spectrum analyzers, software-defined radios, which are software, and also hardware radio software that it was developed by the community. The majority of, all of the software that I have listed down there in the bottom 3 bullets, those are free. You can download those for free. They're open source projects. There are some vendor development kits. There are some vendor softwares to interact with their networks that do cost, and you have to be a customer for that vendor. But when you can't get access to those, you can fall back to a lot of the radio research that's been performed by security experts, have been performed by high school and university students around this area. The radios that you see there are relatively cheap radios. You can get some expensive radios. Actually, the Edis radios are probably, that I have listed there in the 3rd bullet, are probably the most expensive, but they're very, very accurate. And, they're the things that we like to use when we want to definitely, be very specific about our research. But as you can see from the images, that I can do capture for as little as $30. I can do captures with, outside of your buildings and your networks. I may or may not be successful, but the closer I get, the better it's going to be. The better antenna I have, the further I can stand off. The better equipment I have, the further I can stand off. But I can start for as little as $30. I can take that thought process, and as you can see on the bottom 2 images, I can, for as little as $120 per channel, jam or interfere with all of your channels within your hopping pattern. Okay, so I can just see what your offsets are, buy as many radios as it takes to do that, and implement jamming. If I'm able to figure out your hopping pattern through observation or through some type of hardware manipulation, I can program a device. And the example here is the Yardstick 1. I can reprogram, I can reflash that firmware, and I can jam all of your hopping pattern for as little as $120. And then finally, in the upper right-hand corner, we can see the injection and replay. I use the Yardstick again, only $120, but it works on a lot of 900 megahertz radios. Okay, so these are the tools that I fall back to. Next slide, sir. So when I was doing this, I told you that I had Tim, do a peer review for me. He was like, "Yeah, Don, but what about industrial wireless?" I was like, "Oh, you're absolutely right, Tim. Industrial wireless. I need to talk about wireless HART. I need to talk about ISA 100. Those are the 2 biggest industrial protocols that are implemented within the wireless space within out there in the industry. Okay, these are technologies that are based on IEEE 802.15.4 technologies. For those of you that are not familiar with those but are familiar with Zigbee, it's a very similar to the base. Base protocol is the same that is based off of Zigbee. And that's significant because we have a lot of security research that is around Zigbee technologies, because the smart grid industry was leaning towards that pretty heavily for some of the consumer home automation communications with the smart meters. And the Killer Bee project, started by Josh Wright and carried on by some excellent open source teams. That Killer Bee project not only is useful for the Zigbee arena, but has been, and I provide 2 links in here where people have been leveraging that toolkit to do assessments and actually to attack wireless HART and ISA 100 networks. And that's the problem about this, however, is that that research is from 2017. In other words, the security researchers, they're either doing their own projects, doing different projects, or have kind of pulled back their information sharing around that because of a client or something like that. In other words, the public isn't getting the updated tools to do assessments on these wireless networks. And that's a problem because the attackers, they don't share this information. And certainly if this is one of their goals, if this is one of the ways that they want to attack your network, they are proceeding with their research. They are sharing their tools internally, and we just don't know what their progress is. And so that's actually one of my concerns. It's why I want to see progress within this type of research as well. Next slide, sir. So for many of the companies that are going to be implementing these technologies, most of them are not going to be associated with critical infrastructure. And when I'm considering those environments, I do want them to be considering correct requirements for implementation, but they probably don't need to do some of the deep dives into the actual implementations by the vendors. And what I mean by that is, actually tearing apart the devices, looking at the microcontrollers, looking at the radios, how they're storing information, how they're storing keys and certificates for encryption and so forth. So, our industries like food and beverage, some of our distributions, I encourage them to ensure that they're correctly implementing these technologies. That's their biggest risk around that. But when I start thinking about critical infrastructure, when I start thinking about the people that have security programs and that have implemented this, turned on the encryption within these networks, they need to start thinking about how did the vendors actually develop and implement these technologies, because this is how the attackers are going to learn. That's what I do as a security researcher. I start looking at these devices, start pulling them apart, seeing if I can understand frequency hopping by pulling the information from the microcontrollers, seeing if I can understand if they have certificates stored insecurely, and even trying to determine whether or not I can predict their certificates. If there are cases where vendors have picked 10 certificates, as an example, deployed it to all their devices, and then pushed it out. And there's no way for vendors or for customers to update those certificates, but all of a sudden they become public. So understanding that will help everybody understand the risk around implementing some of these technologies and addressing it with the requirements or compensating controls. But we wouldn't understand that without security research into these devices, actually pulling them apart, actually seeing what their implementation is. Next slide, sir. So in conclusion, if you're implementing wireless within your processes, you need to understand what your process can do. You need to ensure that your process can operate without those communications. The wireless networks potentially are going to go down for some reason, and hopefully it's not an attacker, but your process needs to operate without the communication exchange between the endpoints. Okay. You need to outline, you need to review your solutions, especially with your vendors and your implementers, and identify your security requirements before implementation. Okay, you want to ensure that you're turning on encryption before it goes out in the field, rather than having it deployed out in the field with its default configuration. Right. You also need to test to verify that that implementation as well. You need to ensure that the encryption has been turned on and that it's configured correctly across all of your infrastructure. You need to ensure that when you have maintenance updates, that they don't roll back to ensure testing and not re-enable all of those encryption mechanisms, because that can happen as well. And then finally, I hope that, like ICS Village, like the SANS ICS team, I hope that all of you will consider supporting research into these technologies, helping people with the tool sets. This is a basic setup that I was provided by the ICS Village to start implementing some testing, just for, not necessarily to identify vulnerabilities within this implementation, but by this vendor, but to understand how to help people identify the requirements and justify the requirements, configuration, all of the extra steps as well. So I'm really, really excited about some of this research, and it wouldn't have been possible without the Village. Next slide, sir. And that's it. My name's Don Weber. Like I said, I'm part of the SANS ICS 410 class, so please reach out. You have my contact information there. Thomas Van Norman, who spoke earlier with the ICS Village. If you have any questions about wireless, certainly I'm going to try to move a lot of this research back into the village, implement it in the village. It's just going to take us a little time to get everything configured correctly. Other than that, I really appreciate your time. I really appreciate Dragos putting on this event. Thank you very much, sir, for asking me to present.
The topic of threat intelligence, it gets everybody spun up in terms of opinions. It seems like everybody's got an opinion about threat intelligence. And unfortunately for the intelligence community, the threat intelligence community, we're always getting sort of, I would just say we're personified in the sense of like threat feeds and like bad threat intel. And you always see people passing off just like OSINT as threat intel, and that's not good threat intel. And so if you have had a relationship with intel before and you didn't like it, very likely you got some pretty bad intel. There are good ways to do things, and it's really, really incredible to see what can happen when programs and security programs use intelligence correctly. So I couldn't think of two better folks. So Amy, why don't you go ahead and kick it off for us?
Great. Thanks, Rob. And just to reiterate, Don's first bullet on his last slide was a great segue into threat intel, talking about understanding your environment and understanding what things should look like so you can prepare for when you're seeing something that isn't quite right and knowing how to go about it from there. The next slide, please. So I think the best place to start talking about threat intelligence is not actually with a definition slide, but I think definitions really are important, and I strongly believe that language matters. So that's why we actually decided to start with a definition slide. But it also serves a greater purpose, and that's to understand the specific value that threat intelligence provides when it's integrated into a security program. So what is it? Threat intel is actionable knowledge, as you see, with context, and that is that knowledge is gained from hypothesis-led and evidence-based analytic processes. And so the result of those processes and that analysis is to improve the visibility of the environment, to enable defenders, and then also to drive decision-making. But to what end? And that's really what I was trying to get at when I said, you know, a definition isn't the be-all, end-all. What's the impact and what does it matter? And so the key here is, from an operational perspective, fully mature and integrated threat intelligence reduces recovery time during incidents. It reduces the adversary dwell time in your environment, and it can provide an overall increase in the efficacy of all security operations. So in other words, threat intel's value is that it's a force multiplier. Next slide, please. All right. So in addition to being a force multiplier, bottom line here, threat intelligence leads to a reduction in harm for your organization. So in order to apply threat intel to reduce that harm, we need to address the 3-question rule. What's the threat? And that's really the who, what, when, where, why, and how. We need to understand what is the impact to the organization if that threat is realized. And then we need to know what actions can mitigate that threat, both in the near term and in mid to long term. And threat intel aims to answer these questions by defining the context, which is basically just information relating to who should care about the threat and why. And then also defining the action to be taken, which is how to protect and defend against that threat. But determining, in addition to that, there's also a key answer, and that is determining when non-action is appropriate. And this is particularly important when we're talking about cases of FUD, and that can create a lot of unnecessary panic or fatigue with decision makers. And as a side note, this is kind of a personal aspect to me, because I came to Dragos right around September 2018 with the Merrimack Valley pipeline explosions. And I have family in some of the cities that had the explosions. And responders weren't even on the scene yet, and Twitter had all the answers that it was an attack. And you know, I remember distinctly Dragos's position, like, let's get some more information before we rush to judgment. And so that's always kind of been in the back of my mind as an intel analyst, that knowing when not to act is just as important as knowing when to act and what actions to take. So without context, threat intel doesn't allow defenders to prioritize their defensive actions. And without action, threat intel creates an informed victim, but a victim nonetheless. And then without allowing for non-action, threat intel potentially wastes resources that could be applied to legitimate threats. Next slide, please. So threat intel can only execute on its value proposition if it's delivered to the appropriate people in the appropriate manner. And that is in a way that's most consumable to the intended audience. So on this slide, it's a really great example of the same intelligence, but different aspects of information that are highlighted specific to the intended audience and the actions that they might need to take in response. For example, executive insights are crucial to the business leaders and to making strategic decisions for the organization, but it's significantly less useful to the operator who is trying to ensure the security of the OT environment, for example. It's not that one is more important than the other. They're both important. It's just depending on who's receiving it, what matters more and what actions they can take. So not all organizations can support a dedicated threat intel team. They don't necessarily have individuals who are full-time fulfilling these different roles. Some can, some do for sure, but organizations that are still maturing their threat intel capability can benefit from using solutions that cover the full spectrum of threat intel applications. They supply the most technical information, like we see the automated machine indicators and technical reports, but then also applying, enriching that data and applying it with a strategic mindset for decision makers who are interested in what direction to take the company and those kinds of decisions that need to be made. Next slide, please. And so really this just kind of highlights that in a little bit more detail, the product types and their intended audiences. Threat intel is generally categorized into 3 types, and the categories aren't based on the information. As we just saw, there's the same basic intel reporting. It was, what is most useful to the user, and that's what is highlighted. So it's not that the categories here aren't based on the information. It's based on the intended audience and the action that they may take in their sphere of influence. Strategic threat intel addresses security and organizational leadership and provides intel on business context and impact that informs risk management and organizational direction. Operational threat intel addresses the threat hunters and security leadership and provides intelligence on adversary behavior. It informs incident response, remediation, and hunting, but also informs the purchasing data and collection management decisions. And then tactical threat intel addresses network defenders and incident responders who are responsible for the most technical day-to-day levels of investigation and detection. And usually the tactical reporting includes things like indicators, network traffic, things like that. So the bottom line is that threat intel is most effective when it's applied and delivered in the means and methods that are most readily received by the intended audience. Next slide. So Rob touched on it a little bit in the introduction. Poor quality threat intel leads to bad decisions, and it wastes resources, and potentially not just being a non-player, it can potentially be negative and harm an organization. So how do you know that you're dealing with quality threat intel? In what way can you measure that? And the best way is by using these 4 characteristics here, the CART method: completeness, accuracy, relevance, and timeliness. So when we're talking about completeness, threat intel, you have to have not only sufficient detail to inform the user, but it needs to take into account the entire threat spectrum and incorporate other events, other intelligence, and contribute to a complete, comprehensive threat landscape picture. So a great example is, does the threat intel include vulnerability analysis? You know, if your organization is within a targeted vertical, for example, this could be a really high priority threat. Oh, except we have controls for that. We've implemented compensating controls. So that changes the nature of the threat entirely. So one aspect, completeness. The next one, accuracy. Does your threat intel include vetted sources, and are those sources updated to reflect new and changing information? And is the information time bound? You know, sometimes that that information gets outdated and it's no longer pertinent. So having accurate information is important, and having a process to vet that information is important. As far as relevance, are the data sources and the visibility that you're using, do they specifically apply to your organization or to your sector? You know, there's a lot of information sharing out there. And again, I don't mean to bash on Twitter, but you know, you can find just about whatever you need on Twitter. Doesn't mean that it's right, doesn't mean that it's relevant. So as far as good quality threat intel data, is there an understanding of your operations or your business model such that recommendations can be implemented without introducing further problems? And that's particularly of concern in the OT environment, right? And finally, timeliness. How is threat intel disseminated to consumers in the most efficient and timely way? How long does it take from the gathering of the initial data to the enrichment and analysis before it gets to the end user so they can make informed decisions? So threat intel that lacks any one of these dimensions is unlikely to satisfy the customer's requirements. But more important than that, it's important to consider that it might actually introduce harm to the organization. Next slide, please. So now Sergio's going to talk a little bit about applying threat intel.
Thank you, Amy. So I'm going to talk about a huge passion of mine, which is that intelligence that isn't used is of no value whatsoever. It doesn't matter what we do if what we're saying doesn't get used, then there was no value saying it in the first place. And so what I want to talk about are just these 6 areas of opportunity that defenders have in applying threat intelligence within their organizations to defend their industrial control and OT environments. And so I'm going to go through these, and these are really, this is not an exhaustive list of all the ways you can use intelligence. But what I wanted to give people is, a lot of people ask me, like, well, probably the most important question and the #1 question I get asked all the time is, what can I use intelligence for? What are the ways that others are using intelligence that they seem to be deriving benefit from? And so I want to go through these 6 areas really quick to highlight the opportunities you have in applying intelligence. Now, of course, assuming that, as Amy just finished, assuming that the intelligence that you have meets the evaluation criteria, meaning it's going to be beneficial and not harmful to you, that, of course, is the precursor to this. So next slide. So threat modeling. It's an interesting topic. It's interesting because there's a huge amount of academic and research work around threat modeling and how it can be used. One of the biggest problems that's in threat modeling is, of course, actually taking how to build a threat model. You can go down that rabbit hole a long way. But 2 is actually using it. And so this is very, very much an operational intelligence requirement, right? So this kind of fits in between strategic and kind of tactical levels. And it's really about coming up with scenarios that are reasonable for an organization to assume may occur, and then to build detection and response capabilities around those. Of course, the idea being, if we can prepare now, it will reduce harm later. And of course, we use threat modeling in a lot of different ways. You can use it in software engineering. You can use it in network defense. You can use it in a lot of different areas that work for industrial controls. But really the problem I have is that many organizations, when I walk in and I look at their threat modeling work, a lot of it tends to be the boogeyman. It's a lot of like whatever the person who is in charge, or, you know, the small group of people who are working on it, what they really thought were the big deals. It didn't actually have any real basis in reality. It was more of, hey, I read this on the news, we should model this because it sounded interesting, and you know, things like that, without any sort of assessment as to whether that threat itself is something that needed to be addressed, or if that threat had any basis in reality. About half of the news stories about cyber threats end up just being about really research ideas or hypothetical scenarios that really have no basis in what's going on. So one thing that intelligence can really do is to help improve the value of your threat modeling by getting you to scenarios that are actually occurring. And so that is what you should be prioritizing. And so this is really a way of getting you away from attacking and modeling the boogeyman and down to the, oh, well, I read this one report, you know, from our threat intel vendor or a threat intelligence team, and, you know, they saw this type of activity against an organization similar to ours. And so we should probably consider that in our modeling and make sure that we have visibility, detection, and response capabilities, because that seems to be something that's actually happening in the world. So I would say that this is an area where threat intelligence really shines, is to help get you away from the boogeyman and down into the what's really happening right now. Next. The next thing I want to talk about is policy. Now, this is one where intelligence has a huge role to play, but it's very, very difficult, and it takes two to excuse me. It takes two to tango here, right? It takes a security team who is confident and qualified in discussing policy, who understands what the policy team is trying to accomplish. And then it, of course, requires the policy team to understand what the security team is trying to tell them and deliver. One area that this is interesting, of course, I have the NERC-CIP requirements here shown as one example of where policy is, prescriptive policy is applied to protecting the bulk electric power systems. But here, what we've known through intelligence is that as we test and evaluate patches and vulnerabilities across the entire industrial control landscape, what we find is that the majority of the patch recommendations and assessments are incorrect. So if one of your policies is you must patch you know, your critical systems or, you know, within the bulk electric power system, but you're prioritizing those patches based on incorrect information, then you're really doing yourself and honestly all of the customers, electric power customers, a disservice. So this is one where intelligence can play a big role, one, in understanding what vulnerabilities are actually being applied in attacks. Of course, you want to prioritize the ones that are in the real world. And then two, which ones actually have a realistic chance of being high value, high severity. And so what we find is, unfortunately, a lot of the vulnerability data is just straight up incorrect. And so that's an area where threat intelligence really thrives. So that's just an example of one area of policy where intelligence can really help drive better outcomes. Next. Another area that, again, is probably one that most people don't think about when they think of threat intelligence is architecture and procurement. And again, this gets back to the don't build a system against the boogeyman, right? Because you're probably going to fail, because your idea of what the boogeyman is and who the boogeyman really is probably two different things. And so here, you know, we get into the idea of, you know, how do we protect against bias, right? When we're architecting systems, when we're procuring defense system, you know, network defense systems, the question is always, how do you, you know, what are you going to do? You know, I have a certain bucket of money, or I have a certain amount of time, I have a certain number of people. What am I going to do with that, and how am I going to improve? And the challenge here is, of course, that again, don't architect and procure systems based on the boogeyman. You know, what your idea of what bad is and what the real world of badness is, especially in industrial controls, we've learned are two very different things. And so this is an area where if you know what's happening in the world, if you're getting threat intelligence that tells the right story about real world events, then you're going to start making better architectural and procurement decisions. And of course, this is going to save you money because you're not going to waste money on things that aren't working, and it's going to increase your efficiency. Your effectiveness. Two very good things we all want in security, where budgets tend to always be fairly tight. And so this is one where threat intelligence can deliver real value at a very high level, very early in the conversation. This isn't like, oh, what badness happened to me today. No, this is the years of work that went before that happened. Where threat intelligence plays a role. So here I'm trying to give you examples of all the way through the network security, network defense life cycle where you can apply threat intelligence effectively. Next. Another area that's important is data collection. Of course, if it's the age-old question: if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's around to hear it, did it happen? Well, if an adversary compromised the system and lives and dwells inside that system, and a network defender doesn't know about it, is there anything you can do? And the answer is probably not. And so we all start with visibility. Visibility is number one in network defense. If you can't see it, you can't defend against it. And so here, data collection is really, really critical. And one thing that intelligence, again, gets you to is, what are the threats that are occurring in the world, and how can we gain visibility on those? And so this gets down to you need to have defense in depth, right? That's a thing we've talked about, for the last 30 odd years in network security. But more importantly, we need to talk about, do you have detection in depth? Not every detection along your line is going to potentially work against every potential scenario. So you need to have multiple detections in line in order to potentially detect something. But then you also have to have visibility in depth. And that's also something we don't talk about much, which is, hey, you know what? You can't just detect things. You also have to have the data in case things go wrong. You got to get to root cause analysis. If you have PLCs dropping offline, even if a detection didn't go off, you need to be able to know what happened. Can you bring, a big thing I talk to asset owners and operators about all the time is the lack of the ability to understand if you can bring systems back online safely after an event. And the challenge is that a lot of people completely lack the visibility necessary to do that. Do you know that the adversary is still there? Do you know what they've done? Do you know other potential environments that they've compromised? These are all really important questions when you talk about after an event, how do you respond and recover to that? And so this gets down to your data collection strategy. And of course, here's just an example on the slide of a potential area where you could, where you can kind of apply that question of, hey, here are my different areas, right? I have a control center, I have these different transmission stations, and so forth. Here are the assets I have in there. Here are the data types I can get out. Here are the things I can detect with those, and how much storage and data do I actually need? Of course, everyone wants to say they need storage and data all the time. But one other thing that's important that threat intelligence can give you is it can give you insight into how long adversaries are dwelling in certain types of environments. And that's critical because one of the things from a budget perspective that almost always is a difficult question to answer is, how much data can we store and how much is it going to cost us? And of course, when budgets start getting tight, the question is, well, can we reduce that from 60 days to 30 days? Right? And things like that. And these are, I can't tell you the number of times in my career I've been involved in these conversations. Why? Because storage is cheap, but large storage is still expensive. So it's an area that's always looked at for cutting. And here's an area where using threat intelligence, you can get visibility into, oh no, we need this for 120 days because this adversary against a organization similar to mine was operational in their environment for 60 days, and it took them 6 months to kick them out. And so we need this amount of data, because if that happens to us, we're going to need to do the same thing. And again, this is where intelligence can help you. And it can also go the opposite direction, say, hey, well, guess what? Knowing what we know about this adversary or this type of threat, we only need 30 days of it. And so we can save a little bit of money here. And so you could also, you know, obviously not just be the, I want to spend more money, but also be the honest broker in the room that says, here's an area where we can do better, right? Be more efficient. And again, this is an area where threat intelligence really shines. Next. Incident response. I can't tell you the number of incident response engagements I've been on, right? And the challenge is that most people don't realize that when you show up to an incident response or you get picked to be on an IR team, the challenge is that about half the time you all of a sudden start really just hitting walls when it comes to data collection and visibility. And one of the key components of any incident response is root cause analysis, right? Understanding what happened so that you can protect yourself. But to get to that question, you end up having to do what we call a scope and scale exercise, which is, okay, how bad is this? How big is this? How many accounts did they compromise? How many controllers could they touch? Did they touch any of them? You know, these are all the really basic questions we try to get to. And so the issue is that threat intelligence can help us because it can say, hey, well, this type of activity that's been seen before, we know that they've done these things. So let's go and prioritize looking for that first. Why? Because humans are really a product of behavior, right? We love doing things over and over again. It makes us comfortable. It makes us experts. Honestly, most red teams do very, very few things. They just do it really well. And that's really the key to being any good adversary, is do a few things really well. And so really what you want to do is, if you understand the behaviors of an adversary, you can immediately, or a threat type, a class, what I really mean by adversary is kind of a threat class. Like this type of adversary does these things. Then what you can do is you can scope and scale remediation and response faster. If you know, because you can basically take things out of scope. And so that's really, really important because sometimes with incident response, it's more important to know what's out of scope than it is to know what's in scope. You can't boil the ocean every time you drop it in an incident response, as much as you'd love to, right? Things got to get fixed. Things got to come back online. People got to know what's going on. So really knowing in scope, out of scope is one of the key issues. And this is where threat intelligence shines. Next. The last area I want to talk about is threat behavioral analytics. And this is really important because one area you want to get to, again, is I've been talking about classes of threats. You can't detect all the threats in the world. It's just not possible. We've all seen the, ridiculous and stupid numbers that get thrown out every year about, this vendor found, 1 million new pieces of malware a week. And crap like that, when they're really just counting file hash changes or whatever they have, right? And so you can't really go after 1 million new pieces of badware a week. So what we have to do is, to scale defense, we have to get to behaviors. We have to understand what the classes of threats are. And good threat intelligence will apply the kill chain and the attack model to help you understand what the classes of behaviors are. And maybe what it'll do, and the hope is that when you apply these models, you'll get down from 1.5 million bad things that came in this year, or this week. And what it'll do is it'll just come down and it'll say, hey, but really there were only 3 behaviors. Of all of these 1.5 million things, it really only did 3. Those were 3 million variations, or 1.5 million variations of 3 different things. And now I really just need to make sure that I can detect and respond to these 3 things, and I'm good. That's what makes defense scalable. And that's where threat intelligence, again, really shines, is to get you away from the big numbers and get you down to the what matters today, what matters now, and how can I focus my efforts to be more efficient. Threat intelligence really is about achieving efficiency. It's about getting your teams to not do more, but actually do better with fewer things and really focus on what's happening. Next. So what I just wanted to close on was a thank you to everybody. Of course, I'm super passionate about threat intel. It's really hard. It is a really difficult thing to do. The way you scale threat intel is not with people. You should scale it with devices, with architecture, with policy decisions, with choosing detection and technologies which focus on behaviors and the attack model as methods of going after classes of threats for you, helping you improve your visibility, right? So that when bad things happen, you can get to the real answers, because you can't detect everything, but if something goes wrong, you still need to know what happened. And so, my hope is that not every organization in the world is going to have a threat intel team. Not every organization in the world should have a threat intel team. But what you should have is using intelligence, the security team, whether it's at the executive level, the VP or director level, all the way down to the practitioners, right? You should at least use threat intelligence to make better decisions all the way through your process, even if you're not, quote unquote, using threat intelligence as most people understand it. And that's how you're going to make your organization better. And just by doing it in any one, but hopefully multiples of those steps, you can achieve some really great results with really high returns on investments on those. Thank you for your time today.
We're going to be talking about analyzing ICS vulnerabilities. So next slide, please. Thank you. First, we want to start with the agenda. I'd like to go over our 2019 year in review report. I'm going to discuss some of the key findings that we had and what they mean and kind of how you should be interpreting that data. And then I'll go over our process and how we do our own analysis and how we kind of arrived to that data. And then lastly, I want to talk about what you can do with the data in your own environments. Next slide, please. All right, so we had a total of 212 ICS vulnerability advisories that we analyzed in 2019. Most of those were ICS cert as a source, but relevant blogs and other sources were also included. The total number of unique vulnerabilities, or CVEs, were in 2019 were 438. And these are what we reference when we say a vulnerability. That's one for one, kind of like a CVE. And the total number of vulnerability types were 116. Next slide, please. So first, I just want to dive right into the key findings. 77% of assessed vulnerabilities were considered deep within a control systems network, requiring some existing access to a control systems network to exploit. Next slide, please. So this deep within the network statement for all of these devices means we've marked them as either Purdue model 3, 2, 1, or 0. So these could be devices such as Symantec S7, Ciprotec relays, ABB Reliant 650s, PLCs, industrial switches, or wireless routers. It could be licensing software like Advantech Diag Anywhere servers, FlexNet Publisher, Plant Connect, or Cytect. If these devices aren't deep within your network and are accessible from enterprise or DMZ or even worse, the internet, then you have bigger problems to deal with than vulnerabilities. So several of these devices, just being able to route network packets to them alone is an increased risk. So depending on your maturity model, your network might not be designed or architected in the way that we're saying when we say deep in the network. Next slide, please. So 9% of advisories applied to products generally associated with bordering the enterprise, which could facilitate initial access into operations. Next slide, please. So what we mean by that border statement is that these devices were marked as either Purdue model 3.5, 4, or 5. These could be things like Symantec Endpoint Protection, Rockwell Stratix 5950, or Remote Connect servers. If you can identify some of these choke points of the systems within your environment and then also evaluate risks that may be defined as on the border, potentially anywhere else in your environment, then you can map out where your risks truly are. You can also validate that these are actually on the border of your environment to ensure that your architecture is following the practice that we're talking about here. Next slide, please. So 26% of advisories in 2019 had no patch available when the initial advisory came out, presenting a risk or a challenge for users trying to take action on the published advisory. So next slide, please. So this is kind of a goofy diagram, but it's just to show you the vulnerability landscape. And that's kind of all the vulnerabilities to be discovered, but we're only looking at the ICS related ones. So not all possible IT vulnerabilities are in our scope, like Windows or Cisco, unless somebody specifically asks us to look at it. So the purple part is really what we're looking at and what we're reporting on. So several vulnerabilities have been found, and that would be like the whole orange part. Still some haven't been found yet. And the blue is actually what we would be like features of the products themselves. So I've kind of highlighted and carved out a little 26% where the no patch and the purple overlap. And that is the vulnerabilities that we looked at that just had no patch from the time the advisory came out. So this means that users and administrators had to figure out some other mitigation beside a patch to reduce these risks. Next slide, please. 30% of advisories published incorrect data, preventing operators from accurately prioritizing patch management. So for us, this is only counting the advisories that had CVE, CVSS scoring errors. They could be errors that rate the CVSS score higher or lower depending on the vulnerability, but this number does not include technical errors or misrepresentations of what the vulnerability itself does. We actually correct that and we don't track that number. So this is just the CVSS scores that have changes. Next slide, please. So I want to just kind of pull a snippet from C2M2, Cybersecurity Capability Maturity Model. This is one of the guidelines for their threat vulnerability management. As someone who's had to implement a vulnerability management program, we're often measured by our ability to respond and mitigate these vulnerabilities, and we rely heavily on the sources that provide us information to act upon. We have goals to identify and respond to threats, to reduce cybersecurity vulnerabilities, and to manage our activities. In a maturity model sense, we're only mature when we have a proper process in place and then we follow that process. So if we rely on ICS cert and 30% of the ICS cert advisories have incorrect CVSS scores, we're not only making mistakes on how we protect the environment, we're actually measuring our ability to protect the environment incorrectly. Next slide, please. So 40% of advisories applied to engineering workstations and operator station software requiring user interaction or internet connectivity to exploit, which may be rare depending on the industry. Next slide, please. So this kind of brings us back to our Purdue model example of silly diagram. And a quick lesson on zoning. So zones should be separated by firewalls. The connections terminated at each zone before traversing into the next one. So this means when your connection traverses through one zone, it should be terminated and reestablished, never crossing more than one at a time. So your engineering workstation, your operator workstation software should not have connectivity to the internet, or at least not directly. It should be filtered through a firewall or proxy before then, keeping in mind that malware could be proxy aware. So your update servers can live inside the DMZ, pulling down any trusted copy instead of having your systems reach directly out into the internet. And engineering workstations don't need to have email or internet access either. They could be secured off and not have that sort of routing capability. So one thing to check, can your equipment in ICS route to places it shouldn't? This can be tested by looking at local routes on the device, firewall or router configs, or if you're feeling saucy, you can do an outbound ping to something else. Something I used to check, depending on where, what your default route is just setting up a system on the internet that listens on all ports. I use IP tables, and if you want to know how to do that, just reach out to me. I can show you how to do that. And then run a scan from whatever protected device out to that host. Did it get through? Did it get through on any ports that you didn't think of before? You can test this anywhere in your environment. It doesn't have to be on the internet. You could put that host in the DMZ and test, basically any sort of connectivity that you're looking for. If you were doing a PCI test, you could technically do that there too. But if you want to be extra safe, just make sure that the sending devices, outbound ping, anything like that has no functionality to also get into the process. So that 40% that require user interaction or access to the internet to exploit should have no bearing on you and your environment. If your network is set up in the way that restricts that access, then they've got nothing on you. If your workstations can reach the internet and also into the process, then you might need to reconsider or redesign some of your architecture just to follow best practices. Next slide, please. All right, next I want to go into our Dragos process and how we assess vulnerabilities. I'll go into this a bit further. This is just kind of like the high level part. First, triggered by our sources, you can see in the little diagram, we collect whatever information we need to understand the vulnerability completely. We answer the 3 questions and then we prioritize them. All this gets fed into our report and our customers and then into the platform as well. Next slide, please. So what are our sources? There's an endless possibility of sources, but Reed, Sam, and I are only human, so we can't do everything. But first, we assess ICS advisories published in ICS CERT, but we also investigate products and assets as requested by our clients. So someone might be asking for us to look at something specifically, and we'll write it up. But we're also looking at existing vulnerabilities. We'll potentially find more. So we also look at any sort of researcher blogs as well as any of our own investigations based off of what we've got in our lab. So Reed's got a lab, I've got a slowly growing lab, and TVN's got one too. So just please keep in mind that we don't publicly disclose vulnerabilities that we find. We work with the vendors themselves instead. So next slide, please. Here are the 3 questions. So first we want to know what is the vulnerability. Then we want to know why do I care about it? And then we want to know what can I do about it? To answer these questions are extremely important when trying to convey to others how best to take action. But to answer them, have we gathered all the information we need to know about the vulnerability? Next slide, please. First, we kind of ask ourselves, does it make sense as it's written? We always read the device's product manuals, anything like that, and we look for clues on how the system is supposed to work. We look for devices on Shodan or anywhere else on the internet to see if anything is exposed, or we could pull more information about what ports the devices use, or anything like that. We'll also look up blogs from the researcher and even reach out to the person who found the vulnerability, because often actually they respond pretty well and tell you, more about what they found. So we'll also download the vulnerable software and try to recreate the issue. If it's hardware, we'll try to get a hold of it. Like I said before, Ree's lab has a lot of equipment in it, so I usually check there first. My collection's growing, but basically we'll try to recreate it in our own sense, and so that we get a clear picture and understanding of what the vulnerability is, and then we try to prioritize it. Next slide, please. And we'll kind of talk more about how you can prioritize in your own environment in a second. This is just kind of our process. So does the vulnerability actually affect the operator's view of the process? This could be like a denial of service to an HMI. Does it affect the operator's ability to control the process? This could be a denial of service to the controller itself. Is there a safety impact? This could be a vulnerability in the safety instrumentation. Is the CVSS score correct? And based off what we know about the vulnerability, like, does the score make sense? We go through the CVSS, I can't say S enough, scoring descriptions and examples to double check that the score matches the vulnerability, and when it doesn't, we correct it. Then we ask, where in the process does this product or device actually live? And that's when we determine what we think is the best spot in the Purdue model for it to live. And then we ask, like, can an attacker actually leverage this vulnerability? Or at least can we monitor it if an attacker tries? And then we check to see if anyone has actually leveraged it elsewhere. This could be looking at the proof of concepts that were already created, often correcting potentially broken ones, checking to see if our activity groups leverage them, and then communicate with our customers what's in their environment and what they've seen. Next slide, please. So our reports get prioritized with the Dragos threat score, simple color-coded systems, and so do our vulnerabilities. And in the vulnerability space, red means patch or mitigate immediately. Yellow is patch, or I guess that's orange, but patch or mitigate in the next maintenance cycle. And then green is within a year, kind of whenever it works out for you. Next slide, please. So I kind of want to go into a couple examples of our process in a more deep dive. So the first example is the Rockwell Automation Connected Components Workbench. This is associated with ICSA 174701 and CVE 2017-5176. So the source is ICS cert, pretty clear. So what is it? The Connected Components Workbench is a software suite used for commissioning and managing Rockwell PLCs, HMIs, safety IO modules, and other network connected IO modules. So the advisory states that the software contains a local vulnerability known as DLL hijacking. So why do I care? DLL hijacking is a pretty common technique used to inject code into software using dynamic link libraries, hence DLL hijacking. Certain DLLs get loaded into Windows applications when they start. So an attacker can control which DLL a program loads, often by placing them in the program directory folder. Then the attacker can inject code into the application, potentially causing a denial of service or other malicious code to run, even elevating privileges to system, potentially. So what can I do about it? To figure this out, we download the vulnerable version of the software as well as the patch, take a look at it. In this case, we created the classic DLL hijacking technique on the vulnerable software and then validate that the patch works. For the patch, though, we found that though the classic technique was fixed, several other injectable DLLs were still vulnerable. Next slide, please. Further investigation led us to some directories that were writable by normal users, which contain several DLLs that execute with system privileges and can be used for privilege escalation. We also found registry keys that normal users could write to, and in a few of these cases, the everyone group had full control. Adding new vulnerabilities to the registry could allow an attacker to change which URL the Connected Components Workbench actually reaches out to get updates from, or it could allow an attacker to point a system level service into loading malicious DLLs. So though they claimed that these were fixed in version 10 and 10.1, we were able to talk to them and validate that they were actually fixed in version 12 with all of this stuff. Next slide, please. So let's say you patch to version 10 or 10.1 instead of 12. Is there anything else you can do about it? And the answer is, but of course. So you can restrict permissions to files and registry keys. You can ensure that users with local login privileges do not have admin privileges. You can enable DLL hijacking protection, which you can find on Microsoft's website by adding the key ccw.shell.exe. And you can also manually update RS links instead of having it call out directly to the internet. Next slide, please. So next we talk about prioritization. So is there a loss of view? If compromised, the CCW system could change the basic settings of field devices, including network configuration. This could cause other systems such as OPC servers, HMI servers, and data historians to be unable to communicate with these field devices. In addition, an attacker could change fine-tune settings on managed devices that cause a loss of view, which operators may not immediately notice. Loss of control, though, the attacker could leverage the system to manage remote field devices, including changing device network settings, scaling factors, speed of drives, and configuration or logic of the controllers themselves. So this may result in both direct changes of the control outputs, as well as prevent an authorized operator from issuing manual corrections to the process. This gives the attacker a full ability to access all of the managed devices. But this is still considered just a limited threat because it's a local attack. So we would say not to bother necessarily with 10 or 10.1 unless they have the features that you're looking for. But to mitigate the vulnerability, you can install version 12 or just go through the list of like DLL hijacking and the other stuff we talked about. Next slide, please. So next we want to look at GE's communicator. So what is it? GE communicator software system is used for configuring and commissioning General Electric power meters. In this advisory, it says it's vulnerable to a heap-based buffer overflow or a malicious HTML file that loads the ActiveX control can trigger the vulnerability via an unchecked function call. What that means is, in order to exploit this issue, an attacker must trick a legitimate user into opening a malicious HTML file, either as a local file or from browsing the internet. Once executed, the attacker may gain access to the power meter configuration with privileges of the logged on user. So let's talk about how we can learn more about that in the next slide. So we download the software, install it, and we run some baseline tools before and after installation to see if any accounts, firewall rules, new services, or registry changes were made. And we open up the software and check netstat for any other listening services that might have started. And we also check which accounts those listening services are running as. So in this case, both the meter manager schedule software and the Postgres database service are exposed to the network, but are restricted by default because the Windows firewall rules get added on installation and prevent that access. However, if the Windows firewall is accidentally or intentionally disabled, these services are exposed to the network. The services may also be used by a local malicious user who already has access to the firewall, is not going to block that, to elevate privileges. So on both of these services, we found hard-coded credentials, and the meter management service was running a system. Next slide, please. But because the firewall rules are created by default to protect the services, we would actually say that this is an attack vector of local instead of AVN. So that would be sort of part of its correction. But several new vulnerabilities were identified when we looked at this software. And when working with the vendor to make sure that they are aware, we also, gave us all these CVEs reservations. So some of the things we were able to identify were the installer being vulnerable to DLL hijacking, which prompts the user for user access control, potentially also allowing elevation of privileges. But you can read these on your own time. Next slide, please. What can you do about it? You can patch version 4.0517, but if you can't patch, you can still ensure that the firewall is enabled and that no special exceptions are implemented for these services. You can monitor the network for suspicious activity on TCP 1233 or 5433 and enable a network layer for firewall. That way that, even if that one's disabled, at least nobody else can get to it from a remote system. You should also enable DLL hijacking protection, just like the other thing, only adding a registry key for GECOM 40172.exe, which is the installer, and comex.exe, which is the main application. You can also manually change the permissions on the unwise uninstaller so that authenticated users and users group don't have the ability to modify or write permissions to those files. So how do we prioritize it? If compromised, the communicator system could modify the logic for operating these outputs, or could change scaling factors so that protection scheme trips electric power either too soon or too late. This would be an indirect loss and would require additional effort on the part of the attacker to achieve. So we consider this still a limited threat because it's a local attack. Firewalls are in place by default, And I would say to patch on the next cycle or mitigate using these mitigation techniques. Next slide, please. So first, I kind of want to talk about the options or potential paths of course of action that you can take when dealing with vulnerabilities. So one, you can patch the vulnerability, provided the vendor has a patch for it, and patches could introduce new vulnerabilities, or as we've seen before, not actually mitigate the vulnerability. Second, you can mitigate the vulnerability in some other ways, such as restricting access to the vulnerable component or disabling vulnerable services that you aren't using. And lastly, I think this exhausts the list. You can monitor the network and host for exploitation of these vulnerabilities. So let's dig into this a little more. Please, next slide. So I'm trying my best not to go on a patching rant, but why do we like patching so much? And I think it's because a lot of us came from IT, myself included, and patching is something that we know, it's something we can work towards, we understand, we can measure our progress, and we can get pretty graphs to show management. And chipping away at known bad things, it feels good. There's something about that. But as Rob said in his RSA keynote, if you're patching more than 36% of vulnerabilities in OT or ICS environments, you're likely wasting resources. I encourage you to patch what you can, what vendors support, and what's been known to fix the issue. But in a lot of cases, these devices are insecure by design, and fixing the vulnerability doesn't protect you if the device can be controlled remotely, regardless of the vulnerable component. Next slide, please. So where have we actually seen vulnerabilities being exploited in IT or in OT, specifically not IT? And why do we care to patch or mitigate? CVE 2015-5374 was a Siemens Ciprotec relay denial of service vulnerability exploited by Electrum in the crash override attack. Proof of concept code exists, but when tested in our labs, we found the devices are sent a similar or the same communication when an engineer issues a firmware update command. This just helps us reiterate that accessible features of these devices can be just as disruptive as the vulnerabilities. And they do have a patch, which I haven't looked at, but this was the only known patch, or I guess known vulnerability before the attack actually happened that we have recorded. And then we have the Schneider Electric Triconics Tricon system, which doesn't have a CVE reserved for it, but you can read their advisory about the vulnerability. This instead was an arbitrary kernel overwrite used to escalate privileges. Executing the program to exploit the vulnerability requires no authentication, but the device in this case was left in program mode. The malware that was deployed has the capability to scan and map industrial control systems to provide reconnaissance and issue commands to the Tricon controllers. Their recommendation isn't a patch, but instead an equipment replacement to the CX version. And lastly, all the rest of the ones in this list were targeted HMIs in the Black Energy 2 event in 2014. In this case, there's no evidence the adversary attempted to modify, disrupt, or otherwise impact operations, but instead focused on information collection and enumeration only. But these devices were able to route directly to the internet and called out to command and control servers. So given that adversaries have been able to play in this space, and only one of which utilizing an already known vulnerability, I think it's important to note that attackers will always follow the path of least resistance. So the vast majority of activity that we see today is from living off the land instead of from exploiting vulnerabilities. Next slide, please. I'd encourage, instead of focusing on patching, but focus on what an attacker can do and what they can get from wherever they are. So you should only be able to get to OT through jump boxes. Controllers should only be modified from HMI or engineering workstations. You can make sure you restrict down access to only the stuff that makes sense for the function of each device and segment properly. You should always run scenarios and test assumptions on how your network is designed and where it should route to. Next slide, please. So for prioritizing known vulnerabilities inside your environment, first ask yourself, is the vulnerability actively being exploited? Is the proof of concept easily weaponizable? Is there a loss of view or loss of control impact to the process? And can it be exploited remotely? So at what point are you wasting your resources? If you've already segmented your network so that only things that are necessary can communicate to each other, if you've trained employees about malicious software or project files, if you've identified choke points in and routes outbound and are monitoring for exploitation on the wire, vulnerabilities associated to these are almost already taken care of. If you want to take it to the next level, understand and monitor from like a host level potential malicious project files that could get into the hands of engineers, basically. Next slide, please. And for everything else, there's monitoring. It's important to know when reconnaissance is being done in your industrial control network, and it's important that the tools that you have understand OT-specific functionality and design. Monitoring, when done correctly, can help your team understand the environment that they're protecting. which I think is key for combating any threats. It's also important that you capture the right information through effectively placed tabs. Visibility gives us insight into our process and a closer look into an adversary behavior that chasing vulnerabilities just doesn't seem to solve that problem. Next slide, please. So what I ask is for vendors and ICS cert to please include additional mitigation steps beyond patch information. Not everybody has the time or resources to do this sort of investigation, so we ask that vendors provide additional details for those who just can't patch. Next slide, please. And yeah, cool. That's it. If you have any questions, please ask the Q&A, and my contact information is there as well. If anybody has any, stories from the trenches, if you have them, just send them to me directly. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
This next presentation is brought to you from two SANS instructors and authors, Jason Deely and Jeff Shear. First, Jason Deely will be presenting on a couple of different attack approaches within industrial control system environments that we've sort of labeled the ghost in the network. And then we will transition to Jeff Shear when we move into the ghost in the machine. I know Viviana Ross from SANS has been putting out some fun facts in the Twitter posts, but one piece specific to this presentation. So very early on, when this idea for this conference got created and we started working down the path of a CTF, Jason Deely and Jeff Shear were both deeply involved in authoring questions and generating artifacts for level 1 and level 2 of those of the CTF for those who participated. Jason has been involved in preparing this presentation and getting everything ready. However, a course, a SANS course, ICS 515, was put on schedule, and Jason was assigned to teach that course. So he is currently teaching. And as I understand, the 515 course that Rob M. Lee wrote, those students were actively participating in CTF as soon as class ended yesterday. I know today is challenge day for them, so a number of them are watching. And to avoid any confusion, Jason took the time after class this week to record his portion of this demo. So we are going to try another first for SANS. We are going to show a couple of minutes of Jason setting up his demo via video, and then he will conduct the demo via video. Hopefully that all works. If it doesn't, we will simply have to skip it and move on to Jeff's component. So without any other further delays, I'm going to turn off my mic. I'm sorry, I'm going to turn off my my video, and then I'm going to move into Jason's presentation. One other item for Jason, other than a SANS instructor and a SANS author of ICS 612, he teaches 515 and 612. He's been in this industry for over 20 years. He is now a member of the SANS ICS team. His bio on the page here indicates his last role at Cylance. His previous role prior to that was with Rockwell as a system integrator for a number of years. With that, I will stop my video and hope this test works.
Hi everybody, this is Jason Deely. Jeff Shear and myself would like to take you through an interesting journey talking about ghosts in the network versus ghosts in the machine. Now, what do we refer to as ghosts? When we design these systems, there's a lot of complexities, integrations, and design decisions that are put into this stuff. And sometimes anomalies can appear to be just that. However, if we abuse the way these systems are integrated, we could potentially produce attacks that can look like normal control system anomalies and less like the attacks themselves. So what I mean by that is we can essentially bring in some very interesting methods as far as how we can hide or influence the actions of these systems by using the design capabilities that were brought in during the engineering of these environments. So I'm going to start with ghosts in the networks, and with that we're going to begin with control loops and talk about what a control loop is and the physical processes that they operate. We will then jump into a demo about control loops. We'll talk about safeguards. We'll talk about engineering, integration, coding, and deployment. using common approaches that are performed on these systems. We will also talk about how we can abuse design use cases and use them in such a way that they were not considered during the integration. We will then talk about sanitized inputs. We'll talk about how PIDs relate to the real world and how we can abuse those sensitivities. And then ultimately, in the end, we will talk about some of the network monitoring that can be applied specifically to this type of attack. To start, let's talk about what a control loop is. Well, if we look at your car and speed control of your car, you essentially have a control loop. We call it cruise control. Cruise control is set by a desired speed through the function on the steering wheel. And ultimately, that set speed is then controlled by the car or by the loop controller inside, measuring the feedback of the rotation speed of the tires and using that to decide whether the engine needs to speed up or slow down. So if we go back, where this began is essentially in a mechanical measures through a speed governor, as shown in the display. Same principle. We have a rotating shaft. In this case, it's a horizontal shaft directly off the steam engine. As it rotates, it spins a weight at the top. In this case, it's a couple of weighted balls. It spins those weight, and it's through kinetic energy and the rotation speed that causes those balls to increase in height or decrease. As those balls increase in height, they push down on the valve, which controls this control fluid, in this case steam, supply into the speed engine. So essentially, the rotation speed will self-govern the amount of control fluid or steam entering into the steam engine. As far as how the operator sets the desired speed is through what's called a speeder spring. So either through compression or release, the operator is able to set what that desired speed, and the mechanical mechanism is self-governing. In your car, on the other hand, you have what's called a PID controller, which takes the speed, or in this case, as shown in the diagram, is a flow of the system itself, whether it's the process flow of liquid through a pipe, and is able to compare that flow of the process value, that we call it, and compare it to the set point, which is set by an operator. And the difference between those two set point and process variables, the PID controller is able to adjust the control valve through electrical signaling and identify or be able to control whether the flow increases or the flow decreases to bring it to the desired set point. Of course, as systems become more complex, so do the PID loops that are used to operate them. So we may have a very tight system that has a required response time, because if we are too hesitant in our delay of bringing it to the appropriate temperature, let's say, it could cause a quality problem with the product. So we must tune the loop using the physical properties as how it was designed, the system's designed, in order to come up with the appropriate response curve and to avoid overshooting and oscillation of the system itself. Tuning may not be a hard science, but it's also not magic. There is an algorithm that is used, which uses proportional gain, integral gain, and derivative gain as the constants that are used to tune the system. We're not going to get into the details of that, but instead what we're going to do is we'll jump into a demo and we will walk through this together and show you how this could be abused. To get started with the demo, let's first log into the local HMI. The local HMI has a VNC server, so we can easily log into it through a VNC viewer. This will be a lot easier to demonstrate than trying to bring a camera to the actual physical box. To start, let's first look at the objects around the display and get familiar with what we're looking at. So we have a line ID. In this case, it's ML42. We have the maximum allowable operating pressure value that is depicted during the design of the mechanical system. In this case, it's 1600 PSI. We have a set point button for the operations in order to set a desired pressure for the system. We have the process variable. In this case, you see it fluctuating around between 808, 809. And that's coming from a pressure transducer 1101. So it's a label associated to a specific transducer in the line. We also have a control valve. In this case, it's CV1. The control valve right now is running in auto mode, so it is controlled directly by the PID loop. We have in a manual mode option, so we can adjust the percentage of the control valve. And on the right-hand side, we have two trends. The top trend is showing a yellow marker and a green marker. The yellow is the set point, and the green is the process variable. And in the graph directly below it is the graph associated to the control valve. So to begin with the first attack, let's first understand what the normal operation would be. So an operator would be able to open the set point window and select a set point that they desire the system to operate at. Right now it's set for 800, so they can put in a new value and hit enter. We can also see that in this window, we have a value of between 0 and 1500. Notice that the 1500 is well below the 1600 PSI. So what happens if we try to add in a value of 1600? Well, because of the operation of the HMI, we are denied. We are not allowed. It's a hard set value on the HMI software developed by the engineer to prevent an operations from incidentally or accidentally going beyond a preferred value or a preferred amount. So we can only put a value in that it makes sense as desired by the controls engineer. So we'll just put one in. Next, we have the manual mode button. And in the manual mode button, we can see that we have an ability to take it out of auto, which in this case immediately stops the operation of the PID loop controlling the control valve. Before we saw a nice smooth curve that was going down, coming from the control valve, which is now been disabled simply because we are putting the control valve in manual mode, meaning we are overriding whatever output is provided by the PID loop. From there, we can then set the percentage manually to what we desire, how much percent open we want the control valve. In this case, we set 50. Once we are complete with whatever reason we put it in manual mode for, we can then put it back into auto mode, which immediately will go back to the set point and allow, back to the PID loop to allow operation of this control valve. This may be a function that's used in diagnosing a system. It could be a function that's used during startup, testing of the operation of the control valve, and so forth. It's not something that's generally used. However, there are maintenance purposes and there's use cases that make sense. That's why they have this. However, when they choose to use a control valve in manual mode versus letting it run in auto, there's certain conditions that have to apply. So it's not something that can be used with, or should not be used with just arbitrarily, adjusting things. So what if we were able to bypass the HMI and directly write into the set point value? So in this first attack, we're going to just put a set point value to the tag and say, you know what, I want you to go to 1900 PSI. Well, the controller, the PLC, is receiving that value. It does not have any means of sanitizing inputs, so it doesn't have the same blockage that the HMI has to prevent the tag from being set higher than 1600. Again, that's because the set point value in the HMI button is controlled by the HMI. It's not controlled by the PLC. So you could potentially put logic in the PLC that could sanitize those inputs. However, that is something that has to happen after in certain scenarios, and it's an extra function that needs to be performed during the engineering and deployment of these systems. In this next example, we were talking about this control valve. What if we were to bypass the HMI in this case and go through the various steps to set the control valve? As we saw when we were functioning it, we had to disable auto mode by putting in manual mode. We had to then open up the window, the numeric entry window, and provide a value associated to the control valve position we wanted it to be, hit enter, which in turn send those tags down to the controller. So there's actually two tags that get sent to the controller in this situation. There's the percentage open, the manual amount that you want. There's also the manual and auto mode is also another tag sent to the controller. So if we wanted to automate this through another bypass attack, we would essentially need to just directly write values to the controller and manipulate the same actions that we took. So in this situation, we're setting it to manual. So we're setting that tag, and we're also setting the tag to the percentage we want the control valve to be opened by. So we'll just cancel out of that and let the system recover back to where it is. So in this last one is a little more trickier. Those previous attacks, they're essentially just using or abusing the fact that, you know, we intend, as we design these systems, we intend the operators to interact with the system through the HMI display that we've provided. We don't really expect people to bring in their own Python scripts and start operating them on the system. When you think of this from a forward-thinking engineering standpoint, it's looking at it from, we have a level of trust in how the users are going to use the system, that they're going to use the tools given to them. So it does leave ourselves exposed that, you know, attacks coming off the network at a local level could potentially directly interact with the same tags by bypassing also the permissives that were given in through the HMI. Those same permissives or allowances and restrictions are not necessarily programmed in the controller. There might be other mechanical methods that prevent some of these actions from happening. However, the point being is that we have to recognize that as a controller sitting on a network with a number of tags inside of it, potentially all those tags are available to whatever software or service is running on that network to interacting with it. So in this last situation, if we look at how the PID works and in the same kind of function. So we have here is a PID loop instruction, and we've said, you know, it's got the process variable is a tag, right? The control variable is also a tag, so that's the variable going to the actual control valve, right? Inside the settings of the PID loop, we have a proportional gain setting. We also have the integral gain and the derivative time. So these are those values, those constant values that go into the math equation to determine what the appropriate control valve operation should be to bring the system to the desired set point. So even though in this window it doesn't look like these things are tags, they are actually tags. This entire instruction and all the variables inside of it are tags on the system. So what that means is that if we don't consider these things when we engineer, potentially we expose ourselves such that somebody may be able to interact with those tags remotely off of the network. So in this next situation, we are going to just arbitrarily throw in a value into the proportional gain. And what that does is it puts essentially the system into an oscillation, whereby it's a little extreme in the situation because I don't have the physical system behind it. I'm running off simulation. So, but the extremities are not too far off as far as what's happening in the system, is it's continually oscillating, trying to find the stabilization of that set point. You can see where the script stopped and immediately everything recovered. But if I let that go on for a continuous point in time, there is only so much duty cycle that a control valve can operate under, in which case it could have sat there and continued to oscillate. If I blinded the operator through some man-in-the-middle attack, the system could essentially cause the control valve to fail. If you set that to a operator pressure value that's undesirable at the same time, and you followed that up with breaking the connection to the controller, you've essentially set the system into itself, break the control valve, physically cause problems, issues to the product, amongst other things, and lose remote visibility as well as local visibility of what's happening. So as you can see, it's not a desirable outcome in the end. So how do we, what should we be doing to look for, ghosts on the network? It's not too much different than what we already know, which is we really want to bring in network level monitoring. We really understand, fundamentally the first thing we need to understand is what is allowed to talk to what. In this case, we can see that we have two IP addresses communicating SIP to the same device. So if the .10 is the PLC, we have a .30 and a .90 communicating. If we did a baseline earlier, we would have found that only .30 was actually communicating to the PLC, .30 being the HMI. However, in this situation, if we came back and looked at it compared to baseline, we would have found that not only was .90 a new device communicating to it, but also in this situation, it's using a different protocol or a different part of protocol in order to communicate. That would have stood out also by itself and been really concerning. Now, there's other situations where if I was to abuse some of these pathways, I could potentially hide those values within the same type of traffic if I was able to get control of the HMI and arbitrarily change the values of how the HMI operates. Essentially, it would still look like normal traffic from a network level. It would have looked like the HMI was talking to the PLC, and it would look like those communications were happening over SIP. So the point being is network monitoring will definitely raise the bar, but sometimes just looking at the source and destination and the protocols in use may not be enough to actually definitively understand what's happening in the environment. So as you get smarter and you're doing network security monitoring in these environments, also understand the adversary is going to have to work harder. So you have to prepare yourself for a deeper analysis on what's happening and what's normal and not normal inside these environments. So with that, I'll pass it over to Jeff. Thank you.
First of all, I wanted to thank everybody for spending their most valuable resource with us, and that is your time. I know it's been said before, but I know everyone has a lot of things they could be doing, and sitting here with us and learning about industrial control system security is quite important, but again, I wanted to thank you. So we've got a picture up here, and when Tim and Jason and myself actually started talking about this particular demo and this particular talk, Jason and I were kind of off in the corner, and we said, you know, when we get into lines or machine behavior, a lot of times there's so many strange things happening that it's hard to baseline quirky. And I will give you a particular quirky baselining. I have one car in my family that is about a 2016. And what I end up doing is, because I live near Phoenix, it's hot, I push the remote start button and I let the car cool down. And I go out there and I unlock the door, I sit down, and my phone will not attach. And so my standard operating procedure of quirky is I turn the car off, I open up the car door, it drops the power to the radio, I close the door, I start the car back up, and my phone will attach. And so we deal with quirkiness, whether it's in your car or your air conditioning unit or whatever. And so when you get into these kinds of machines, there is just a lot of quirkiness, and it is hard to actually baseline quirky. So why I'm telling you this is that when you have an event, such as what happened popularly in Stuxnet, you might wonder, why wasn't the owner of that equipment doing something about the first one that failed? And if you run around a factory long enough or do any kind of integration work, you realize that you're never done with product development, and you're never done changing the program or making something better. And so with that said, quirky lives in all these machines. Second thing is that every machine is like a individual, in so much as that I was involved with a program where we built 16 machines for IBM, and every 16 of them had the same bill of material, and every 16 of them ran differently. So just like snowflakes, just like people, machines are actually quite different. Second thing is, I'm not going to assume that we are all familiar with how planned environments work. So, and why I say this is, I worked with probably our nation's top analytics company, and they assume that plants build their own equipment. And in most cases, that is incorrect. Most of the time, equipment comes from original equipment manufacturers or OEMs. And these pieces of equipment are brought into a facility to do a particular operation to a good and keep moving it along until the finished product is done. I have had the opportunity. I started with my first OEM in engineering at 19, and 36 years later, I am still working with OEMs in the community. Right now, I'm mostly involved with some of the food processing industry. And as you look at that picture, in the right-hand box is a picture of myself, and in the green box is a picture of my buddy Brian Bender. And this was one of the particular OEMs that I worked for. And by that time, I was probably about 24 years old, and I had been shepherded and mentored by a lot of good people to the point where at that young age, I was able to design electrical panels, design electrical systems, program the PLC. I have a mechanical and hydraulic background, so I was able to work with Vickers Hydraulics to help design the hydraulics that you actually see on this machine. And so these particular machines, this one went to a major North American OEM, a North American car manufacturer. And so they order equipment from us. And I'm here to tell you two things. One is that the machines keep evolving. So a certain vintage of machine will have certain vulnerabilities or certain quirkinesses to them. And second of all is you're just never done. The last thing I want to tell you is that when you put these machines into plants and with these different vintages, no plant is ever the same, ever. Machines are not the same. And so what you might find vulnerable on one piece of equipment might not exist on another. So we keep evolving them. And then the last story about this picture is if you look in the middle of that beige machine, there is an orange block. And that orange block is part of the safeties. And passing through that orange block is a shiny metal ratchet bar. And it's got teeth in it. It's cut out like a ratchet. And so what you have to do as kind of a last-ditch effort is test all of your safeties under actual load. So Brian and I started to exercise the safeties. And as we closed that moving platen, we dropped the safety dog, and the safety dog itself actually worked. But wait for it. Off the top of that safety bar, off that ratchet, about a 5-pound piece of metal sheared off and went through the roof of the building that you are seeing right there. So Brian and I laughed, and then we realized how dangerous this was, that if it hadn't flown straight up and poked a hole through the roof, that it could have actually killed somebody. So each one of these machines are mechanically driven by our programmable controllers. And so therefore, whenever I do safety or security assessments, I go and I talk with the customer, I talk with different actors that we're gonna go through here to figure out which of these mechanical systems are the most critical, and therefore those are the assets and items that we actually need to produce a safety and a security program around. So turns out we could not use that safety bar design because it actually ended up being a weapon to throw something through the top of the roof. Next slide, please. So if you have a takeaway from this discussion is that if you target the right mechanical systems or critical processes through automation, then you can actually manipulate mechanical systems and have an effect, be it good or bad, on the assets and the automation that you're actually controlling. So the mechanical system is the jewels of this whole talk. Next. So to understand a piece of equipment or understand systems that you actually need to defend, you have to look at the total engineering scope. So you're going to end up talking with customers, your process experts, your mechanical and electrical engineers, and then eventually you're going to end up programming it. And that's kind of what we get interested in. Each actor has some idea and some golden jewel to kind of mine out and understand what's going on with that machine or process. And you should understand what's critical. So that last machine, I could actually take it down by disabling the lube system and not letting anyone know, or overpressuring the RAM and actually bending the tie bars. Or in this particular case, I could disable that safety system and send that piece of metal up through the roof. Next. Next slide, please. Thank you. So who's involved with the machine design? Ultimately, the customers vote with their wallet. They tell you what kind of product they're trying to make or what process they're trying to do. And so therefore, you actually listen to them, and then you get the process experts and the mechanical engineers together to actually build the machine. Mechanical engineers have a distinct advantage in so much as that they work with physical objects, physical properties, chemical reaction, flow, versus the logical objects that we work with. And some of my favorite stories is I have designed hydraulic manifolds before, and not very well. But if you put the drill holes, you drill the manifold and you put the holes too close together, then you actually can put too much flow through it, and it creates this harmonic sound that we used to call merry melodies. And the issue with the mechanical engineer is if they mess up, they end up normally rebuilding or re-scrapping the piece that they've been working on, whereas us programmers and electrical people can kind of take our mess ups and actually do it. Now, the downside is that we don't have a really good formal way of gathering requirements and making sure that we have programmed a system to what these customers and process experts and mechanical engineers want us to. Next. So electrical engineer, again, is going to tell you fuse sizes, wires, and all that other stuff. And then eventually the automation programmer is going to take all that information and try to make sure that they have actually programmed the right thing and programmed the thing right. So that is difficult to do. And as Jason and I and Tim were talking about for this talk, a lot of times you'll end up with these little anomalies, and you consider those as typical machine operations, when in fact it could actually be an outside influence causing something like a Stuxnet effect. Next slide. So let's look at how the PLC works just from a simple architecture discussion, so that it will kind of set up the discussions about the manipulations that we're actually showing in these 4 demos. Next slide, please. So this is a drawing that was started through Rockwell Automation and Cisco Systems in their converged plant-wide Ethernet documents. I was actually part of those teams, and I have liberally used them here as the backdrop. And what I'm trying to show here is that the genesis of a lot of the data comes from the control system. So it starts from a PLC, it starts from a sensor, it moves it up into some data warehouse, and then that's where most of the folks who are the SANS audiences or typical computer resource people, they start to really understand and put their teeth in it. In our particular side of the world, we understand that this is where the data can start to be corrupted. I remember one time being on a plant floor of a large truck manufacturer, and they had written about 300 pages of security, I'm going to call architecture and best practices. And as I was on the floor, it took me a while, but I figured out how to manipulate the number of trucks that they had made that day. And so I could literally make a truck disappear through the data genesis that was coming from the lower system. So be aware that the higher level systems are only as good as the data that they're consuming from the lower levels. Next. So with that said, Jason gave the demo of what happens if you manipulate on the network. Down at the machine level, the PLC will respond to good or bad inputs. It doesn't matter. So there are some drum beating and saber rattling at this point in our lives, where we're looking at, can instruments actually be affected to produce outputs to the controller to cause bad product quality and so on and so forth? The answer is yes, it absolutely can. Likelihoods and probabilities are the things that we argue about, but is it possible? The answer is yes. Next slide. So let's look at this simple block diagram of how most programmable logic controls or process automation controllers are actually architected. If we start at the bottom left, there's a block called I/O. And so we're going to read inputs and write outputs based on the logic that we actually solve. In the right-hand side, that's called non-I/O. That's where our human machine interface, HMIs, traffic comes in through. And at the top is the code execution engine. And that is where we write code, and a lot of people kind of spend their time writing and analyzing code and looking for vulnerabilities there. But there's something really important in the middle, and that's what we call the data table. And you can call it the data warehouse, or you can call it memory allocation, whatever you want to call it. But it's where, after the results of the logic has been solved, it sets those variables, and then it will end up writing those variable correct states out to the outputs. So let's walk through that real quick. Next slide. So first, in a normal operation, we would read the inputs, and number two, we'd hit it again. And what we're going to do is we're going to update that data table. So we're going to say, here's our current snapshot of all of our inputs, be it an analog value or be it a digital value, like just a simple switch or push button. Next, number three is we're going to solve that ladder logic or structured text or function block logic. Next. And we're going to put those new values back into that data table or that data warehouse. Next. We're going to actually update that I/O image table, and we're going to write those new output values or hold the last output values to the actual physical devices. Next, please. So what we don't often think about is what would happen if I would just write to the data table and let the architectural actually update the logic based on false values, or the I/O table actually update as false values as well. So go ahead and hit the next one. So we're gonna actually show that now. So we're gonna show some demos, and we've recorded the demo. These are not live. Again, we wanted to make sure if something happened to me, if I got hit by a beer truck or something, that Tim and Jason could carry on. But as we look at the demo hardware here, we've got a couple of PLCs, we've got an oven, and we've got a temperature transmitter. So let's break this down so we can kind of understand it. So first is the controlling PLC. There's a human machine interface, or HMI, in which a normal operator would see the status, write and interact with the breakers that we're going to point out here in a second. And then the PLC is actually going to execute the code, and we're going to talk a little bit about the code. And it's going to solve the temperature loop to control that oven, and it's also going to control the breakers at the right. So next. So again, kind of rehashing this, the PLC is going to control the breakers at the right. You're going to see in the demo where they flip open and closed. And then the oven in the last demo, we're going to show how we turn that oven off and on. For those of you who have been to ICS networks, that oven should look familiar. To date, we've put through 2 ovens about 1,200 cookies. So I'm proud of you guys for eating cookies. In this green bubble, we're showing that we have indicator lights, so we can show a misinformation between the actual indicator lights and the HMI display. And then last but not least is we have a thermocouple. So I drilled the hole in the back of that oven. I wired that thermocouple to a HART transmitter, which is a protocol. And then it goes to that Allen Bradley PLC to be interpreted for the actual temperature. So continue on. And then last but not least in this demo hardware is I want to show you that PLCs can attack each other, and it's harder to understand even if you're monitoring the network. It's going to look like normal traffic unless you have a really good baseline or something that can pull those packets apart. So go ahead and hit the next. So let's look at the logic before we give the demo. On the very right-hand side, anything that says the word local in this particular nomenclature means that it's going to be a real physical thing. So on the right-hand side in the red, there's a closed pod breaker. So when I energize that, either by pushing the push button, pushing the HMI, or in our class, we use a useless box switch to actually flip those. Again, it's very straight logic. You wouldn't think anything could really mess with it other than the logic being on the left-hand side. And then down on the right-hand side, there are the lights. So based off of the left-hand side that says real physical inputs, I'm just strictly looking at the inputs and driving the lights from those. So it doesn't get a whole lot simpler than that. Next. So what's interesting about this is a lot of times the PLC vendors will give you cross-referencing tools, like where is this output actually used? When I ran the cross-reference report from this particular tool, it says, hey, there's only one place where you're actually writing to that output, and it is destructive. There's in that second to last column, it says destructive. That means I'm actually writing to it, solving the logic and writing to it. And I see the description there. So technically, when I sort of look at this, I think, it should only be written from one place. Next slide. But what I've actually done is I put some logic in there, and I can move entire words over top of output bits, and it becomes harder to actually see it. The other thing is that many vendors have done things where they say, hey, don't allow these particular bits to be written from OPC or from external. What most vendors have issues with is that they don't stop the writes directly to the outputs themselves. And again, it's by design. So I'm using this as a means in, I'm using it as a way to kind of hide from some first level recon. And so let's actually take a look at the demo and how this works. So there's two demos in this first video. The first one, I call it PLC in the middle, because most of the demos that you see is somebody gets in between a switch and an HMI, and they send Python C3PO commands, and they watch that and they say, okay, that's good. I'm just using the PLC to kind of eat itself. And so I'm going to cause a misleading representation of what the breakers are actually doing and what it's showing on the enunciator panel, and become intuitive, obviously, here in a second. And then the second demo is to actually flip the breakers and cause it to not correspond with what's going on. So I will talk through this demo, and Tim, if you could play that, I sure would appreciate it. So controller in the middle. So here is the live running system. I'm going to show you that I'm using VNC to show that HMI in the middle. And what you're going to see is I'm going to poke the open button, and you're going to see over at the right, there's those little green indicators moving up and down. So if you watch that on the right-hand side, I pushed it open, and you'll see those little green indicators change. So again, I can do close, and you'll see the green indicator on the breakers go, and the red lights happen. So here's the hack. I'm going to use that output bit march to actually start writing over the outputs. And the HMI is still looking at the inputs, and I'm using those output indicators because that particular logic is the last one in. And I'm just doing a bit march pattern to show you that I am causing confusion between what's actually happened and what an enunciator panel would do. And in most cases, people would trust the lights more than the HMI. They would think, no, these are just hardwired. So I'll turn that off, and now I'll show you that that can be done from this attack PLC on the left. So now I'm just going to write directly to that output image table, and we'll see what happens. So we see that the outputs are flipping on the lights. And again, it is an asynchronous write from the PLC on the left to the PLC on the right. I still have full control, but I have a very confusing interpretation of whether do I believe the lights or do I believe the HMI. And again, if I look over at the right-hand side on the breakers, they are not flipping. So we'll turn that all off and let it resume to its normal situation. So again, we've shown where we can cause the enunciator panels to look different from both a local and from a remote place. And the remote place is much harder to find. Tim, next slide, please. So let's talk about flipping the actual physical breakers themselves. So this is a little bit of fun. I need to set something up here on my end just a second so we can all play in this fun game. All right, Tim, so if you can play that. Tim is much more clever. Before you hit this one, Tim named this music to your ears. So the idea is that you're going to see me write from a very remote place right to those breakers, and it's going to play a tune, and I want you to try and guess what that tune is. So go ahead, Tim. So this is, again, the VNC viewer, and you can watch the breakers over the right and enunciator panel. And then what I'm going to do is have you guess the tune, and then I will give you an ultimate hint here in a second. Dun, 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 dun. I think you get it. So the idea here is that if you saw that the breakers clicking at that thing, you would know that the Death Star was near, and things aren't looking too good. So you can stop that demo if you want, Tim, and we can go to the slides. So again, to kind of recap, we've caused misinformation locally from an enunciator panel to an HMI. We've done that from a remote place as well, and then we've actually operated the breakers from a remote PLC and kind of did it to a funny little tune that is known as the Imperial March, or Darth Vader's theme, whatever you want to call it. So now last, we want to talk about what Jason was alluding to, or actually he did a great job describing, is a PID closed loop controller. But what he did was he manipulated that from a network. So I want to talk you through this oven demonstration and how we can manipulate the sensor to actually do our bidding for us and cause the PID to go and burn the oven up. So on the starting left to right, if you look at this function block, there is an actual temperature PIDE underscore PV, or process variable. There's a set point, which is SP. And then on the right-hand side, there's a control variable CV that goes to a split range time proportional output, which we could use for heating and cooling. But Tim, hit the slide once. If we break it down to what you're going to see is there's a thermocouple that's in the oven that's wired up to a HART transmitter. And HART transmitters and many other transmitters can be configured from near field, which is what you're going to see the demo that I do, and simply because I'm too cheap to buy the next variants, which are, there are Bluetooth variants, and then there are flat out wireless variants. So this attack that I'm going to show could actually have happened from a very long way away. I just happen to be too cheap to buy an expensive HART instrument, and I just show it using near field with my phone. So what happens is, once I read the temperature, and if my temperature is equal or above my set point roughly, then I don't have any output. And so I leave the AC off to the oven. Hit it again, Tim. Then if I am blackout Skeletor on the right-hand side, and I recalibrate in step number 1 and go over there and effect in step number 2, and I tell it that its range is different, I can make the actual temperature drop, which then in the right-hand side turns on the output. And then step number 3 is I leave the outlet on and I burn the oven up. So this is what this demo is. So go ahead. So yeah, a number of bad things are going to happen here. So go ahead and play the demo, Tim. So here what we see is we see my phone on the right-hand side, which is going to read that HART temperature. We can see over the right-hand side where the cursor is moving, I'm at 148 degrees. And my oven light, nor is that little lighted plug in the bottom on, because my set point and my actual are close enough that they're not turning on. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to tell it to go read the configuration out of that HART device that's sitting on the DIN rail. So you're going to see my hand move close. I'm going to go read it, and I will upload the values from that sensor. And again, this could be Bluetooth, this could be full-on Ethernet, wireless, whatever. So I'm going to change that upper range, and I'm going to bump it up to make the temperature seem like it's colder than it actually is. And what you're going to find is I'm going to put that phone back down on the sensor, and I'm going to recalibrate those values, and you're going to watch the actual on the left-hand side change to 89 degrees, to which then you will see the output of the oven and the output of the cord actually turn on. And so now we would actually overheat that oven. And Tim, you can stop that demo right now if you want. So in conclusion, you need to understand that the automation systems are really just there to drive the mechanical system. And if you really want to understand how to compromise a system, understand the mechanics. Monitoring does provide that first line of defense, and it's really possible to do it. As you get lower in the architecture, it becomes harder. And your security program should not exclude talking to the actors that include those critical systems, especially mechanical. And then last but not least, doing code reviews on the PLC side is a lifesaver. So I appreciate your time, appreciate your attention.
Earlier today, JD raised a great question in his presentation. Are we taking full advantage of the technologies and security controls we have today? And from what I'm seeing from a lot of the assessments that we do at Dragos, the answer is no. And in my presentation today, I'll be talking about 5 simple things that companies with ICS security programs can do during the slowdown period without access to vendors or travel to come out of this whole situation stronger than ever. Of course, these things alone that I'm talking about today do not make an ICS cybersecurity program. They do enable incident response. They do enable threat hunting. And when I have an ICS architecture assessment or a penetration test or ICS red team in your environment, that team can spend their time and energy focusing on the more interesting issues and problems, rather than burning time and documenting the same old findings that they see everywhere. And as a result, you'll get better return on investment from these types of services. And furthermore, if an ICS targeting adversary breaches your network, these 5 things will make them work harder. It will make them sweat and have a bad day in general. It will make them do things outside of their comfort zone and increase their chances of getting caught or detected. And we want the adversary to have a bad day. We want them to have to explain to their supervisor why things are taking longer to break into the target network than they expected. And we want them to lay in the bed, staring at their ceiling, questioning their life choices that made them target infrastructure that puts their fellow humans' lives at risk. So let's jump into it. Next slide, please. So, oh, there we go. Perfect. So really this presentation is based off a lot of the recommendations we have from some of the most common findings that we see when we're doing industrial penetration tests for our customer sites. And these findings are really universal across verticals. So we see the same findings in oil and gas. We see the same findings in energy, and we see the same findings in manufacturing. And they're all very, very common. We're seeing limited or no visibility into the ICS OT network. When we're doing these assessments, the blue team is often unable to detect us or see that we're there. There's a lack of separation often between the IT and OT user management. Organizations are often sharing credentials across multiple machines. And once you get a hold of those, you're able to kind of have free will of the network. We often see routable network connections into the operational environment, which is intentional in most cases. Most people, they need access to that data. They need it in their IT environment so they can run their business. And a lot of the adversaries we see have been able to find direct routes into the ICS networks from the internet. So next slide, please. So what I'm proposing is a rapid self-check, doing some of these activities on a regular basis to help shore up your cybersecurity program. A lot of these things are low cost or easy to do, and they can be done without the need for any support from a vendor or third party. And it really helps organizations to take ownership of their ICS security program, getting involved and looking at ways they can reduce risk on their own, which I think is just so important. Next slide, please. And of course, these are things that should be done regularly, not just a one-time activity, but operationalized into a regular event. Next slide, please. So let's start off by talking about firewall rules. This is something that we often will evaluate during our assessments, and we see a lot of the same findings across industries. What we often see when we take a look at these firewall rules is a lot of unintentional access between the corporate network and the operational network. We'll often see temporary firewall rules. One thing that what we like to say is there's nothing more permanent than a temporary firewall rule. And I think that's certainly true. A lot of these firewall rules are put in place during initial commissioning, during the initial setup of a control system, and there they stay forever until we come along and discover them. Also, Tom Van Norman talked about the importance of isolating your test networks or your ICS lab environments, and that really reminded me of a story that I heard from a customer a few months ago, where they had a simulation network that was routable. They could route traffic into their production network, and the worst day they ever had was the day they loaded the wrong program into their lab environment and started sending packets into their production network, which opened up, I think, 87 backwash filters and flooded their basement with about 6 feet of water. So you want to make sure that your lab environments are isolated from your production environments, and really understand what's going in and out of your ICS firewall. And it's not that difficult to do. There's a lot of tools you can use. There's commercial tools or free tools that you can use to evaluate most firewall rules. And it's just a matter of going through those rules. You can dump them out of your firewall and then just go line by line, rule by rule. Can we justify this rule? What does it mean? What's it used for? Who's using this? What are the comments in that rule? And you really want to identify those interactive protocols that allow remote access, like SSH or Telnet, remote desktop, even things like SMB or WMI can be used for remote access. So you want to watch for all these things and make sure you can justify or lock down their existence in your firewall rules. Next slide, please. So there's a couple tools you can use. Nipper is one that's a commercial tool that's quite good. The other one that's free is the SolarWinds firewall browser. And you can download this, and most firewalls I've encountered, it's able to read the firewall rules and put the data into a nice tabular format that you can quickly parse through and evaluate those rules. And talk to the people involved, the engineering team, your vendor, to ensure that these rules should exist and are absolutely necessary. So this is what that firewall browser looks like with a set of firewall rules here. You can see there's some interactive protocols there. Next slide, please. So another major issue that we see when we do our assessments is access management. So over the years, we've seen more and more Active Directory get implemented into ICS environments. And Active Directory, it's a wonderful tool for managing users and passwords and really creating some connective and more easier to maintain connections between your OT and IT environment. It really solves a lot of the old problems of shared passwords and weak passwords in the ICS environments that we've seen previously. But the issue we have or we encounter with these Active Directory environments in ICS is they're usually poorly maintained, or almost everybody's a domain admin, or there's many overprivileged accounts. So once somebody gets in there, it's very easy for them to move around and cut through that network. So what we find when we're in the ICS network, we rarely need to use exploits. We rarely need to use anything too technical to move around the network. Usually we're able to just collect credentials. We're able to pull passwords out of memory, find passwords that are laying around the network in shares, and use those passwords to move throughout the network and do what we need to or what we want to in that environment. And we see this from a lot of the adversaries that we track as well, that often exploits aren't necessary. They're able to just move through the environment using the existing credentials and work off the environment, much like the engineering team would. So what can we do about this? You can use a tool called Bloodhound, which is free and open source, to evaluate your Active Directory environment in ICS. It's actually pretty easy to use and very powerful. It uses graph theory to map out the connections and the trusts between your groups and users in your Active Directory environment, so that you can understand where your risks are and what how any particular user could go from 0 to hero, from a regular user right up to domain admin. So it's something that adversaries often will use and look for ways to escalate privilege in the Active Directory environment. And it's something that we should be using on our own environments to understand where those risks are and understand where these overprivileged accounts are. And there's other Active Directory enumeration scripts and things that you can use as well that are free and fairly easy to set up. So next slide, please. So here's an example of what Bloodhound looks like. It's very easy to run. You execute it on any one of your machines in that Active Directory environment, and it is able to query all the endpoints from that single position, from that Active Directory server, and get a map of your whole network and the trust relationships between the users and groups. And then visualize that using GraphQL, using graph theory here. So we can see these relationships and kind of unwind that yarn ball that often is created in Active Directory environments. Next slide, please. So another common issue, part 2 of access management, is the credentials we find laying around. And we often see this from the adversaries as well when we're looking at DFIR reports or incident response reports or threat intel feeds. We see adversaries are often dropping a lot of these post-exploitation tools. And a lot of these tools are just grabbing passwords from memory. They're things like Mimikatz, LSAS dumping tools, Mimikittens, the Nersoft suite of tools, Session Gophers, just things to pull passwords from various components, from various tools on the network and on that endpoint. And then using those credentials, they're able to escalate privilege and move laterally in those environments. And this is something we actually incorporated in our level 3, level 4 of the SANS CTF. There's a lot of post-exploitation tools that we see adversaries use, that we used in our scenario as well. So what you need to do is understand how you're storing your credentials, where they're being stored, and how easy it is for an adversary to pull those out of memory. And you can use that, use the same tools that the adversaries are using. So things like Mimikatz are fairly safe to run in your environment. It should set off alarms. It should create some alerts in your environment. So it's good to just kind of test that. And then seeing what you can pull out of memory, how vulnerable you are to that kind of LSAS dumping attack is good to know. And there are ways you can harden your system against and protect against those types of attacks. So it's good to understand how you would be able to detect these tools, what they look like when they're used, and how that exposes you to risk. Next slide, please. So here's an example of a Mimikatz credential hunt. So you don't need to have any software running on your environment to do this type of attack. All you need to do is open up the task manager from an administrator account and then do a dump file of your LSAS. Next slide, please. And from that dump file, you just need to copy that to a computer off your network, a Kali Linux box, or whatever you may have that has Mimikatz. Run the Mimikatz tool and then pass in that LSAS dump and see what it's able to pull, what kind of credentials it's able to pull out of memory. So it's a good exercise to do. You don't need to put any software on your ICS environment. You're able to run that without doing that. Next slide, please. And here's another tool called Session Gopher, which is able to look for a number of different credentials stored by different pieces of software like WinSCP or Windows Remote Desktop, and pull those out of the registry and the hard disk and other places, so you can see what other credentials are being exposed. So this is often one of the first steps an attacker will do once they get onto an endpoint is just grab as many credentials as they can and see where they can use that on the network. Next slide, please. hardening. Now this is one of the major issues we see across the board, where for a number of reasons, hardening hasn't been taking place on Windows endpoints within ICS environments. And this really makes it easy often for adversaries to pull memory, pull passwords out of memory, and do man-in-the-middle type attacks, and move laterally through the network without much resistance. So just doing a little bit of hardening can go a long way. And we did see there are some tools you can use. One actually written by Don Weber, who presented earlier today from Cutaway Security, which I really love, is called CHAPS. It's a PowerShell tool, configuration hardening assessment PowerShell script, CHAPS. And you can run that. It's designed for ICS endpoints. You can run that on the endpoint, and it'll provide a nice report about ways you could harden the system further. There's other tools available as well, like the Microsoft Security Compliance Toolkit, which is free, the SIS tools and STIG tools, which are more like commercial tools, but still will do a great job identifying ways you can harden your ICS assets. And of course, before you make any changes on these assets, you really want to make sure that it's not going to impact that system, that the vendor is okay with those changes. So there are some complexities around implementing these hardening changes. But you want to make sure that you're not going to introduce any operational risk by doing those. But by implementing these changes, you really make it harder for the adversary to cut through that network. Next slide, please. And I want to give a quick demonstration of what CHAPS looks like. It's just a PowerShell script. You run it there, and then it gives you a nice list of ways you can further lock down your environment. Next slide, please. And it's kind of a pass-fail style view. And it covers a lot of the common hardening issues we see, like WDigest and LLMNR. A lot of these things we see in ICS environments today, really because often the operations team or the engineering team didn't ask the vendor to implement hardening or to implement security as part of their design of the system. So these things never really were turned on. You kind of have to ask for that security to be turned on, or ask that, or add those standards, or dictate what you want as far as security is concerned when you're deploying these projects. Next slide, please. So logging is a very important part of any industrial cybersecurity program. Of course, earlier today, Rob Lee said, when we're building an ICS cybersecurity program, we want to start with incident response and kind of work your way back from there. And centralized logging is an important force multiplier for both incident response and threat hunting activities. And Sergio also mentioned in his presentation that within incident response, we quickly run into walls where there's missing data, where we're having trouble collecting data. And this is where centralized logging, just putting all the logs in one place, can really make it easier, and ensuring you're collecting the right kind of logs. Just the default Windows logging is not going to be very useful for you. Configuring your logging appropriately and centrally managing that is a really important step. Now there's tools like the Windows Event Forwarder that's free, and it's a feature built into Windows that allows you to forward all the Windows events into a central Windows management machine. So that's pretty easy to implement and doesn't cost anything really other than time. But of course, a solution like Splunk would be ideal. Costs a lot more money, but it gives you that visibility and the searchability through those logs. And this is one of those security controls that plays an important role in both detection and response. And again, Don Weber's Cutaway Security tool, the CHAPS, can also provide you information about your logging configuration. It can show you where your gaps are on what you're logging, if you're logging PowerShell, if you're logging WMI events. It makes sure that you have these more advanced logging features turned on, so you can actually capture events that matter. Next slide, please. And here's what that CHAPS output looks like, with some of the Windows logging events there listed as well. If your PowerShell is turned on, what kind of modules are enabled, what the size of those logs, what the rollover looks like. So a lot of these basic checks that you should be doing in your environment can be covered by this script. Next slide, please. Now, network visibility. Here's another critical control. As industrial penetration testers, we are frequently able to operate within these environments undetected and unhindered, as one of the inherent problems we have in this industry is a lack of visibility into our ICS networks. Quite often, Windows logs aren't being collected. They're not centrally monitored or managed. In other cases, we encounter ICS networks that do have centralized collection, but they're logging the wrong kind of data. They're not logging data that's valuable. Sometimes we encounter IT-based solutions that have been deployed in ICS environments that aren't very effective at monitoring them. And these IT technologies are effective at stopping IT attacks, but not really capable of detecting or understanding ICS-specific tradecrafts. Now, JD stated in his presentation that detection is a must, and I agree. It's very important to be able to detect an adversary in your environment and understand what's going on. And he also stated that one of the first steps of creating an ICS cybersecurity program is to identify what matters and what you need to protect. And network visibility can actually help you understand what's in your environment, where those assets are, and that way you can prioritize their protection. Often we still hear that people don't know what's in their environment. They haven't identified all their ICS assets as the plant has evolved over time. So network visibility is another one of those controls that supports both detection and response capabilities in your environment. And what can we do about this? How can we address network visibility? It's good to start off small and just understand what networks you have, understand where you might tap in, where you might install taps, or you might configure span ports to monitor this traffic, even on an ad hoc basis, even if you want to collect a PCAP once in a while just to do some offline analysis. I think that's a really good way of getting rolling. Doesn't cost you much money, doesn't take too much effort, but identifying those hook-in points where you can collect this data is a really good first start. And then creating a procedure around the collection of network captures, or using some tools to evaluate them. Of course, the ultimate solution is to deploy something like the Dragos platform, where you can have that real-time visibility and threat monitoring. But there are other tools you could use just to view the data, like Network Miner or some of the Dragos community tools. Next slide, please. So Dragos has released a few free community tools that you can use to provide visibility and asset identification in these environments. Sophia has been around for a number of years, and that's a very powerful continuous asset identification platform that we purchased and have released free to the community. And then CyberLens is a very old product that Dragos developed several years ago and then stopped developing to focus on the Dragos platform, which is the big brother of these two products. The code base is completely separate. It's a different product than Sophia and CyberLens. But these two products, using them in combination or just one or the other, can help you get some initial visibility, can help you start to go down that journey and start to build upon your capability for network visibility. Next slide, please. So here's what CyberLens looks like. It's a great way of taking a PCAP, capturing that PCAP, and then rendering it to show the network flows, to show the asset IDs and how they're interconnected and play through the traffic over time. Next slide, please. And of course, the Dragos platform is another solution. That's our primary product at Dragos. So we've got to talk about that. And it provides more of a holistic approach to network monitoring and threat-based detection and intelligence. And that's it. Next slide. Thank you so much.
I'm going to go through a number of things, and I would say kind of through these 5 areas that I'm going to talk about, kind of the scope of what's in discussion as we're looking at incident response and what an attack is. That's going to become an important conversation that we have later, the definition of an attack, the scoping, the gaps that we're seeing, the identification kind of maturity and variables, as well as the operational response, much of that is irrelevant on what industry we're talking about, whether it's oil and gas, chemical, water, natural gas pipeline, or electric, and regardless of what kind of geography we're talking about as well. The last box on the regulation side, that is really only kind of 4 or 5 slides that is US specific and kind of North American specific due to the cybersecurity regulations that exist there. The one thing that I would say is there's also beyond our borders and kind of beyond our electric system, there's an entire ecosystem of people who work on that, support it, possibly own or operate elements within North America on the electric system side, or they're in the vendor community that is creating software, hardware solutions that support those assets. So even if there is regulation that is specific to North America, there's a tremendous ecosystem outside of North America that is impacted by those items. So without any more delay, we will get into scope of kind of what is in the universe that we're discussing here. Those who participated in the CTF, you've heard kind of Purdue model references. You've heard a couple of references throughout our presentations on stage 1 or stage 2 types of attacks. An adversary kind of moving through these various network segments to get down into level 0 kind of sensors, actuators, or manipulating industrial control systems at level 1. We've shown you a couple of demonstrations of doing that, network-based impacts, as well as getting in and changing configurations of devices physically through wireless communications or near field, or getting in electronically over the network to reconfigure some devices, modify some logic, and make them kind of eat themselves and destroy the network from within. As we've referenced stage 1 and stage 2, the stage 1 element here, you see the little note on the bottom in super tiny script that that is trademarked from Lockheed Martin, kind of the concept behind the cyber kill chain. It has been expanded upon by Rob Emily and Mike Asante as they looked at that cyber kill chain and had discussions around it and started working on a paper. I had the benefit of being the behind the scenes guy that Rob was talking about to go through and kind of create some of these graphics and work on the elements that were going to be in that paper. And that paper is highly referenced throughout a number of SANS courses, throughout a number of different topics and conversations at industry presentations, because it expands on the component that is the Lockheed Martin cyber kill chain. This, as you see it, the reconnaissance, the targeting, the delivery, the C2, and the enablement kind of moving into the action phase. Again, looking at that kind of IT, data at rest, data in motion, or data in use, and what an adversary could do. The concept that Mike and Rob were really struggling with was, yeah, but even if they perform these actions top to bottom, that doesn't do anything to close a valve, to make the lights blink, or to impact the operational environment in any way. So they developed a stage 1 and a stage 2 of this kill chain that is specific to industrial control system environments. The things we're not talking about is all the stuff that really does just stay at stage 1. So all of the non-targeted, all of the IT, traditional malware, ransomware, intellectual property theft, general compromise and manipulating systems. That is not the scope of this DISC SANS ICS conference. There are tons and tons of industry IT related conferences. The piece that comes into play here is it's looking at those initial foothold and the initial compromises. It becomes a little bit cloudy in determining what is the intent of the adversary or the actor, and are they trying to simply move this stage 1 element so they can move beyond into stage 2. So that's where we start talking about some of these other items. So looking at an adversary that has achieved kind of stage 1 points of presence, however, they're using that as their launch point to begin to manipulate from the corporate, from these trusted networks, down into operational technology environments. Also attacks from partner networks, third parties that connect in, support vendor networks down into the OT segment. That again, kind of, you can't simply ignore the higher levels of the network, because that is generally where adversary from a remote, from a partner, from a third party, or from your own corporate will begin to do some actions and discovery in the earlier stages of stage 1. Moving down into the environment further, again, looking at kind of the support services that are offered for patch deployments, for read-only data historians, for management and leadership view of operational performance and tuning, looking at maintenance and troubleshooting components that are up at that level, where they're pushing antivirus signatures down into an environment, or they're pulling logs out of an environment, kind of that four-legged firewall where you have a DMZ that handles egress traffic and you have a DMZ that handles ingress traffic into the lower levels of the environment that are secured higher. Those components of kind of stage 1 are in scope of what we're talking about from a OT incident response, because you will see a lot of these types of attacks targeting OT, some level of presence and DNA up in the higher level networks. Moving specifically into the stage 2 industrial control system elements, this is where this concept of gaining access and simply finding a vulnerability to exploit could simply cause a denial of service event, for sure. But if you have a specific effect that you're trying to achieve, you really need to spend some time living in that environment to understand how it's configured, how it's operating, what permissives and overrides are in place to allow you to do what you need to do based on the effect you're trying to achieve, and really, really understanding it, getting to a point where you can test and validate, and then ultimately working into the attack phases where you're delivering, installing it or modifying it as needed, and then executing that attack. This is generally where you'll see down into the environment more at the facility environment within the supervisory control and data acquisition networks, or across kind of plant or field remote deployments, depending on the communication networks. But you will also see highly targeted devices here, meaning an engineering workstation, which has all of the software generally that you would need to help build that understanding of the operational environment, has all the network communication paths, and in some cases the serial or analog communication paths down into the devices. So it becomes the pivot point that you can launch and do a number of things from. It also, when you're using that workstation to reconfigure or to understand or interact with those lower level devices, in many cases it looks normal. So it wouldn't appear as anomalous. However, if you were doing some level of kind of threat behavior analytics and seeing that the communications are coming from higher levels first into that engineering workstation, and then the engineering workstation is actively communicating down, that would be the component that you could potentially trigger on and identify. Using those devices to send and manipulate commands through the field devices and through the networks, also again, kind of at this stage 2. Moving down into the devices themselves, if you're not getting to them from above, from the higher layer networks at the launch points, potentially having some supply chain issues, either on the build, on the ship, on the support, integration and operation. A number of things are kind of being talked about around the world in this, this phase currently, especially when additional communication channels exist. Looking for those exploits, potentially trying to cause a access event, a denial of service, or specifically manipulating what the device is doing based on system conditions. Ultimately looking towards kind of some of the attack campaigns that have been talked about here that are specific to our industry, whether it's Ukraine 2015, 16, 17, Trisis event, any of the non-targeted events that had some operational impacts. That's truly where you start to see some of this combination attack that gets very, very scary for a lot of the folks on this call. Finally, kind of the sensor to sensor, Jeff had demonstrated some ability to go in and modify some scaling factors on devices directly to manipulate how they operate within an engineered and designed system that could cause some issues. Modifying them through the data tables of the industrial control system devices that they're connecting to. So you're not necessarily touching the logic itself. You're not necessarily manipulating these sensors or these kind of digital assets that are deployed throughout the field. And you're not manipulating anywhere on the network communication paths either. You're causing that manipulation within the device. Again, kind of looking at this model, you have to say, how did they get to that device? And if 95% of that time they're getting that device through the network, then I would spend 95% of my capital budgets, O&M, and my workforce looking at that spot. If there's a smaller interdiction element in supply chain or risk of a vendor integrator being manipulated, intentional or unintentional, in causing those effects, then I would spend less budget, less kind of focus your resources where the risk is. So that's kind of the scoping of what we're talking about, which is pretty important as we move into the gaps, as we look to the gaps specifically. So again, we're not talking at the IT levels here. We're talking about the IT into OT, or we're talking about the OT specific. So in these two kind of timelines across, let's walk through the top one first. It's really just a review of the two multi-stage ICS kill chain that we just walked through. So from a stage one command and control component, moving into that kind of industrial control system environment by escalated privileges, taking advantage of trust relationships, and getting into that stage two capability development at this element, working towards attack validation, working towards attack delivery, making any necessary adjustments and modification, and awaiting an execution point. Down here, kind of the defender actions. So the common IT security controls that exist, whether you're ISO, whether you're cybersecurity framework, whether you're NIST, whether you're any of the things that you heard about from Jason Christopher earlier this morning, all of the things down here within the corporate IT business network environments that in many, many cases through a targeted attack are doomed to fail. There will eventually be a method to gain access at the higher level networks if it is a targeted attack. Additionally, kind of traditional ICS perimeter controls, again, targeted attack, and given the amount of time of some adversaries within an environment, being able to find a trusted communication path or find a way in is truly a matter of time as they continue to map some of those perimeter controls. And in many cases, those perimeter controls are routers with ACLs or something that are with current tools and capabilities of some adversary nation states and threat actor groups. It is definitely a path in. The traditional kind of ICS asset hardening and controls, to the degree that they're available, it is a question of whether they're being used and implemented by the asset owners and operators. And in many cases, the devices are built for purpose device, meaning taking any cycles away from the real-time operating system to do packet validation or security components. Many of these devices are built with the expectation that they will be secured around the device physically and electronically. They are not built as a security device. Moving towards kind of situational awareness and data protection, again, you're working across a lot of different stakeholders in this space. Their awareness of ICS, industrial controls and process environments, plus cybersecurity capabilities, threats and vulnerabilities, plus operational knowledge, plus kind of monitoring and threat hunting and detection. You're asking a lot of people to have a lot of knowledge in this space, so easy for things to get missed. And a lot of these environments are unmanned, unstaffed, so it's difficult. You hit a point where if you've made the investments and kind of you're looking, if a tree fell in the forest, I know this comment was made earlier today, if you're looking and if you're listening and you actually detect something, now you start moving down the path of isn't an incident or isn't an event, is a misconfiguration. You declare it. Then you move into kind of containment and eradication, where you start to find what is the risk of operating in contested territory and decisions that need to be made within some operational environments. Are we putting the physical assets at higher risk by doing unscheduled shutdowns and unscheduled maintenance so we could perform the containment and eradication? Or is it lower risk to leave it compromised or contested depending on what the particular malware is? And that's putting a lot of responsibility on the team that's making that decision, that says, oh, this is just configure, it's only going to do X, Y, and Z. Making sure that they are signaturing that correctly and they understand the intent and they understand that that is all that's in the environment. The fact that you've discovered configure in your environment should be an indication that there's probably other things there. So making that risk assessment that it's just configure, we're going to continue to operate contested, that should definitely be challenged. moving into recovering operational integrity and kind of getting back to this true mode of operation, the real point here is kind of looking across these kind of compromise to detection gaps, looking across the detection to containment gaps and the containment to remediation. These are all things that everyone on this call needs to focus on and say, how can we make these gaps shorter? How can we reduce adversary dwell time in these environments? Because the longer they're there, the more capabilities they will develop for a stage 2 attack. Moving towards identification. We have about 20 minutes left, so we're halfway through. Moving towards identification. So this is an area where historically there has been lots of gaps. I'm going to highlight a couple of things here. This is a slide that I used in a presentation that Rob and myself did a couple of weeks ago. But mainly what I want to talk about here is just this history of, in a lot of these environments, there was only capabilities to do collection on hosts, to do some level of analysis and do some level of detection. Over time, kind of system vendors and the network infrastructure within these deployments, we started to gain the ability to have network tap capability and limited port spanning within some of the industrial switches, where you could kind of pick 1 or 2 ports that you were going to monitor and that was it, without kind of making the original equipment manufacturer nervous that you were overloading the backplane and you may miss a scan or miss an important operational data transfer that could potentially cause some issues with the equipment from a safety or reliability event. And kind of doing some of these higher level cybersecurity detection capabilities many, many years ago would immediately start having discussions around safety and warranties. Now we've kind of progressed into a model where if you are running on newer systems, newer meaning in the last 10, 12 years, you're past this point of limited span and you have some visibility and you're moving towards kind of more robust capture, real-time network collection. You likely are starting to see so much data that now you have aggregation nodes and multiple collectors. And someday you may move into an integrated SOC where you're looking at IT, OT, operational alerts, and physical alerts, and really trying to take that data set and push it back down to the operators of your process so that they could use that information in their decision making. Along the lines of, from an electric sector perspective, they're looking real time all the time at all of their system telemetry, but they're also very interested in other data feeds like temperature, humidity, storm tracking, that they will begin to take that data set and inform their own operational decisions. To say, based on storms coming through or based on system capacity or based on X, we are not going to do the planned work that we were originally going to do, taking a unit down or ramping a unit down or doing line maintenance. Eventually, in kind of the Shangri-La world, you know, everybody's sharing data. You would eventually get to a point where operators are saying, based on the cyber alerts and the cyber activity that we're seeing at that plant or at that substation or at that compressor station, we're going to move to conservative operations and not do performed work, not do kind of scheduled maintenance, and until we resolve the matter and we investigate it. To get to that point, you have to have a lot of steps to get you there. And that would drive and be specific to each entity, looking at their existing capabilities. Is it something that they have a couple of people on a team that they're going to add this responsibility to? Or are they going to add some minimal staff or really expand out their staffing levels? And based on kind of that XY axis, that would lead you towards what tools and what solutions might work in your environment. So simply taking data sets and running a bake-off against 20, 30 different companies and saying this company saw more of this or this company saw more of that, that's not going to be directly relevant to your environment unless it's your data sets. And you also have to decide what you're trying to detect and how many people and how many data collection points you will have in the real world when you go and deploy it. Otherwise, you may very well likely find yourself selecting a tool, deploying that tool, and then being very unhappy with it because of your own capabilities on this axis, how much data you're seeing and what you're doing with it, and your own capabilities on this axis based on your staffing levels, the training that they have, the tools, and how you're architected. So kind of looking across these different tool categories of network whitelisting, threat behavior analytics, and anomaly detection. I'm not by any means saying one approach is better than the other. I'm saying based on where entities are currently and what their current investment from resources and what that balance looks like, you may find yourself that the smartest thing you could do is look at network whitelisting because you don't have any staff and you barely have any data sets. As you move forward in a more kind of capable environment with dedicated teams, you may find threat behavior analytics is the place to be and to live for some time. If you have very specific threats and needs and you have a tremendous amount of data that needs to be looked at, a system that needs to be tuned, you really, really need to fully understand your operational environment with full collection across the board, and you have lots of people focused on this and working on it. If that is the level of risk of your environment and you have all those capabilities, then you may move up to some other tool sets. Looking towards kind of the adoption of this, we've had a couple of trend lines here. First being the just growing, ever-growing digital assets within industrial control system segments across from the early to mid 80s to today. Looking at the industrial control system protocols and moving away from kind of proprietary protocols into traditional protocols. And we saw sort of a dip in regards to kind of traditional routable protocols in some industries like the electric sector, because there was some regulation that was specific to, if it's non-routable protocols, then certain requirements don't apply. So you actually saw some companies tearing things out for a period of years here in this dip and moving more towards analog and serial. And then you saw a new paradigm of those standards and regulations come that really made some of that work limited in effectiveness for regulatory reduction or completely irrelevant in other cases. Along the same lines, you saw that same trend with remote access. You saw a dip, and kind of with detection, you've seen it lagging for a number of reasons, whether it be one vendor is not fully warranting or providing access, or the network infrastructure equipment hasn't been upgraded or modified, or you've got deployed environments where you have multi-vendor solutions operating and getting kind of everybody singing on the same song sheet in regards to what the asset owner wants to do takes time. The piece that is of growing concern to me is all these arrows here. In the COVID timeframe, a tremendous amount of critical infrastructure started adding remote access capabilities at a much more alarming rate than what would have normally been planned, deployed, tested, validated, ensuring where people are remote connecting from and ensuring those assets meet certain criteria and they're in a managed way. And because of that strong movement rapidly, we need to start seeing that rapid trend line for detection also going up. I don't know that the world is going to go back to I don't know that this trend line in gray for remote access is going to dip down once people start returning back to work and kind of the global pandemic heightened levels of crisis start to reduce. I don't know that you're going to see this kind of shock back to the way it was pre-COVID. And if that is true, and that's an accurate assumption, then we need to see the same rapid growth and adoption of detection capabilities as well to meet it. Moving into the operational response component here. Thinking about this from kind of the operators at these plants, at control centers, kind of whether it's control centers or control rooms or just operational personnel, and looking across these kind of attacker objectives of causing loss of view, loss of control, or moving into denial of view, denial of control, denial of safety, and in worst cases, kind of manipulation of view control. So if this is an attacker objective list and options within industrial control system space, this is more of a kind of aligning that to operator current capabilities within the sector. Currently, the existing emergency operation orders, general orders, kind of planned procedures that operators have at the ready are generally fairly well defined plans for a loss of view event or for a loss of control event at a smaller scale, a couple of sites or a couple of units or a couple of parts of the process, and for shorter periods of time. They are fairly well defined and prepared for that type of event. When you start to see kind of the denial component, that's when the plans generally don't completely address the events when the systems are available, but they don't perform the functions that the operator is requiring of them or expected of them to do. That's generally where things start to get harder for an operator to do their job that they've been trained to do for years or decades. Moving into the worst case is, this is the piece that we saw with Ukraine 2015 and Ukraine 2016. In going back from that incident response, working within asset owners and operators across North American electric system and other countries, is the final component. The plans definitely, and the training of the operators definitely, do not address the events when the system is available, but someone else is in control of it. And that is kind of our biggest challenge as we look forward to incident response and operational response and the preparation phase of that, in training the operators in how to manage and maintain their system in a way and move towards an integrity level when someone else is in control of it. So how quickly they can detect it, how it can be designed and engineered to prevent a catastrophic effect even when there's a successful attack. Looking at this operational response, so taking kind of the traditional IT preparation, identification, containment, eradication, recovery, and lessons learned phases of an incident response action, but looking at that from an operational perspective as well. So the system operators that are in control of your process or of the electric system or the natural gas or refinery or chemical, they're continuously trained to ensure system reliability and how to respond to emergencies. When storms come through, when terrible things happen, how can they be prepared and respond? The cyber operators supporting all of those underlying technologies, all of us, we need to be trained in the same way. And we need to integrate those individuals and knowledge areas into a common response. Best way to do that I've seen throughout my career is kind of this practicing IR through exercises, and not training the individual, but training the team, and doing that at large scale within your group, then within your organization, then within your industry, then across kind of the sector where you support. On the identification side, this ties back to earlier slides where looking at your capabilities of consuming that information and level of workforce and team available to kind of respond. So really understanding your own risk and what levels of evidence acquisition and analysis that you need to enhance, or looking at external information feeds from providers, managed service, or industry information sharing and analysis centers. On the containment side, thinking about the attack from the effect. So looking at what was done or what is currently occurring that you're aware of, and then walking backwards and saying, where would an adversary need to be in our operational environment in order to do what they're doing? And being able to quickly isolate that system or those components in a way that will provide some level or capability for you to isolate that control. On the eradication side, truly this is an area where you just continue to move back and forth between containment and eradication, because there's a general tendency and trend to celebrate wins, meaning we found Conficker. At the next scheduled unit maintenance window, we got rid of Conficker off of all assets. All units came back up. It's been eradicated. It's been contained, and everyone's happy. The recovery is done, and the lessons learned marches ahead. The piece that is really the question of, you identified Conficker, meaning Conficker got into that environment. Did you identify how it got into that environment? And are you sure that's the only thing that got into that environment? So ensuring that root cause or initial infection point is really, really important. Otherwise, you're going to continue to think you're having additional incidents when you never really resolved the first. Moving towards recovery, again, this is something that exercises will really, really help, but focusing on regaining integrity of the control system is probably the most important component. Recovering individual cyber assets, recovering individual digital components, as we've seen in Ukraine 2015, Ukraine 2016, any kind of misconfigured device or a device failure, in many cases there is capability to move to manual operations and to continue to provide a reliable, resilient system or product to customers. but regaining the integrity of those cyber assets could be a very, very long road. Lessons learned, again, feeding into information sharing and ensuring that you are actually learning lessons, not just observing them. So you observed that an attack did this and caused this effect, but what did you learn from it that is actually going to prevent it is key. Looking at general operations, part of one of the roles that I had in a previous life was training system operators, not providing the training directly, but being in charge of that training program and watching kind of what they had to do for continuous education, using simulators, using dispatcher training environments so that they could practice the way they play. We could capture storms, we could capture a number of different things, replay them for the operators, and then they could walk through how they would have responded. The planning and analysis that goes into system operations on a daily, hour-to-hour basis, absolutely key. Looking at kind of their ability to shed load in an electric system environment so that they can maintain some capability to service customers and they can rebuild from. Emergency operations, this capability to kind of, we're all running one shared system, critical infrastructure, key resource, sending workers from one environment to another to assist, and looking at when it all goes down, having very specific asset capability to rebuild from. So in an electric generation perspective, commonly referred to as black start, having the ability to start a generator and be able to provide power through a cranking path to bring up other generators in that system. The reason I bring this up is really all of us in the industrial control system world are here to support operations, and looking at how operations has learned and developed and grown over years, we should learn from them. We should do all of these things that they're doing, add the word cyber in front of it, and that is what we should be doing. Cyber contingency analysis. When this device fails, what is the next greatest contingency that will inhibit us from providing the service we need to provide? Cyber failure planning, conservative operations, the ability to do cyber load shed, where we could sever based on a system condition or a level of an incident, what systems are able to talk, what trusted paths are engaged, and have a variety of different rule sets to call in based on the current understanding of a situation. Cyber black start, kind of thinking along the lines of, if all of your systems are down, including your systems that have your backups on them, what assets will you use to recover from and begin to operate again? And cyber mutual aid, kind of the thousands of people on this call and the industrial control system cybersecurity community that we are all part of, the willingness and ability for us to share lessons learned, share information, and help each other has never disappointed me that everybody is generally here for all the right reasons and very, very mission focused. The last element, and I only have a couple of minutes left, will be regulation. So for those of you not in North America, for those of you that don't care about electric sector, I only have 4 minutes left, so it's not going to bore you to death. But again, there are many other countries, many other parts, not just asset owners and operators that are impacted by this. I believe in one of the earlier presentations, there was a discussion about the importance of definitions. And here there are actual regulatory definitions. While they may not be the best, they are better than anything we had before out of the electric sector, and they are better than most other sectors who do not have regulation for cybersecurity. We do have these definitions now. Previously, asset owners and operators were allowed to define what an incident was. Now they are, as shown here, a cybersecurity incident is a malicious act, suspicious event. It was a compromise or an attempt to compromise the electronic perimeter or the physical perimeter. Or it disrupted or was an attempt to disrupt some level of cyber asset. A reportable cybersecurity incident is something that has done those things above, and it's done them in a way where it's impacted a reliability task, meaning power generation, dynamic response, voltage control, balancing, situational awareness, all the things that the operators do using those tools, using those cyber assets, using those digital components. If the digital components are disrupted, compromised, and attacked, but it doesn't cause a reliability impact, then it's not a reportable cybersecurity incident under these two current definitions. So to show you that in pictures, for those who are not really familiar with these definitions or North American electric regs, if there wasn't a compromise of a physical perimeter, somebody broke into a control center, or an electronic security perimeter, they breached the firewall, and they actually disrupted the BES bulk electric system cyber assets, that is for sure a cybersecurity incident. But if it did not cause any effect on power generation, dynamic response, any type of situational awareness or balancing, or any of the control center functions, then it wouldn't have been reportable. And this is something that FERC had concerns around. And there's been a lot of conversations along this line of, if we're not getting reporting until something obvious happens, that seems like something we should expand on. That seems like something we should pursue further. And conversations would occur along the lines of, how many reportable cybersecurity incidents have happened to date? And if the answer continues to be 0, and then at the same time, other Intel organizations or other events are happening that would seem to lead to believe that there should be more things being reported, this level of concern just continued to grow. So in light of that, when there's a problem, usually regulation will come to fix it. And this change is coming starting January 1st next year. So this new SIP 008 will be coming, and it will impact all electric sector asset owners and operators within the bulk electric system of North America. The additional changes here is the reporting component, where you will now be reporting compromise or an attempt to compromise, where before that reporting wasn't required. You will need to include a minimum reporting detail, a couple of different reporting timelines. And in addition, you are not just reporting to the Electric Sector Information Sharing Analysis Center, you are also now reporting it to DHS NCIC. With those reports, NERC has been tasked with developing summary reports up to FERC on a frequency. So looking at some of the items here, the initial notification needs to include the functional impact, which some may or may not know, depending on what the attack is. The attack vector used. In some cases, that could take weeks or months to determine. The level of instruction achieved or attempted. And that is a place where there is a lot of ambiguity. Because if something was attempted, you don't know from the adversary perspective what their ultimate goal or target was. So determining what that was, it could be difficult. The initial notification within 1 hour of reportable cybersecurity, or the next day if it was just an attempt. And then continuous updates every 7 days of learning something new. So predicting the future here in my last couple of slides, if this is a normal network architecture, entities are going to either develop a very, very specific definition of what the term attempt is, because it's not defined for them. So there's going to be a very focused definition in their own policies of what an attempt is. Or there will be an approach that I've called a firewall sandwich. So there will be new firewalls implemented outside of the in-scope firewalls that will have the same rule sets. They're truly providing no additional cybersecurity capability. It's just a new perimeter that any misconfigured device, any type of attempt, any type of an alert that occurs at those outer firewalls that are not in scope of this standard, those would not require reporting. If it's allowed through that firewall to the next, and then it's a attempt that is rejected, denied, it's a scan, it's a probe, it's generally something you would want to filter out at the layer above. But if it does in fact get down to that next layer, then it would trigger that the next element, which is how does the entity define the attempt word. And last, without taking either one of those steps of either a really specific definition of attempt or some type of firewall sandwich architecture modification, the result would be a very, very confused industry with lots and lots of reports going to the NCIC of every single attempt, every single scan, every single deny, or lots and lots of research and teams going out to validate or verify whether something was an attempt or whether it was a misconfiguration. tons of noise will generate for this, and it's going to be an environment that we all have to kind of mature in and understand what this means. There's one last thing that I have to mention. I know we're at time, but today a new executive order to secure the U.S. bulk power system was signed. There's some things here that are going to take some time to walk through. So for certain, this is a focus kind of on suppliers and hardware and software that is used within bulk power throughout the United States. There is already a NERC regulatory standard for those same asset owners and operators and vendors and the stakeholder community that is coming into effect, which is SIP 13. There's going to need to be some review of any level of conflict or any level of duplication or concern across those two different directives. Also, there's going to need to be some understanding of the intent and scope around achieving this implementation. Whether it's for new systems coming in, it's for existing systems, how existing systems can be kind of moved into the intent of this executive order. What this means for non-bulk power system assets. So things that do not meet the threshold of 100 kV and above from a transmission level or from a generation capacity. However, they're still connected to that same common system if this has any downflowing impacts against those equipment vendors, hardware or software components. The cyber operational components, this is certainly where there's going to be a lot of discussion. Is this purely targeting and meant around transformers, which some of them have cyber digital components and controls directly tied? Is it around generation assets and specifically the suppliers of the physical components or the controls components as well? And throughout the order, there is some references to monitoring, which would lead you back towards some of the cyber assets that are used to operate these types of assets. Last, our electric system doesn't stop at our border. So this executive order applies to US, but we are interconnected across Canada and parts of Mexico that we will need to understand what that means for other parts of our bulk electric system, bulk power system that are not US, and for what it means for some unique conditions where you have foreign asset owners or operators in control of assets within our borders. Looking towards the cyber components and the monitoring components and kind of especially down in the bulk power system areas, there's some reference on the Department of Energy site to a kind of development of a vendor list or a provider list. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see where that goes in regards to which countries might be on the not approved list, how far they go in regards to where a company is headquartered versus where the hardware is manufactured versus where the software comes from. Our supply chain across this environment is very, very complex, and developing an approved provider list and an approved country can get very, very challenging as those who are on this call that are here because they know Dragos or they're here because they know SANS. Products and the platform that Dragos makes, I believe they are, and Rob can confirm this, but I've looked across kind of this suite of vendors. I believe they're the only ones that are US. So depending on where this goes from the perspective of provider lists and provider countries, it could be a very good day to be Dragos. But a lot remains on this. It just came out today, so the entire industry is going to be watching it. With that, I think I am at time. My contact information is here. All these sessions are recorded for those who joined late.
We're going to talk about the Net Wars ICS Challenge. John Lavender, who is one of my co-founders and CTO over Dragos, as well as Austin, are going to step through the answers of the level 3 and level 4. Level 1 and level 2 was made by Jeff, Jason, and Tim on the SANS side. It'll still get released out, but seeing how we had Austin on here and John, who are intimately involved in level 3 and level 4, and it was built on a live range, it was a more complex scenario. Wanted to make sure that we could walk through it for everybody. Before that, though, we need to announce winners, and I don't make you wait through all the answers to figure out, I got that one right, I got that one wrong, how many points did I get? We'll go through the winners first, and then Austin and John will step through it. So next slide, please, sir.
This will be the teams. So
All right, so the team winners. All right, so here we go. So first place was the Equinor team. So then crafty Norwegians, man, they powered through too. I was so impressed with all of the teams, because I was expecting, we built this and it was an 8-hour CTF. We were all expecting people to jump on for 2, 3, 4 hours at different points. The top winning teams were all start at and then powered in 5, 6, 7 hours straight into the competition. Fantastic. The K-Pasta Zombies and Taco Bell is a COVID vaccine, which is something I didn't want to have to say out loud. So here's the deal. They're tied for second. Technically, one of the teams took more hints than another, and that's usually how you determine who got second. Instead of actually going and doing that rule, what we're going to do instead is say both are second, and so both are going to get the prizes, and Nora team is now the third place team. So first place is Equinor, tied for second is K-Pasta and Taco Bell, and third place is Nora. And then hopefully you can find your teams on there and how you ranked as well. So congratulations to those folks. Tim, why don't you tell them what they won?
So it was going to be the members of Team 1 and Team 2. We're all getting ICS challenge coins. As Rob pointed out, first, second, and third, because there was a tie, all members will be receiving a challenge coin. Normally, we would all be in a room together. We would applaud you. You would come up, take pictures with the scoreboard, and we would hand you your challenge coins on the spot. We will need to ship these to you. So for all members, we'll be using whatever email you registered with to contact you and obtain shipping directions. And then we will send those out. So if you used a bogus 7-second email and you're on Team 1, 2, or 3,
too bad.
Please find a way of contacting us, and we will verify you were in fact on that team with your other team members to avoid other people just sending us emails and saying ship it to this address.
Perfect. All right. So the challenge coins or anything else? I thought we were throwing in some
That is it for team.
Viv will throw in some polos. All right. All right. So first place and the rest on individuals. Tim, over to you.
This is the big one. All right.
We actually had some switch because there was changes in the last hour by quite a bit. So Tim, why don't you walk us through it?
Okay. So all 10 individuals, first through 10, will receive a ICS challenge coin. The first through 5th place, so Ice Bear, NWSA, Wojen, Dubsy, and BN, you will all receive a voucher to attend a SANS SCADA Summit, typically chaired by Rob or myself in person. This event that we're running today has been the alternative to that, but eventually, when the global pandemic calms down, we'll be back in person doing great things at summits. So first through 5th place will receive that, as well as the challenge coin. And Ice Bear, first place individual will receive a voucher to a SANS on-demand course of their choosing, and they'll be able to take that free SANS class. Those are the prizes we have for you. Everybody did great. It's been fun to watch and fun to participate in, interacting with all of you.
Just is amazing.
A couple of things that I'll point out, and then we can turn this over to others. But the registrations were capped at 1,000, and we exceeded 1,000 due to some special requests for people who really, really wanted to be in there. Any given point in time, kind of Rob, me, Jeff Shearer, Austin Scott, Jason Deely, Tom Hestman, we were all responding to questions from people, and a kind of the normal everybody in number was about 759 folks. All communicating with us in Slack all at the same time. So if we were ever slow to respond to anybody, our apologies, but there was about 759 of you with questions. The total number of individuals, so if you're looking at this score and you see your number 24, your 23, there were 559 people who played this as an individual, and there was a total of 65 different teams that played. Some teams were 2 people, some teams were 5 people, so 65 teams. I think
you all should be very, very proud.
Yes, you should all be very, very proud.
but also for anybody that stepped up to play, even if you had like 5 points at the end of the night or 1 point at the end of the night. CTFs are hard and they're challenging and they're intimidating, especially when it's something random and new. And all of you should be very excited and proud of yourselves for stepping up to the plate and taking that on. So thank you for making this such a wildly successful event. The largest Net Wars in history is an ICS Net Wars, which I feel it should be. Thank you for the Counterhack team, Ed Scotus and Tom and those folks for doing this. John, we're going to turn it over to you and Austin to step through questions and help people understand kind of what they should have seen and hopefully learn from the event.
Hey, Rob.
Yes.
Since you're on, can you do me the favor of introducing John? We've already introduced Austin, but John
Lavender,
you've known for many, many years and works at your organization. If you could.
Yep. So John Lavender, like I said, co-founder, CTO over at Dragos. John and I have known each other for almost a decade now. He used to work with me back in the U.S. intelligence community, was a mission lead over there and done some amazing work across a variety of red team and blue team type work, and especially focused on cyber threat analysis of ICS threats and doing kind of intrusion analysis and hunting work. But he's also a very, very accomplished developer and team lead, and for a long time led our engineering team. And now that we've got an engineering VP, he is comfortably in a CTO role, which means he gets to play around with CTFs and do fun stuff instead of just being the person that I yell at on release day. So John, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Rob. Yes, I now get to spend my days doing demos and CTFs and building cyber ranges. So much happier. It's nice to see everybody. Also wanted to just say congrats to the winners and everyone else that participated. It was an awesome turnout. Like Rob mentioned, this was one of the biggest Net Wars, if not the biggest Net Wars so far. So that's just awesome to see. I'm going to start the session off, walk through some of the background, and give a little bit of context into the actual scenario itself for those that didn't actually participate. Then I'll turn it over. Austin's going to walk through the flags and the answers. And I know we're already kind of past time, so I'll skip through this a little bit. But if Rob, you change slides, cool. So let's start with the background of the scenario.
By the way, take your time. I told everybody we're not ending on time. So
okay, perfect. Cool. So let's start with the background of the scenario. The town is called Cyberville. It's an isolated desert town that's fed by a single transmission line. So it's a small town. Residents are primarily retirees, moved to the desert to escape cold weather. During the summer, this town gets extremely hot, and you can imagine without energy to power the air conditioning units, folks are going to be put at risk from a health perspective. A microgrid was created to protect the town and to protect the residents against extended outages. So looking at this diagram that's being shown, starting on the left, moving to the right, these facilities that are marked with icons, we've got the site office, a substation, a lithium ion battery storage, a small solar farm, a wind turbine, and a gas turbine. The microgrid in the town can disconnect and function independently. So during emergencies and that kind of stuff, it can provide vital electricity to the local community. So let's go to the next slide. We'll do kind of an overview of the setup of the network and the range and the devices that were used. Earlier in the day, for those who have been on, Tom Van Norman gave a great talk on ICS cyber ranges. So if you missed that, highly encourage checking it out when it gets posted. But during that talk, Tom stressed the importance around architecting, configuring ranges to mimic real life scenarios. And while that's very important to do and helps with training and helps make these kind of exercises a lot more lifelike, it is very, very challenging. I mean, I can certainly say I've tried to build a few ranges in the past, and I think Rob's been involved with a few of those that ended up turning and looking like Frankenstein setups with just cables running everywhere and trying to mimic machines and different types of software using virtualization and all kinds of stuff. So it's challenging. It takes a lot of time, takes a lot of effort. This scenario was no exception. Austin and the team did a phenomenal job putting the range together. They had devices that they had to use. So those who participated probably picked this out already, but they had everything from a Siemens S7 PLC, Schneider Electric HMI, Rockwell Control Logics PLC, an SEL feeder protection relay, And then they also use several other physical machine like laptops, desktops, and then a lot of virtualization as well to put the scenario together. OT protocols to highlight, Goose, OPC, Modbus, and S7. Next slide. So a little bit of context around the incident itself. So there was a bit of a dialogue that went into this. So I'll read a part of this off, which is on Tuesday, April 28th at 3 a.m., the microgrid experienced an unplanned outage that lasted several hours. So during the incident, operators of the gas generation plant experienced a total loss of view, as well as a loss of control of the gas turbine. While they were unable to regain control of the turbine, it forced them to perform an ESD, emergency shutdown of the entire plant. So initial root cause analysis of the incident indicated that it was probably not an engineering failure, but a cyber incident. It was believed the adversaries used the data historian to pivot through multiple areas of the network. I will throw a shameless product plug in, which is fortunately the microgrid was being monitored by the Dragos platform, which empowered the responders to gain visibility as well as do packet captures that helped them go back and take a look at the incident. So for the level 3 and 4 exercises of the CTF, we provided a single packet capture. So lots of times in CTFs or other types of training events, you'll probably find that you get lots of different captures. They're usually really small in size, pretty isolated to what you're actually looking for. We took the approach of going and building a single PCAP. So we did a whole bunch of different exercises, grabbed packet captures from different places, and then merged those all into a single one because it resembles a lot more like what our professional services team sees when they do IR or go out and do assessments of different environments. So we provided, I think it was about 150 megabyte packet capture, has a whole bunch of noise in it, as well as all of these different events and flags that Austin's about to walk through here. So with that, I think that pretty much covers it. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Austin. I think we've got probably 80 slides, if I remember right, of flags and answers. So we'll start moving through those.
Thank you so much, John. So we're going to go rapid fire here. We want to, the flags do tell a story. So I'm going to try to tell more of the story as well as show the answers to these flags. Now the initial access into the environment was from a C2 server. So you had to look at the traffic and identify which machine was likely that C2 server and enter in that IP address. Next slide, please. Where possible, we're going to use some screenshots from the Dragos platform, just to show network flows and other detections that were picked up along the way. Next slide, please. As we step through, there's only a few public addresses on this in this PCAP, but you can look at each one, and then we step through the last one. The last one has a lot more interesting traffic going through. So that is our C2 server, and that's where the initial attacks come from as well. So we can see that's the C2. Next slide, please. So the C2 server was able to send a magic ping to the Digi, which caused its firewall to drop and allow other ports to be exposed. So we've seen this kind of thing, this magic ping, in other radio devices and other vendors and things like that. It's not something that's necessarily in the Digi. There's nothing wrong with the Digi. We targeted here just because we had one kind of lying around, but they're great products. Just like any product, if you secure it properly, if you configure it properly and keep it up to date, it can be a good remote access solution. But in this case, the adversary leveraged this to get into the ICS network. So for this exercise, you needed to look at the traffic coming from the C2 server, targeting that device. And there was an ICMP packet that had the flag in it, a ping that had a payload that would cause the firewall to drop on that device. And this is something we've seen in the wild on other devices. Next slide, please. So once they had dropped the, next slide, there we go. So there's the actual packet capture with the magic ping being sent to it over ICMP. And it's got some interesting aspects to it. Next slide, please. So once the firewall was down, the adversary still needed to gain access to that cellular modem. So they took advantage of a bypass vulnerability in the device that allowed them to pull the passwords off of the device. So the next slide, please. If you, again, filtered by the C2 server and looked for a weird user agent, this Python user agent, you can see that it's sending a command that included this bypass.png, and that allowed the command to be executed and using a whitelisting vulnerability in the device. So if you send a URL that includes an image, it would still execute those commands from this RCI, or remote command interface, and allow you to have remote command execution. And in this case, they use that remote command execution interface to pull down the passwords off the device and then use those passwords to gain access into the Digi. Next slide, please. This one was tricky because you had to follow the stream for this bypass attack. Hit next there, please. And then you would see in that stream a base 64 encoded file that was downloaded. And if you decoded that, next slide, please, you would see the flag auth bypass in the actual password file. So that was how they were able to solve that one and get the initial foothold into the ICS network. Next slide, please. And this is the view from the Dragos platform as well. With a query-focused data set, we can see those commands being sent to over HTTP to that device. Next slide, please. So the adversary needed to modify the firmware slightly in order to allow their beacons to pass through the device. So they were able to, once they gained access to the Digi, they were able to upload a Python file that allowed their beacons to pass through seamlessly. So we needed to identify that file that was uploaded and then look at the source code to determine the flag. So next slide, please. So in this case, they actually switched out to another team. So it was a bit of a curveball on this. There was another team that deployed this payload from a different IP address in the C2 server, where they uploaded this file, and then they used that payload to pivot through the network. So next slide, please. And we can see it here. There's the payload being uploaded, a file called digibot.py. And if we look at the source code, if you look at the contents of that file that was uploaded, you'd see the flag. Next slide, please. And there it is. Kybright was here. Next slide. So flag 5, post-exploitation tools. And this is something we see often from adversaries and activity groups that we track and that we've seen some DFIR reports on, is once they gain that initial footprint, they'll move a lot of their tools onto that network. You can't really do much without having tools. You can only get so far. So they'll copy a lot of tools into a Windows machine and then use that to do things like pull passwords out of memory, things like Mimikatz and other tools. So in this flag, we're asked to look for any kind of unique tradecraft that might be present. So next slide, please. If you filter by the HTTP traffic going in between the battery network, you can see there's a lot of requests for this post-exploitation folder. So the adversary created a folder on the actual Digi device, put all their tools on there, used the Digi to host a lot of their files, and then they copied their post-exploitation tools from the Digi onto the endpoints. So next, so we can see a bunch of tools that we see commonly used in these attacks for mostly pulling passwords or doing reconnaissance. And once those are copied across, there is this one piece of unique tradecraft called %21, which is the bang symbol. Nothing to see here .cmd, and within that command, it's a way of automating all of these other tools that they download for pulling passwords. So it's a low-level operator could run that script, get the credentials off that machine, and then pivot or pass it off to another team. And inside that script, next slide, please, there was the actual flag. These are the droids you are looking for. Next slide, please. And oh, here's that hit as well from some of the post-exploitation tools. We got a Mimikatz alert. Next slide, please. Where's the Schneider HMI? So here we need to identify what device on the network is used as the HMI in the battery network. And this is also the initial footprint, so it makes it kind of easy. This is where the adversary moved all their tools, their post-exploitation tools as well. So next slide. And you can look at this by sorting by conversations in Wireshark and just seeing what's talking on Modbus port 502, or looking at an overview of the network traffic. If we go to the next slide, we've rendered this in the Dragos platform. You can see all of these devices are talking to, all of these PLCs are talking to this one device 10.10.10.3, which is the actual Schneider HMI. So you look at the traffic, or you look at the way the files were moved, you will identify that HMI. Next slide, please. Brute forcing the username. Now this is how they got their initial footprint on that 10.10.10.3 device. They, from the digimodem, they did an SMB brute force attack to identify or try to break into that endpoint. So next slide, please. If we look and filter our traffic by SMB traffic and from traffic in the battery network or SMB command 73, we can see when the adversary was trying to brute force or log into that machine. Next slide, please. And here we can see with that filter, a lot of the session setup and X requests for that user. My user is a flag, and that's the username. That's the flag for this question here. Next slide, please. So after we find out the username, we need to also uncover the password that they used, which is a bit tricky. A lot of people struggled with this one, including myself when I was setting it up. Next one. It's tricky to get the hash and all the components you need. You need a couple of different pieces of data to pass that information into Hashcat or John the Ripper to reverse the hash. But one of the best articles I found is from 801labs.org. They have a great 9-step process on how to crack an NTLM version 2 hash from a PCAP. So if you followed that process or found that by Googling around, then it's a pretty straightforward process. And the password was Dragon, which is on a lot of different lists like RockU or even some of the other smaller lists as well. Next slide, please. And there it is. There's the results of the hash formatting you need to do, which is complicated. And then there's the actual result candidate from Hashcat, Dragon. Pivots and payloads. So now the adversary has a foothold and they need to move throughout the network. So they've leveraged the historian as that pivot point because it does connect all the other ICS environments and collects data from those. So it is connected to all the other ICS networks. So next slide, please. So if you just filter by that historian's address, the 10.10.10.5, and just look for different C2 common traffic protocols. In this case, it's HTTP. We can see that they're using, next slide, please. We can see that they're using the standard C2 artifacts from Cobalt Strike, the submit.php, and then there's another one where they get like a GIF image or something like that. And in that host header is the flag of all that C2 communication, flag C2 host header. So that was the answer for the pivots and payload flag. Next flag, please. And there it is. We can see that also in the Dragos platform, that host header is captured. And there it is, the utm.gif. That's the other component of the Cobalt Strike default artifact kit. Next slide, please. Solar PLC model name. Now this was an interesting one. A lot of people had trouble with this as well, because you have to really dive into the S7 protocol. Next slide, please. And unfortunately, Wireshark doesn't have too much of a fine-grained parsing of the S7 protocol. So you needed to kind of click around and sift through some bits and bytes to find this information. But if you do sort out the traffic by that, the network, the 192.168 network, which is the solar network, and then also filter by the S7 protocol and look for a frame that contains CPU, you can quickly find that value. Next slide, please. And here it is, the CPU model of that Siemens S7 300 device. Next slide, please. And after that, you need to find the station name, which this caused a lot of confusion because some of the packets would show the station name and the PLC model in the same flag or the same packet. So some of these flags got reversed. Some people had some issues between flag 11 and 12. Next slide, please. So here again, if you filter by the download function, which is 1B, you'll get a better chance of seeing that station name, because the station name gets transferred during that download. Next slide, please. And there it is, the flag solar PLC name. Next slide, please. So there was also a download of a unauthorized function block to the S7, and we needed to identify what that function was called. So next slide. This also caused a bit of confusion. You needed to filter by that S7 function code for downloading, which is 1B, and look for the function block download of FB13. Next slide, please. And there you can see the flag for the actual program name that was being modified. Next slide, please. Site office pivot. So in this slide, or this flag, the adversary moved from the battery network into the site office network. And we were asked to investigate how they did this, because there was not a lot of protocols that are allowed into that network. So if you, next slide, please, if you filter your traffic by just those two networks and just look at the traffic that's flowing between them, between the battery network, or between the historian and the site office, you can see, next slide, one of the only protocols is VNC that's going across between those two networks. So that was the flag. That's the way, the mechanism that the adversary was able to breach or pivot into that network. Next slide, please. MySQL code execution. This is a classic. I mean, we've seen this from real activity groups that target ICS, like Electrum in the past. A Microsoft SQL Server XP command shell was leveraged in the site office as well to pivot into a SQL Server instance. Next slide, please. So if you, again, filter by that traffic, or filter by the traffic on that network and look for any kind of MySQL server port information on 1433, and look for XP command shell in those commands, you'll be able to identify that is being used. And that's actually the flag for this, the flag value for this question. Next slide, please. And there it is, XP command shell. It's in, yeah, there it is down in the packets below. Next slide, please. And there it is, the alert we saw in the Dragos platform as well for the XP command shell observed possible pivot. Next slide, please. And clear text authentication. We wanted to capture this. We can see there was a some FTP protocols being used and credentials being sent in the clear. So next slide, please. And if you just filter by that site office network and look for FTP traffic, you'll quickly find that flag. Next slide, please. And there it is. Dragos, it's in the clear, is the password, which is the flag for this question. Next slide, please. New SMB shares and users, again in the site office network. They were enumerating the shares, trying to grab and exfiltrate data, and they discovered some secret file. So we needed to look at the packet capture and identify what was exfiltrated from that network. Next slide, please. So here we have the, if you do an export of your SMB file. Unfortunately, Wireshark had some trouble with this. We had better luck with Netminer or some other tools to extract that file. There was a bit of a mismatch on the IDs in Wireshark. So when you tried to pull that file, it would sometimes pull an image. Oh, pardon me. So if you filter by SMB there.
The CTF is gonna kill you, man. It's so
Been a long
close.
week.
So close.
Next slide, please. So Netminer and Zeek had better luck. Or if you just dive into the SMB traffic, you can see that, that flag being transferred. Normally, you'd be able to export like the files from Wireshark, but that didn't really work for whatever reason. It's a bug in Wireshark, I believe. Next flag, please. PowerShell code execution via MSHDA. Again, this is still a popular technique using PowerShell, compiled PowerShell with an HTA JavaScript file. What type of files would you expect to see? Would you expect to execute with a MSHTA? Next slide, please. So we can see if you just filter by the wind turbine network, because that's where this one was taking place, and then look for a frame that contains the HTA file, you'll find a string called dragos.hta. Next slide, please. And inside that HTA payload, we have the flag, Dragos PowerShell pivot. Next slide, please. And PS exec detection. Now here, we needed to call out the mechanism that they used, or the executable used to do the PS exec pivot in the network. Next flag, please, or next slide, please. And again, if you filter by SMB2 in the wind turbine network, you can see a create file request for PS exec service.exe, which is a telltale sign that they're using PS exec for a pivot. Next, and there it is. And that's actually the flag for this question, psexec.exe, svc.exe. Next slide, please. And there it is. You can see that being transferred in the Dragos platform as well, sysinternals tool. Next slide, please. OPC connection to historian. So here in the wind farm network, there's a lot of OPC traffic floating around. And the adversary appears to have reconfigured the flow of traffic to allow OPC in and out of that network. And they were doing some OPC enumeration as well, which kind of looked like reminiscent of a Havix type behavior, sorry. And we were asked to investigate these messages related to the wind farm real-time data connection. So next slide, please, sorry. And here, if we just filter by that network and just look at the DC RPC, which if you did some research on OPC, that's how Wireshark typically sees OPC traffic, or the older OPC DA 2.0 traffic would look like remote procedure calls. Next slide, please. And here, if you sift through, it's a bit of a needle in a haystack kind of question, but if you sift through some of these DCE RPC calls, you can see they do a lot of enumeration. They look at a number of different OPC servers that are available, and then they connect to this one that has an obvious flag in it. The OPC flag is here, so look no more is the actual flag embedded in that OPC server. Next slide, please. So moving on, into the balance of plant network, into the gas turbine network. We're asked to investigate the serial number of the turbine PLC that was impacted, that created that loss of view, loss of control event. So we can see, or we're told that that serial number is passed over the SIP protocol. And if we, next slide, please, if we filter our traffic by that network and the SIP protocol, or even get down into the get attributes service code, which is sip.service equals 81, or even sip.attribute equals 6, which is the device serial number, we can quickly filter out and find that serial number. Next slide, please. So here we filtered it out, and we can see in Wireshark that it does a great job parsing the Rockwell SIP protocol, and it's telling us the serial number is that hexadecimal value there. And that's exactly what the flag format was expecting. Next slide, please. And there it is in the Dragos platform, and we can see the serial number is also listed on that device attribute. Next slide, please. Program modification. So the event that caused this loss of view and loss of control in that balance of plant, which triggered this whole incident response, was the uploading, or I'm sorry, downloading of a PLC program to that controller. So here, we're asked to look at the SIP traffic and try to determine the name of the program that was downloaded to this device. And we're given a hint that the description for the program is the turbine control system, or for black start and peak support. So that's something you could have looked for in the packets as well, to see if that contained that information. Next slide, please. So if we do some more filtering by the network and the SIP device, and look at the SIP class 64, which is used for program downloads or program change. Next slide, we can see that program name there is turbine underscore control underscore system. Unfortunately, this doesn't get nicely parsed out like the serial number did in the SIP protocol, but it is still visible there as part of that download bit stream. Next slide, please. And here we can see the event that shows that PLC modification took place in the Dragos platform. Next slide, please. Protecting the relay. So now we're jumping into the substation network, which has more of the protective relay gear and Schweitzer gear. And we're told our logs indicate that the adversary attempted to access one of these protective relays, and we need to identify which one they attempted to access. So if we go to the next slide, please. And if we filter our network range by that substation network, which is the 10.10.100, and filter by Goose protocol, or even just filter by Goose protocol. Next slide. We can see the flag is in the Goose ID, or in the station ID for that Goose protocol. A lot of people hadn't heard of Goose before, or didn't really know what it was, and it's an odd protocol as well. That doesn't really, I mean, it is parsed nicely in Wireshark, but a lot of people had trouble finding this one because of the way the Goose protocol works. Next slide, please. Why so serial? Now, serial number used by that protective relay. Unfortunately, it's not something that was transmitted over the Goose protocol, but if you looked at the telnet traffic to that device, next slide, please, you could see this is where the adversary attempted to log into that device and attempted to log in with a few failed passwords. But during that attempt, when they're logging in, the serial number is listed in that telnet session. So next slide, please. And here we can see that serial number going over the clear in the telnet session. I'm sorry, telnet session, not telnet. Next slide, please. Hidden backdoor. So we believe the intruder left behind backdoor access for assurance. So here we're looking for an unencrypted C2 channel that they're using as a fail safe for their HTTP C2 channel. So next slide. So here we're looking for other common C2 protocols that might be used, and they actually had a DNS C2 back channel that they were using as well. So if you look through the traffic and look for port 53, look for DNS, which is a common C2 channel we see, you'll be able to see the flag is sent in the clear over that DNS C2 channel. Next slide, please. And there it is, just filtering by port 53, filtering by DNS, we can see there's our Dragos hidden backdoor flag. Next slide, please. Classics never die. Finally, the intruder pivoted into this Windows XP machine, a very old legacy machine in the solar panel network. And they used a well-known exploit to compromise the machine. And they were asked to identify the DLL that was passed before the intruder obtained an encrypted session. So if we, next slide, please, if we do a little research into Metasploit and how that stageless interpreter payload will reveal the DLL in question, we can look for the DCE RPC binds that call the service that will allow it to trigger that Metasploit serve.dll, the metserve.dll that the adversary used in this case. Next slide, please. So if we filter by that DC RPC payload and then we follow the stream, we can see that's one of the DLLs that are called prior to that channel going dark, prior to that becoming an encrypted channel. Next slide, please. And that is it. That was the last flag. Thank you everyone for participating, and congrats to the winners.
Thanks everybody for being part of this. This has just been overwhelming and wonderful. In summarization, all slides, all recordings, all data set, all questions, all answers, everything will be made available. The easiest way is to check the email that you use to register for the conference. We'll be blasting out to everybody when all the materials are available. You probably see it on social media and otherwise, but email is definitely a good way to get it. And that way you can get everything, and everything will be available to you. Tim and I talked about it, and we will be doing this again in the future. And so we don't know exactly the time or date now. I think everybody is just ready to pass out and sleep for a couple of days. But sometime next year, we'll end up making this an annual event where Dragos and SANS partners together to put on a completely free virtual conference. That way people around the world can all participate in really cool technical materials to learn and get more excited about our ICS in an industrial community. Thank you all for being part of it, and especially to those of you that are asset owners and operators. Just thank you so much for what you do. I very much enjoy my lights, water, and fuel, and manufactured goods and everything else. So thank you for that. And then for those of you that are excited to get into the ICS community, not only stay in touch with Dragos and SANS, it's a good way as well, but go talk to your local utility, your local mining company, whatever. These folks are always hiring. And outside of that, take a box of donuts, a case of beer, go interact with them. Every operator will welcome you into their arms, except for those with physical security perimeters and similar. Don't bypass those. But they will all happily explain this beautiful world of industrial to you and answer questions. They're usually very excited about it anyways, and very humble, wonderful people. They'll definitely do it for beer and food. Cool. Tim, to you, sir.
When we hatched this plan some time ago, I would have never envisioned it going to this scale. So really, thank you to all the people who attended. Thank you to all the people who supported it.